When I wake up in the morning, love, and the sunlight hurts my eyes. Friends feel it's their appointed duty. They keep trying to tell me all you want to do is use me. But my answer ain't all that use me stuff. I until you use me up. Until you use me up. My brother sit me right down and he talked to me. He told me that I ought not to let you just walk on me. And I'm sure he meant well. Yeah, but when I talk was through, I said, brother, if you only knew, you'd wish that you were in my shoes. You just keep on using me until you use me up. Until you use me up. Sometimes that's true, you really do abuse me. You get me in a crowd of high-class people, and then you act real rude to me. But oh, baby, 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 when you love me, I can't get enough. And I want to spread the news that if it feels it's good getting used, oh, you just keep on using me until you use me up. Until you use me up. Talking about you, let people, it all depends on what you do. It ain't too bad the way you using me, 'cause I sure am using you to do the things you do. How to do the things you do. Sometimes I get a good feeling, I get a feeling that I never had before. I just wanna tell you right now that I believe, I really do believe that something's got a hold on me here. Oh, something's got a hold on me right now, child. Let me tell you now, I've got a feeling, I feel so strange. Everything about me seems to have changed. Step by step, I got a brand new
This is that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. My band brought that break it down. Girls hit you hallelujah. Girls hit you hallelujah. Girls hit you hallelujah.
All right, I'm about to sing. Just watch. All right, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm gonna allow everyone to come in, get settled, please. All right, all right. Can everyone hear me in the front? You can hear me up top? All right, all right. Good morning and welcome to the Baltimore Together Summit, presented by the Baltimore Development Corporation, along with their sponsors, Bloomberg Philanthropies, M&T Bank, and Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Can you please put your hands together? And I say that because there are so many programs that happen across the city of Baltimore. I'm not sure if you really look down at the bottom or at the top to see those supporters. So we really need to show love to our sponsors because they've been showing love to us. My name is Dion Joyner Weems. It's like a Tribe Called Quest. You got to say it all together. I am the former Vice President of Marketing and Community Affairs for Visit Baltimore, and now I am the Chief Energy Officer of Audacity Group, which is a marketing shop for brands that do good. Today is such a culminating moment. Can you feel it? It's not just a chill in the air. Can y'all feel the fact that this is coming together? In the aftermath of an unprecedented global pandemic, and against a backdrop of racial and social injustice, the Baltimore Development Corporation has been putting in work. They've really been putting in work. The Baltimore Together plan has been a 2-year effort that's fueled by a range of hundreds of businesses, nonprofit organizations, residents, companies, corporations. If you were involved in this in some shape, way, or form, fashion, please give yourself a round of applause, please. All right, see, I'm not making this up, all right? To understand that they've worked together to put together a plan, 4 strategies. It's just 4 strategies that if we could get behind, could actually generate economic wealth for Baltimore, for its residents and its businesses. Today is just a starting point, and we want to make that clear. Today is a hope that we can sit in agreement and at least recognize that the plight of the people in and around our communities impact the businesses in and around our communities. Can we agree on that part? All right, I'm getting some nods. If one section of our city is struggling, if one section of our region is standing still, man, then sooner or later, low tides drop all ships. So to understand that we are connected, and it's only going to be through collaboration that we're going to see the greatness that is Baltimore. And to be honest, let's think about it. Maryland is surrounded by too much damn water for a low tide, I'm serious, to drop any of these ships. Thank you, Allison. I could always depend on you. I love you. The Baltimore Together is simply an economic development plan that's delivered through an asset-driven lens. Do you know what that means? Do you know why? And I'm looking at Shalonda because we talk about this all the time, because Baltimore is asset-rich. To understand, you name another waterfront city like Baltimore. You name a city that has artists and businesses and collaborators like we have. Recognize our greatness, and today we're going to take one step forward to collaborate to make Baltimore's economy stronger for us all. Now, just before I bring out the person that you've really come out to see, he was supposed to dance with me coming out. I'll see if I can get him to dance with me later. Please, we're not letting anyone off the hook here, all right? If you have a question, if you have a challenge, if you have an issue, if you have a way to make things better, if you've actually worked on something and you feel as though you could enhance this, there are QR codes and links where we're expecting you to hit us with those questions. Submit those questions, and we're actually going to be talking about them later on today. So without any further ado, to tell us more about the Baltimore Together plan, please put your hands together for the President and CEO of the Baltimore Development Corporation, the Colin Tarbert.
Well, thank Thank you, Dion, for energizing and waking us up this cold Monday morning. I am so pleased to be here. Welcome and thank you for coming to the first annual Baltimore Together Summit. This day is actually 3 years in the making. We began the Baltimore Together effort in November of 2019 BC. That's before COVID. And some of you are here at the beginning. Many of you have joined us along the way. And some of you are just learning about Baltimore Together today. So let me share a few goals of the summit. I'll then provide a brief overview of Baltimore Together, share a few accomplishments over the past year, and provide some data points on recent economic trends. We have 3 main goals for the summit today, although I suspect and hope that we'll accomplish much more. First, to explain Baltimore Together, what it is and why it's so important. 2, share what's been accomplished and determine what we want to accomplish moving forward and what's most important in the near term. And 3, perhaps most importantly, and why we're gathered in person, is to engage you and your organizations to collaborate and contribute to the vision, goals, and actions of Baltimore Together. In its most simple form, Baltimore Together is the city's official comprehensive economic development strategy, a CEDS plan, adopted by the city's Planning Commission last November and submitted to the U.S. Economic Development Administration, EDA, as a requirement for funding. Just trying to click here. If you can click for me in the back, that would be great. But the vision is much larger. This is a plan different from past efforts. First, Baltimore Together is rooted in a firm commitment to racial equity. Without eliminating the long-standing inequities in our economy, Baltimore will never realize its full potential. Secondly, the strategy has specific metrics that will be measured annually and focus on equity. Thirdly, this is not only a document, it's not a BDC plan. It's a broad citywide initiative that seeks public-private engagement and participation across our city and region to drive equitable growth. That's the point of today. Never before have we had a summit to focus on economic development in this way, and we hope this is the first of an annual convening that sparks action, collaboration, and progress. I believe the strategy is working. We have posted dozens and dozens of accomplishments from across our city on social media, some small, some large, but all significant. A few highlights include, since the pandemic, BDC has issued over 1,700 grants to small businesses, totaling $33.2 million using city, state, and federal funds. In fact, this week we'll make more awards. The majority of these grants have gone to BIPOC and women-owned businesses. This historic funding has led to the creation of the BASE network, Business Assistance and Support for Equity. 15 organizations are working seamlessly to provide thousands of small businesses support post-pandemic. This level of collaboration has never occurred in our small business ecosystem. Together, the network has served over 3,000 small businesses, helping them access upwards of $50 million in recovery assistance. When the report was first drafted, it was nearly impossible to find wet lab space for growing life science companies. Now there's approximately 250,000 square feet being converted or under construction, with several more projects being proposed. And neighborhoods are seeing investment like the new Lidl at the long-awaited Northwood Commons project. Go to the next slide. Major developments have been completed or are underway. Baltimore Peninsula has signed its first lease and committed over $130 million to MBE-WB contracts. Topgolf opened to record crowds, and the $200+ million CFG Bank Arena will be completed in time for the CIAA tournament. While a number of these projects began before Baltimore Together, it's important to connect these successes to the larger vision. People and organizations are doing their part to drive equitable growth. There are organizations focused on helping Spanish-speaking immigrants gain access to resources. Partnerships between major institutions like Johns Hopkins, Howard University, and NIH are being formed. And there's collaboration amongst companies like the Baltimore Tracks program that tripled the percentage of Black tech employees in 1 year. But while still not enough, the amount of venture capital and investment in BIPOC founders is growing in Baltimore. The state of Maryland, through the leadership of local elected officials, are making unprecedented investments in Baltimore's infrastructure. And Baltimore is making a name for itself as a destination for creative entrepreneurs who can afford to live here and follow their dreams. But the economy is shifting, and we must stay focused to ensure not only growth, but intentional and equitable growth. Here are a number of data points before I conclude. As of March of 2022, job levels were just 0.3% shy of full recovery from COVID. But employment has shifted. The logistics sector grew 80%, life sciences grew 35%, tech grew 7%, and business creation is up 57% from 8,000 to 14,000 applications. But tourism declined by nearly a third, and the overall labor force declined by 3%. We must ask ourselves, what do these trends mean, and how can we use them to reach our goals? As you can see on the slide, we're tracking equitable metrics. For example, Black employment is increasing significantly in the tech and life science sectors. But while these indicators are positive, the work that lies ahead is significant. The last two slides show the significant gap we must close to be truly equitable. The first slide shows the Black median household income compared by regional jurisdiction. Black households in Baltimore City have a median income of less than $40,000 at the bottom of the chart. The next slide shows white median household income compared by regional jurisdiction. While white households in Baltimore City are at the bottom, demonstrating Baltimore's overall high poverty rate, white household income is nearly double Black household income. We have a lot of work to do. Sorry. I leave you with a quote appropriately from Mike Bloomberg. Progress is not inevitable. It's up to us to create it. I hope that today and through Baltimore Together, we can make meaningful progress towards a more equitable economy. Unfortunately, Mayor Brandon Scott could not be here in person today, but he does have a welcome message for all of you.
Hey everyone, welcome and thank you for participating in the inaugural Baltimore Together Economic Development Summit. I want to thank everyone who participated in the development of Baltimore Together, the city's economic development strategy, and now again for this summit and what I hope will be a continued effort to implement a more equitable and inclusive economic growth for the city and create more opportunities for our residents. Baltimore Together offers a blueprint for equitable growth by leveraging our local talent and entrepreneurs to create new economic activity and opportunity that will benefit all of Baltimore. We must continue to prioritize eliminating racial disparities and ensuring that Baltimore's Black, Indigenous, and people of color businesses thrive and that communities of color receive the level of investment they deserve. For Baltimore to be truly inclusive and equitable, we must make sure that all of our residents have job opportunities with a future, and I'm encouraged to see that these critical issues are going to be discussed during this summit. There are great things happening in Baltimore. We're getting a new arena. Topgolf and a new Lexington Market recently opened. So it's vitally important that as the city is moving onward and upward, that all of our residents have the opportunity to do the same.
So Colin, I take it that's my cue? Okay, he's not going to speak anymore? All right, good. Good morning, good morning. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us this morning. My name is Augie Chisera, Regional President at M&T Bank and Chair of the Baltimore Development Corporation. Colin, it is so exciting to be here 2 years after we started the whole conversation and discussion about what Baltimore Together could be. And I think what's most exciting about what we're going to be talking about today and what we're going to be talking about and working through tomorrow is what you're seeing is really the result of a challenge that the board presented to Colin and the entire BDC a couple of years ago. One was include as many voices as possible. Check. I think, Colin, we had close to 300 people that were part of the creation of the CEDS plan, and we can't thank you enough for showing up in such a meaningful way to build a foundation for economic growth for everyone. The second thing we challenged Colin and the BDC with was to develop an actionable strategy, a foundation that could provide growth for Baltimore City, and a flexible program that could be expanded to the region beyond Baltimore City. So check mark on that one, Colin, because when we go through the details today and we start the working sessions tomorrow, it should become clear to many of you how this plan can be the foundation for economic growth for the entire region. And number 3, develop a plan that's going to hold ourselves accountable for achieving economic growth. Well, that's check mark number 3, Colin, because what we're going to be talking about today and tomorrow are those ways that we're going to together measure success on this 5-year program. So how about a big round of applause for the entire staff of the Baltimore Development Corporation under Colin's leadership for what's been pulled together over these next couple of days. Thank you. So today I had the pleasure of introducing our morning keynote speaker, Bruce Katz. Bruce is a renowned thought leader in economic development. Bruce, you've been here in Baltimore before, I think with some of the work we were doing with the Neighborhood Impact Investment Fund. Bruce regularly attends global, national, state, and regional and municipal leaders on public reforms and private innovations that advance the well-being of metropolitan areas and their counties. I'm also a big fan of yours, Bruce. I brought your book with me just for proof that I've read it, I like it. Maybe you'll sign it when you're done offering a few remarks today. He's published multiple books focused on how cities and city networks can be the leaders in solving the world's problems, and is here today to help ground us in a national and global context. Bruce is going to talk about how Baltimore Together gives us a starting point and to remind us that the critical moment to act is right now. I look forward to what you had to say here, Bruce. Please help me welcome Bruce Katz.
Good morning, everyone. And first of all, just great to be back in Baltimore. This is an incredible venue. When Colin and the team reached out to me, they said, you know, we have this new Baltimore Together plan, a CEDS plan, Comprehensive Economic Strategy plan. And of course, I am a complete geek, so I go, oh, great. I mean, like, this is really important, right? Because failing to plan is planning to fail. Failing to plan is planning to fail. This is an incredible moment in the United States and around the world. We are going to come out of this pandemic, in some respects, despite the politics of this country, stronger economically, with the real potential to drive inclusive and sustainable growth. But those places that don't have a plan are going to be bypassed. So what I'm going to talk about is observations, both from the U.S. and outside the U.S., that really can help Baltimore think about how to take your plan from design to delivery. Because unlike a lot of other places, you actually have a plan, right? But now you got to concretize them to projects. You got to get the capital stacks, whether it's from the federal government, whether it's from the banks, whether it's from investors, whether it's from philanthropy. So now's the time of implementation. So I'm going to walk through this. And I'm going to start by saying, if you're feeling overwhelmed, it's because we're in a new disorder. This is not a new normal, right? And there was a quote from the New York Times back in March where they basically said it's almost like someone took a snow globe and shook it up and nothing's really settled yet, right? And I think as people, as Americans, we always revert fast. It's a new normal. Everything's fine. Well, it's not quite like that. And I think it's not quite like that. I think just go to the next slide. Because there are several things that are sort of happening simultaneously. First is the pandemic itself. And there were, incredible, devastating effects from this pandemic. We tend as Americans to move fast, right, compared to other cultures, just move on. But there are things that are happening here that are structural. Some good, some bad, some just confusing. When I go into downtowns today and I hear about remote work and people working in their pajamas from home, on Zoom, I'm a little worried. right? Because central business districts are such a large portion of the employment base of U.S. cities and the tax base and the demand for small business and transit ridership. That's on the challenging side. When I think about supply chain logistics, and particularly what's happening in the Ukraine, and particularly the new national security concerns, that does give us the potential to reshore production in the U.S. and reshore manufacturing in the U.S. We've been talking about this for decades. This might actually be one of those moments. And then, of course, we have existential threats like climate, right? Anyone who's about to watch the World Cup will see what it's like to be in a very hot place in the world. Why would you ever hold an international sports meeting, you know, in the Middle East? I don't know, but they did, right? And then, of course, there's the federal government, which tends to mostly be distracted and divided, as it will be again. But over the last 2 years under the leadership of President Biden and a Democratic Congress are making enormous, unprecedented investments in infrastructure, in innovation, in climate. That's disruptive itself, because most of the country didn't get the memo, right? 5 years ago, oh, by the way, we're going to spend a couple $2 trillion on this stuff. Get your projects ready. That's not the way we operate in the United States. For the most part, our view of planning is lunch, right? So we don't have that long-term kind of perspective. So it's a new disorder. And if you're feeling uncomfortable and overwhelmed, because there were periods last year where every week was like another crazy upheaval, all right? It's not going to settle for a while. This is going to take a decade to basically come out of this, and hopefully we'll come out of it stronger. But here's the question. Will cities and metros that were not quote-unquote superstar cities, think what San Francisco and Seattle and LA and New York were doing pre-COVID in terms of venture capital and growth and tech innovation, are those places that were not in that upper tier, are they able to leapfrog now? Are they able to find their new moment in the global economy, create companies, create jobs, drive inclusive growth, drive sustainable growth? I think that may be what's coming out of this, if places are intentional and purposeful and deliberate. Next slide. So let's see how this works. This is always what happens. Why metros? Why cities? Well, this is the organizing unit of the global economy, right? Cities and metros are the way in which just people live their lives, but which companies and sectors and clusters actually operate. The central city, the close-in suburbs, the exurbs, the rural areas. I mean, this is the way the global economy is organized. And what's different, and this is really critical, and you represent it, what is different about cities and metros is that these places are networks of public leaders for sure, but also corporate, philanthropic, community, environmental, labor, and beyond. So federal government, it is a government, right? The states are governments. They organize vertically. You have a Department of Transportation, you have a Department of Education, you have a Department of the Environment, you have a department for everything. This is a horizontal level, not vertical, but horizontal, where there could be radical collaboration across sectors, across disciplines. That's how you solve problems. That's why metros matter. Economically critical, but also socially geared up to solve problems. Next slide. Let's see what we got. This is probably another metro piece because, you know, we're living in a period where the federal government is investing so much that you come to believe, you know, like Schoolhouse Rock, I'm going to date myself, right? How does the country actually function politically? Will we wait for the national government to do something? But in the end of the day, the federal government today, you know, is investing a lot of money. Who's delivering all that? When I was chief of staff at HUD, I don't know what century that was, but a long time ago, my boss, Henry Cisneros, said, "We don't build one house, and the federal government does not educate one child." And the list goes on and on. We do that through networks. And that's why cities and metros are so fundamentally important. So power is here. It's shifting down in the 21st century from national governments to this level. These are where the problems get solved. You are the problem solvers. So next slide. By the way, these things never work. I don't know why, but you know. Okay, federal government, lots of money, right? The American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the CHIPS Innovation Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is mostly a climate resilience act, but because of the moment they called it the Inflation Reduction Act. We've never seen anything like this in our lifetime. This is like the New Deal, but in the 21st century, right? So there's a lot of money, but next slide. Here's how it's coming. It is coming in just a Rubik's Cube of investments and programs. So next slide. No one would have designed it this way if you actually thought about how we're going to implement it. It was designed to actually, and this is just a small number of programs, right? Small number of programs. So this was designed to pass Congress, right? It was not really designed to get done because they never would have done it this way, right? I mean, so basically, de facto, what they said as they were moving all these bills through, I guess the country will figure this out, right? And by country, we mean you, right? Cities, metros, for the most part, bulk of our population, large share of our job growth and economy. This is where we're going to have to bring order out of complete and utter chaos, right? But it's a good problem to have. Austerity would be worse. So let's get about the business of figuring this out. So next slide. So what I'm going to try to start doing is tell you, well, this is mostly you already know, why do metros deliver? You deliver because when they pass a bill up there, right, what they're not really thinking about is how different Baltimore is from Birmingham or you know, Phoenix is from Portland, or they're not really thinking about what are your priorities. They're just investing in general propositions, right? Whether it's transportation, whether it's energy, whether it's housing, you know, whether it's, you name your favorite, you know, area of domestic policy. They're assuming you'll take this money and adapt it to your situation. That's why metros matter. You're both the entities that deliver all this stuff, but each place has a different starting point. It almost has a different culture in many respects, political and otherwise. So that's the power of the US. In most other parts of the world, it really is dictated a bunch more from the top down. We are so innovative because we tend to basically problem solve from the bottom up. So next slide. So these are just early signals. So next slide. I'm going to talk about 7 things which are going on around the country. And again, you're doing a lot of this. So this is not about, oh my God, where's Baltimore? You know, we haven't started, right? No, you have a plan, right? So you're already far along the way and you're doing a whole set of initiatives. But a bunch of places are doing things that you might learn from, adapt, do better, et cetera. And then you're doing things that the rest of the country needs to learn about. So first, we're moving in a project moment. This is a project moment, right? We're moving from plans to playbooks. And the reason is when you go into a city, a downtown, a waterfront, a low-income neighborhood, a vast area of high poverty, a commercial corridor, an industrial corridor. What you need are projects that the federal government is funding separately. in their, which is the way it is, right? Whether it's investment in small business, whether it's investment in housing, whether it's investment in transportation infrastructure, energy infrastructure, water infrastructure, fiber, it's all separate. That's the vertical federal government. So these investment playbooks, which have been invented in Buffalo and places like Erie, San Bernardino, I was there last week, they basically identify projects, they cost them out, right? So political leaders can't sort of duck and weave and say, I'm for that project. Well, are you for the 15 million we need? So let's like really bring it to the cost. And then they try to pull all these projects and align these projects so you have cumulative impact. And then, as I'll talk later, they try to implement these projects with an eye on supplier diversity and workforce diversity so we actually grow wealth. So these playbooks are critical to take the federal government and bring it to ground in a way that it actually has cumulative rather than disjointed effect. Because if everyone just goes off and funds their own project, it gets a little crazy. Next slide. So Buffalo, first in, did an investment playbook for the east side of Buffalo, historic African-American area, asked for $500 million, too much, knocked down to $300 million. Philanthropy put in $100 million with the banks, then the state put in about $180 million. This is, none of this is going to be surprising to anyone in this room. It's just how we do our work here. But the key was they had a playbook. And so when Governor Cuomo left and Governor Hochul came in, there was something to hand to the governor. Will you support this? The governor did, and also supported Rochester and Niagara Falls as well for other reasons, as you can imagine. So these playbooks matter. And in Buffalo, it means that a former Amtrak station will come back to productive use. It means a historic food hall will be put in productive use. An historically African-American heritage center will be stood up again and again and again. Projects will happen. Next slide. So playbooks. The next bit is really about advanced industries, I hope. Next slide. So here's what happened last year. The EDA, Department of Commerce, held a $1 billion Build Back Better regional challenge. And they basically said, every place in the country, cities and metros in particular, should identify what industries they're really good at, right? And then tell the federal government what kind of projects, again, coming back to projects, right? What kind of projects would help you unleash your competitive potential? It's not that difficult to figure out what Baltimore's really good at. It's in your SEDS, it's in this Baltimore Together plan. But about 529 applications came in. They chose about 60 for some first phase grants, and then they ultimately gave 21 places, about 25, 50 million a pop. Next slide. So basically, this is the Dolly Parton rule of economic development, right? Who knew Dolly Parton was an economic development theoretician, but that's her night job, right? Figure out who you are and do it on purpose, right? And I think places that came in, and we coached the Build Back Better applicants out of Drexel, places that came in had a plan about R&D, they had a plan about commercialization, they had a plan about manufacturing, they had a plan about workforce, they had a plan about infrastructure that could serve more of an export-oriented set of industries, and on and on and on. So this is really smart to do, and this is where the U.S., I think, will excel in the next decade. Because Europe, unfortunately, is so fundamentally distracted by this Ukrainian war. And we are somewhat sheltered from it. Not entirely, but we have the ability with this funding to focus on economic development. Next slide. As we're thinking about clusters and economic development, there's a traditional way of thinking about this. Think about automotive in Detroit or aerospace in Wichita. But there's a convergence of clusters that are happening in the U.S. because technologies like artificial intelligence are sweeping across everything. And then there's next generation industries, particularly in the clean economy, particularly in the blue economy. and we just listening to that comment about there's a lot of water here, think the blue economy, right? This is where the U.S., I think, is going to innovate on steroids, backed by federal government. But again, a federal government that is not really picking that doesn't really have a strategic plan. They just have money, lots of money. So it has to basically be leveraged here. Next slide. So second piece is economic development. Third piece is the climate economy. And the shift really from a carbon society to a climate economy. And this, again, is where the federal government is providing a substantial amount of funding, but it's through tax incentives. So if you really, want to geek out, just read the Inflation Reduction Act, or go to sleep, I suppose. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. In other countries, basically what they would do is they would give support to cities and metropolitan areas and states, and the public sector would organize, industry and researchers and intermediaries. In the U.S., we just do it through the tax code. So this is going to take a bit of organizing. Like, trust me, it's going to take a lot of organizing to really pull this off. I think we will ultimately, but there's a couple first movers, particularly places that are in the logistics sector, right? And you're a logistics place. But if you think about LA, you think about Seattle, you think about Newark, you think about San Bernardino, which essentially is a satellite of the Amazon Corporation. I mean, they're all thinking about how do you decarbonize the logistics supply chain. Automobiles, warehouses, trucks, I mean, the list goes on, air. I mean, this is really complicated stuff. But if we're going to meet the targets and basically in the transportation, energy, and building sectors move to net zero, we're going to have to innovate. We're going to have to innovate on steroids, and we're going to have to train a whole new generation of folks to work in these sectors. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the climate economy. Whether it's mobility, water, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide. This is really important because a whole bunch of money's coming. I don't know if you remember if President Eisenhower, when he resigned, talked about the military-industrial complex, right? I think in the U.S. there's an infrastructure-industrial complex. There's a whole bunch of publicly held companies, privately held companies that have been delivering infrastructure for a very long time. The opportunity here is to leverage up a whole bunch of Black and Latino firms so that they can begin to grow at scale and begin to have the revenues and the profit margins for a next generation of growth in the United States. The challenge is supplier diversity is an incredibly legalistic system. It's a compliance system. It's not really a system, built to grow firms. It's a system basically built to help procurement officers defend their decisions, right? We've got to change that radically. We've got to think of this as a procurement economy because we really want Black and Latino firms, many of whom are in the construction space or in the architectural and engineering space or in the professional services space. We want them to grow at scale. And this is very much a part of the SEDS. It's very much built into your planning system. So we've got to upheave the system. Federal government is the largest purchaser of stuff in the world. Mostly Department of Defense, the Veterans Administration, General Services, our Department of Energy, which have a lot of nukes. But they buy a lot of stuff. Going forward in this century, we need to shift and change who they buy it from, right? It's as simple as that. Next slide. So San Antonio, we've gone through every single public authority in San Antonio. We've looked at what they spend, who they spend with, and then the political leaders, from the congressman to the mayor to the county judge to everyone else, are beginning to say, okay, how do we begin to move the dial? San Antonio, 65% Hispanic, 30% of the purchases from the city government are to Latino firms, 2% from the Port of San Antonio are to Latino firms. We got to change these numbers, right? They're not going to change overnight. They're going to require a lot of the large firms and the small firms to work together. But we have to do this, and it means a system change, and it's change in how we think about the world. So that's procurement. Next slide. Finance. Okay, so we all lived through or not all of us lived through COVID, but I think we all realize the impact that COVID had on small firms, particularly Black and Latino firms that didn't have that friendly banker calling them and saying, oh, by the way, you can get a Paycheck Protection Program loan, or here's another piece of the federal government that you can basically apply for. That didn't happen because many of these folks are disconnected from the financial system. So if we really want to go back to the earlier slide and grow Black, Latino, women-owned firms at scale, we're going to need some new financial products, right? It just can't be about debt or venture capital for those few firms able to basically survive the valley of death, right? It has to be a broader set of financial products that are fit to purpose and fit to these firms, right? And so revenue-based financing, supply chain financing, a whole range of financial products are now getting experimented with in the US. Mark Kaufman's here from the Neighborhood Infrastructure Improvement Fund. He knows of what I speak. I mean, you've got people here in Baltimore doing this. The BDC was a partner with us as we went through an innovative finance playbook at Drexel. But this has got to be a moment for financial innovation if we're serious about changing the trajectory of the U.S. economy. Next slide. Then we have to change institutions, right? Our institutions were mostly built after the Second World War. And when we went into San Antonio, it's like the federal government has a department for everything. San Antonio had a public authority for everything. I mean, it was absolutely nuts how fragmented it is, how balkanized it is, how specialized it all is. So we need different kinds of institutions that really are fit to purpose. Now, Tulsa, Oklahoma, decided it would take a bunch of their public authorities, parking authority, industrial redevelopment authority. I mean, they just had, you know, like every other place, lots of authorities, and said, we're going to merge them, and we're going to think about the assets they own and sell them in a smart way, but also keep a stake in what happens. If values go up, we want to ride the market, right? And then we're going to use that value to reinvest in the Greenwood neighborhood of Tulsa where the 1921 race massacre occurred. So that's a 21st century public authority, right? It's not just an authority that can deliver stuff. You know, I'm not entirely sure parking garages deliver anything, but they manage them. But, you know, redevelopment and convention centers and stadia and all this stuff. We're not just going to focus on what they can deliver. We're going to focus on the revenues they can generate, and then have a portion of those revenues go to some of the most impoverished neighborhoods. Tulsa, watch that. Next slide. And then we're talking about radical collaboration, right? Because what are cities and metros? Again, they're networks. They're networks of public, private, civic institutions, intermediaries, leaders, right? And getting all these people together is complicated because, you know, you want this to be an ecosystem, not an ecosystem, right? Because you got fiefdoms, you've got major players, and I'm not just talking about elected officials. I'm talking about appointed folks. I'm talking about who runs your utilities or major, you know, eds and meds and otherwise. So in Indianapolis, they've built something called the Central Indiana Corporate Partnership. The CEOs from business, philanthropy, and the university come together. They sit together 4 times a year. They meet to decide, not to discuss. What are they deciding? They're deciding how to invest in their version of life sciences. Very different version from here. They mostly are a med tech place. Right? It's the second largest exporter of life science products in the United States after California. Think about what that means. Logistics, workforce, site assembly. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And this is central Indiana, but it extends throughout the entire state of Indiana. So that's radical collaboration. So imagine the head of Lilly comes and has to sit in a meeting, or the Lilly Endowment, which I think is about $13 billion in assets, sit in a meeting and is on the same level, really, as a university or another company, but that's what makes Indianapolis work. Maybe it's because they're from the Midwest, who knows, right? I mean, you know, it's a different culture, right? They're not like us from the East, but, you know, it's something that we all need to practice. In many respects, BDC, Baltimore Together, you're practicing that, you're doing that. Next slide. So this is the be an ecosystem, not an ecosystem. It comes from the mayor of West Sacramento, great quote. I'm always looking for quotes, so if anyone finds anything, you know, it really, Dolly Parton took a while to find. I'm not a Dolly Parton fan, but when, you know, it sort of helps. I mean, the bottom line is we need a new kind of radical collaboration in the U.S., right? The feds, again, are very vertical, very compartmentalized, very specialized. It's very 20th century, you know, almost like engineering-like. We have a problem. We will set up a group of, you know, folks who understand in a narrow way that problem, and then we'll solve it. Move on, next thing. That's not what the 21st century is like. Our problems are wicked. They're complicated. Climate, are you kidding me? I mean, we're going to have to work across all sectors to basically tame the carbon economy. Next slide. So what all this means. Again, I think you guys, I'm from Brooklyn, so everyone is a guy. I think you are far ahead in many respects because you have a plan, right? And a plan is a platform, right, for working across multiple issues, multiple sectors. But as you're thinking about that plan, and particularly moving from plan to very specific projects with very specific capital stacks that require the public sector to invest for sure from multiple sources. It's not just one public sector, right? We need public-public partnerships as much as we need public-private partnerships, but also the banks, the investors, CDFIs, philanthropy, et cetera. Can you go through that strategy and really punch up and prioritize projects around next generation industries? I mean, you've got some big choices to make here, good choices to make, because you're so good in life sciences and creative and financial and logistics in many respects. So you got choices to make. What's your play on the climate economy? Because trust me, this is not going to just happen, the shift to net zero. It's going to require purposeful organization and financial engineering, because in the brilliance of the federal government, they gave us a whole bunch of tax incentives. So we're going to have to figure out how this works, just how Baltimore helped figure out how the low-income housing tax credit worked, you know, 30 or 40 years ago, or new market tax credits, or historic preservation tax credit. Look, tax incentives are there to be sorted out. They're not just going to happen and particularly affect those neighborhoods that need them. Procurement, supplier diversity, workforce diversity. Again, we'll talk about these things. A few places will do them. And by doing them, I think you've got to basically upheave a lot of the current systems. They don't work. They really don't work. Supplier diversity has been around since Richard Nixon, right? The share of businesses owned by individuals for the black community has gone from 1% of all employer-owned firms in 1969 to 2%. 1% to 2%. In 50-odd years, the black population is 13% of the U.S. population. I mean, this is not working. And we need to be uncomfortable with it, and we need to disrupt it. Community equity institutions, you already have one with this new fund that was developed through parking garage revenues. It's seen around the country as a sort of a leading edge community equity institution, the Neighborhood Infrastructure Improvement Fund. How do you do that with others? And then just collaboration. It doesn't need to be as formal as it is in Indianapolis. Indianapolis is a very formal system, you know, but it has to move further towards a kind of collaboration where you know what people are accountable for, and they deliver on time, and you're able to assign responsibility to different sectors. Next slide. I'll just leave you with this and then open it up for questions. This money's coming, right? 2023 is probably the last year in which I think we can be assured the money is coming, because as the Republicans have taken control of the House, you could tell what they would really like to do is claw back a lot of this money, like Gingrich did when he was elected in '95. The first thing they did in 1995 was have a massive rescissions package and clawed back a whole bunch of federal appropriations. They want to do that. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that because the margins are so thin in the House and the Senate's still controlled by the Democrats. But so 2023 is a year in which a lot of funding is going to start sweeping across the U.S., and we need it. It's a counter-cyclical investment given the challenges to the economy. But will you deploy it? And I think the only way to deploy it is through these delivery teams, right? You literally have to set up some kind of implementation network around infrastructure, around innovation, around procurement, and around climate. And you got to get the best people in this city and metropolitan area together, and their institutions and their intermediaries and the financiers and the capital providers. And you're going to basically just start is, what projects do we have, right? Who's familiar with all this stuff coming down from the feds? Right? I mean, you know, and it's not terrible if people say, I really don't know what's going on. Well, they don't know what's going on. I mean, they pass so many programs. No one's really completely aware of what's out there. Every time I read a federal bill, it's like turning over a rock and finding more money. It's absolutely nuts, right? So who do you have around infrastructure, around innovation, around procurement, and around climate, who are aware of what the feds are investing in, have real projects, or are aware of what other cities are doing that you could steal and adapt and borrow and plagiarize, right? You gotta put together those teams, because the money's gonna come in a couple years from now, after it blows through the country. We'll go back to the normal order of the federal government, which is to basically fight with each other. And so it's really critical to get this right. So because Baltimore in 3 or 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years will be a different place. I mean, a radically different place if you actually implement and deliver all this well, right? And so that's the challenge. And I think, again, coming back to the earlier thought, you have a plan. Most people did not use the COVID period to plan, you know, because it was impossible. Everyone's on Zoom calls, you know. So it was really hard to do. I mean, you know, as people coming together and trying to sort through all this, but you have one, and it's good, and you've got a lot of initiatives underway, and you have incredible assets. So this is the kind of implementation focus, execution, that I think you need to carry out. With that, I'll shut up, and I'd probably have gone too long, but Cassie will tell me.
Yeah, we'll take some questions.
Oh, we'll take some questions. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Thoughts, comments, criticisms?
There's a mic right there. Mic right there.
Oh, there is a mic. Yeah.
Hi. You talk a lot about the need for this kind of intensive innovation across these ecosystems. And Baltimore, like many ecosystems, even though it is relatively small, what you tend to see are a lot of clusters forming between the different sectors in the economy, et cetera. For implementation teams such as these, often what happens is that these teams will come together for a period of intensive collaboration where everyone is aligned, and then over time that collaboration decreases and you see the return of these silos, and then the plan doesn't move forward. So what are some of the best strategies that you have seen implemented in other cities that allow for continual alignment across different parts of the ecosystem, even after you are past the initial phase where there's a lot of excitement and leaning into the vision?
That's just a great question. I mean, so part of, I think, what has to happen is that elected officials need to focus on not that the first order of power, right, which is how they usually think about the world. Like if you're a mayor here, in other parts of the country, by the way, mayors don't have as much power. You have city managers who tend to run everything, and the mayors are sort of part-time. But in a place like this, which is, on the East Coast, it's more strong mayor systems, or county executives or the governor, you tend to focus almost on those line agencies. The real power, if you follow the money, may be in a lot of these public authorities that no one has really shown a light on in a very long time, right? You may appoint their boards, who then appoint their executive directors. So it's not the same kind of power. But I think what I've been urging a lot of places to do, just because of the money flow, is to focus on this next order of public entity and figure out where does the power lie. If you have public utilities, water and electric, they're about to get a crazy amount of money. I mean, just insane amount of money. If you have private utilities, you need to work with them. But I think you need to take this moment to reimagine, how to design, finance, and deliver stuff that matters to your citizenry. And I think because the U.S., we tend to invent things like public authorities, which we did mostly after the Second World War, and then we just moved on, right? And we got so many issues bedeviling us in our cities, right? Think about homeless surging, crime, the housing affordability crisis, labor shortages with nurses and healthcare technicians, the dead downtowns, the list goes on and on. People got a lot of work to do. But I do think there's got to be a space we have to reimagine what does governing mean in the 21st century. It can't be as compartmentalized as it is, right? Okay, we've just delegated to all these entities to figure out what to do. Well, they're not working with anyone else, so they're thinking about it just in terms of silos. So the elected officials, I think, really have a critical role to play here. I don't think it's all on them. They need more capacity to do this. So the corporate and the philanthropic community need to come in and buttress capacity. We have a delivery crisis of sorts. But I do think what will keep this more consistent is if we begin to use the power of the public to bring these public authorities into some kind of new federation, right? They can't all just be completely off on their own, right? Which is the way it is. And if we do that, I think we'll end up not having met the moment. If we're going to resolve climate, if we're going to build Black and Latino firms, if we're going to upgrade the skills of Black workers, Latino workers, if we're going to regenerate neighborhoods, it's not going to be because of one entity. It's going to have to be a confluence of action. It's a different kind of collaborative thought, and power, frankly, matters. You got to basically say your job today, which is different from 3 years ago, is to work with those people to deliver this stuff, right? It's different. So I think that's that's what I'm sort of looking for.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? Yep.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for the information, this enlightenment that you gave us this morning. I noticed most of the funding you were addressing are coming from the federal government, and the federal government specifically has set aside for HUBZone, veteran-owned, women-owned, 8A, and all those different initiatives. How is the city aligning with that stream of funding, or is there any collaboration or alignment at all between the way the government is funding and the funds they're putting out to the cities?
So I used to work for the federal government. Let me just say, this is what the federal government does. It sets targets, it creates initiatives, and then it runs away. So it's not really focused on, once you set those targets, who implements any of this, right? I think that's really the challenge we have right now. It's been setting targets for a while. But what we haven't built is a machine, right, which is an ecosystem, essentially. The banks, the chambers, entrepreneurial support groups, universities, for sure. Universities and community college play a big role in entrepreneurship in the U.S. We've got to basically build a system so that Black, Latino firms, and I'm pointing to them, but they're representative, over-representative of disadvantaged populations. We've got to give those entrepreneurs the kind of customized coaching, mentoring, back office support they need, right? It's like a lot of these folks go in the federal system, you'll go to a meeting of 50 entrepreneurs and you'll see a PowerPoint or something like that. Who goes to a doctor with 50 other people, right, to get customized advice? I mean, that's not how we work, right? We need one-on-one. The same way a venture capital firm basically invests in a firm and then coaches and mentors them, we need to think about, particularly for those businesses that are ready to scale, that are capable to scale, giving them that love and support. Targets are not enough. They're just not enough. And changing procurement rules, also not enough. We need to build business. We need to make markets. That's a different kind of mentality. The states are really critical, by the way, in all this. You know, states come in and out of focus in the U.S. for a whole bunch of different reasons. But right now, particularly with a new governor, you could potentially have the state playing a set of roles that 30 years ago the federal government played, which they're not going to play anymore because they're degraded and they're distracted and they're divided and all that other stuff. But the state could play some of these roles that I'm describing, and that could be very meaningful and transformative. And a great question, really great question. Yep.
Last one. Bruce, last one.
Okay.
Hi, Bruce. Thank you for mentioning venture capital. I run a tech startup here in Baltimore, and I was one of the first 150 Black women in the country to get more than $1 million in venture dollars. So while giving away equity in my organization, for me, wasn't the win, I have become more accustomed to navigating obstacles in a manner that other founders haven't had to. My question would be, what are you seeing in terms of success when it comes to equity in other markets? Because I find that often when it comes to Black founders, the references and advice that you get largely revolves around coaching, but it's never really dollars. So for a company that's overcoached, underfunded, revenue positive, profitable, what are you seeing in terms of success in other markets?
I've got to meet you later because that alliteration you did at the end is brilliant. But, you've marshaled the English language. So I think there's several levels to this, all right? I do think, and this is a major focus, investors need to look more like America. This is really fundamental. And there's a bunch of initiatives around it, and we'll see how they go. Because you know what our country's like. We come in and out of focus, right? We have the attention span of a gnat. So, you know, I'm worried about the focus on racial equity diminishing over time with divided government and at the federal level. But diversity of investors really matter, right? Then the second thing I would say is to be more precise about the continuum of investment capital. I think what we've built in the U.S. Compared to the rest of the world, is the best system, by far, for R&D commercialization around advanced industries. And the State Small Business Credit Initiative, which is one of these multiple programs, when it was started under President Obama, was very good at bringing venture capital off the coast into places like St. Louis and enabling them to find firms in their special clusters and grow them. But we're talking about something different here, I think. We're talking about essentially an innovation blind spot. We know what R&D, advanced R&D and commercialization look like, but we got a whole bunch of other firms, right, in really different kinds of sectors that need this kind of equity investment. And I don't think we have that same in some consumer sectors, I suppose we do, but particularly with regard to Black and Latino founders, I don't think we really understand these markets and basically, sort of fit the investment to the experience of the founder, the challenges of the founder, and beyond. So I think a lot of this is both who invests and really having a more diverse set of investors, but also the continuum of firms that can get equity, should get equity, and we may just have, as I was saying before, there may need to be some new products for certain segments of the market. But anyway, happy to talk more about it and hear about how your firm is doing and beyond. Thank you very much.
I had to tell Bruce, I know you're not a hugger. I know you.
Brooklyn, New York. So, you don't want to hug.
But the reason for that, what's up, girl? The reason for that is we're sitting here with Colin. I've been marketing the city of Baltimore for over 20 years. Come from that Baptist background. Don't you know when someone says something that's like, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So how many of you in the room, as he was speaking, were like, mm-hmm, mm-hmm? Thank you for raising your hand. Because what you were saying is, what are silos allergic to? Radical collaboration. And that Baltimore has the power. Like, there is no coincidences. It is nothing but confirmation that there is no reason why Baltimore cannot succeed. As a matter, I'm just so excited. So to understand, and I want you to feel this sense of empowerment as we usher into the break, because the idea is, okay, we know what we're talking about. Bruce gave great information and gave great confirmation to what I know a lot of you in this room know that already. And y'all have been pounding on the ground and shaking your hands. But Bruce just came up here and gave permission to get radical. So I'm gonna say it again, radical. So while we are enjoying our 15-minute 5, 10, 15-minute coffee break. We want you to return back here because the next panel is going to be off the chain. But again, as you have questions, feedback, criticisms, conflicting thoughts, please use that QR code because we are getting radical, and that can't happen if we don't have those with the most lived experience sitting at the table to create sustainable change. So with that being said, let's go off and be prosperous, shall we? See you back at 10:30.
I'm back.
I love you. We're going to talk later. All right. All right, so we're about to begin. If we could ask everyone, we have an amazing panel and then another amazing conversation, but we can't get to that until we have everyone settled. I hope you had a powerful, empowering coffee break. No one brought me back anything. Thanks for asking. Thank you. Okay.
Baltimore Together is our 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy. Baltimore Together is our 5-year comprehensive economic development strategy, and it's to drive a stronger, more inclusive and equitable economy. There's so many things happening in Baltimore City and in the region. For this initiative, my goal is for Baltimore to reach its full potential, but in a way that we're all proud of.
We have created a business that now gives jobs to 150 families, and it's a great joy to be able to contribute that way. Regardless of who you are, where you come from, the city of Baltimore has been welcoming to many immigrants or many people of color, and that is the great message that I think we have to give today. Baltimore is open for business.
We at M&T have always organized ourselves and described ourselves as a community bank. When you are going to be deeply engaged and involved in a community that is majority, like Baltimore is, you need to show up in a way that the community needs you to show up. That means being where their businesses are, having locations where consumers can come and visit us, and also sponsoring the region's favorite sports team.
One of my favorite parts about the Baltimore entrepreneurial ecosystem is that everyone is so passionate, but also down to earth. In Baltimore, you have this very collaborative feel. Everyone in the business community is fighting for each other and for the city. And that was exactly the type of collaborative environment that we wanted to build our home in. Baltimore is definitely not something that I look at as if we need to come in and save it with business. Like, we are blessed to be here.
If you're trying to solve some of the biggest problems, but you only have the same people at the table, you're not going to formulate new answers. You're not going to come up with innovative solutions. What makes Baltimore so special is our diversity. We do a great job at just showing up, being our authentic selves, and allowing space for other people to be the authentic version of themselves.
To be able to come out in a space and just be authentically you, I think is extremely important. What you see is what you get in Baltimore. You show up however you are in Baltimore, and Baltimore receives you.
We have everything. We have amazing architecture, great sports teams, we have eds, we have mids, employers and employees. What we need is those dots connected. We need to make sure that the jobs available are getting to our local residents. We need to make sure that the resources on hand are applied to things that's building us as a community. I am so excited about this moment, about so much collective, positive momentum, not just about resources, not just about assets, but about our people and figuring out how we work together to make this a great place for all of us.
So I'm going to borrow language from Bruce earlier. When you know who you are and you're doing that on purpose, I don't know if you've noticed, but there are a lot of Baltimoreans and new investors who are not only betting on Baltimore, they are leaning in because they understand that we are asset rich. So to start off this conversation, we have our moderator for this morning, my soror, former mayor of Baltimore City and now president of SRB and Associates, Stephanie Rawlings Blake.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm here. All right. I would like to, I'm going to try to do this from memory, bring to the stage the panelists. I know, are we supposed to sit in any particular order? They didn't give me any instructions. Hey, Augie. All right. What'd you say?
Just make it up.
Listen, that's how I got this far. All right. So, from Horseshoe. I would have to put on my glasses to read your last name, but I remember your first name is Randy.
That's all I have on this, so I'm like Madonna or something. I'm Randy.
That works.
Son of the Horseshoe, as for Randy, that's me.
All right. I'm only doing first names till I put my readers on. It is what it is. April, come on up. Bramble, even though I said I was only doing first names. For some reason, I only call you by your last name. I'm still not sure why, but I'll figure it out eventually. We have Bramble and Marianne. So my soror oversold this when she said it was gonna. You did. It's okay though. But I'm super excited to be here. The last SEDS process was under my administration, and I was so blown away by what I saw with the possibilities. And then to hear the speaker previously see those same possibilities and see the same assets that we have in Baltimore and know what I know, knowing what I know about the people who want the best for the city, I was very pleased to accept Colin's invitation to moderate. So I'm gonna start at the end, and I want Randy Conroy to give me your Twitter version, so a short version of an intro and why you're optimistic about Baltimore, or why you would bet on Baltimore.
So my wife and I came here 3.5 years ago, July 4th, 2019. I looked at an opportunity to run the Horseshoe. We were in Chicago, and we were so excited. This is just a historic city. It's got great resources. I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska. What's Omaha, Nebraska known for? Steaks and Warren Buffett, maybe. Yeah. Baltimore is known for a lot more. I'm excited to be here. We've had a great run despite this pandemic thing. But I'm as excited now after 3.5 years as I was then.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Ms. April Richardson.
So thank you. So I'm April, and apologies for my voice, but I'm getting over a sinus infection. Y'all know how that goes. So I'm an attorney and an entrepreneur and a food manufacturer. And I think what—
And a Baltimore City College graduate.
I was gonna say that, right? 94. So you know, I've been in Baltimore my entire life until I graduated from high school, and I went to University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And when I went to UMES, I realized just how different Baltimore was from the rest of the world. I didn't understand it. I thought that we were special and unique, but I didn't know that the world was bigger. So after I left UMES, I went to law school at GW and grad school in Georgetown, and I stayed in the Washington, D.C. region since then. And I remember when Freddie Gray died, and I was at home in my cozy house in Cheverly watching Baltimore erupt. It was at that moment when I said, I can't just sit here, I have to do more. And I wasn't sure what more meant until I decided to just activate and jump in. So I opened a retail location here called Baked in Baltimore as my way to jump in to create jobs and opportunities in a city that I felt like I was turning my back on. And then in 2020, during the pandemic, Dave Bramble and I had a conversation outside 6 feet apart. And he asked me, why am I not doing more in Baltimore? And I didn't have an answer. So I decided to do more in Baltimore.
You could have just stopped with your City College grad. That would have been enough. I'm just kidding. April's awesome. I mean, we graduated from high school together a long time ago. Anyway, so I'm Dave Bramble. I'm a longtime Baltimore resident. We're real estate investors. The question of why we invest in Baltimore, I think everybody knows at this point, because I think we're really sort of starting to shine the spotlights on all of Baltimore's assets. So that's why.
Good morning. My name is Marianne Gilmartin. I'm the founder and CEO of MAG Partners, a civic placemaker developer from Brooklyn. And I have founded a company after running large mixed-use development companies, founded a company based on the principles that we can create place and beauty and deliver value for not just investors and partners, but for the communities in which we build, and that we should be building by people who look like the communities we build in. And in this business, that's easy to say and harder to do. So for the last 2 years, we have been in Baltimore, looking around, and on May 14th, stepped into Baltimore Peninsula, formerly known as Port Covington, and are working on that master plan development. Very proud and humble to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with, because 3.5 years, and then how long here?
Officially, 6 months, but we've been here 2 years, February, in terms of consulting and being in the market.
So I think the newbies, and just know that unless you were born at one of the local hospitals, you'll always be a newbie, right? We're going to be nice to you, but you're still going to be a newbie unless you can tell us what high school you went to, and it resonate with someone. So just while City is represented, Western is also represented on the stage. Just want to say, whenever there's excellence in the room, you know that there's a Western grad amidst. So, for the Poly's there occasionally. All right. So for the newbies, you could have been anywhere, right? So you have I think the keenest and most up-to-date sense of the investing future, the investment value in Baltimore. Talk about how you came to that decision that it was the place for you in this economic environment across the country. Mary Ann, start?
Yeah, so it always begins with the people, and when you look at the unbelievably diverse and educated workforce here, it's an incredible statistic. I mean, number 3, Maryland, number 3 across the country, across the Acela corridor for diversity and highly educated workforce. It is really a city that deserves love and attention, and its accessibility is extraordinary. And post-pandemic, we looked at the way in which people want to live and work and realized it's so expensive in DC, it's so expensive in New York, and you're thinking about a place where we as a company could go quite easily on the Acela, come back and forth and make an impact. 14 million square feet of entitled land with sponsorship like Kevin Plank, Sagamore Ventures, Goldman Sachs. It just has all of the ingredients of being set up for possibilities. And again, the fundamental assets are there. And so it made a lot of sense to us. And frankly, being from New York, it's a city that we're a country of cities. And we believe in cities, invest in cities, and care about cities. And there was no better city to do our work in than Baltimore.
Thank you.
So 10 years ago, I was just telling you, I saw a YouTube video of when the Horseshoe was announced, and you were front and center there. But the time was to add a lot of jobs, add a lot of tax revenues, economic development, and then build up the area around the Horseshoe as a catalyst for more investment. So I think that we have done a good job on the first 2, but the development around the casino has been a slow process. And so 3 years ago, when I saw that things had started to happen but really hadn't finished, I was attracted to finish off and really make meaningful strides in development around the casino. And I'm proud to say we've done that. So our walk project is the 2 blocks between the casino and M&T Stadium, and you've seen Topgolf. That's the first piece of that puzzle. We have the Paramount Theater, which will be a 4,000-seat concert venue summer of next year, and the other 2 parcels we're actively looking for opportunities there. So, from a near-term perspective, I came here I love building things, and we are doing that. We're actually making things happen. But as I got to know Baltimore a little bit, we are part of a larger regrowth here in Baltimore. So I'm really proud to say that this will be a great entertainment area that the Al Hutchinsons of the world can push out. But just being part of the whole process of Baltimore has really been fulfilling. That's something I didn't know when I got here, but now 3 years later, I'm even more excited to be part of that solution.
Thank you so much for sharing. All right, so to our Baltimoreans, I am sure when you talk about where you decided to invest, where you decided to grow your businesses, you've had to explain that to people who aren't from Baltimore. What do you say?
Mind your business. So I'm in a unique position because I do business in DC and in Prince George's County and in Baltimore City. And I remember when I decided to come into Baltimore, the question was, well, where do I go? Right? Do I go right downtown? Do I go on the west side? Do I go on the east side? And I remember driving through my old neighborhood. I'm a Baltimorean for real. And I hate when people think that because I pronounce T's at the end of my words, I'm not from Baltimore. I grew up on Gwynns Falls Parkway, right? I could see Mondawmin Mall. And I just remember I wanted to go back to what started my entrepreneurship journey, not my legal journey, but my entrepreneurship journey. And it was me sitting on those marble steps as a little girl watching the drug dealers on the corner. And that's how I learned business, at least the ethics or the principles of business, which means have a great product, get up early, protect your inventory, and get great people to work for you. And I learned that technique. And when I decided to come into Baltimore, I could not get out of my head why I needed to be on the west side of Baltimore, because fundamentally that's where I learned business. Now, we're not talking about the product was great, but those lessons that I learned. So I started looking in and around the west side of Baltimore, and I landed over by Ricestown Road Plaza, opening Baked in Baltimore, the retail, and then our manufacturing facility co-located in the same place. One other thing is that I build food halls, and I built the first food hall in Prince George's County and the first Black-owned food hall in the nation. And I thought, why can't we do the same thing in Baltimore? And on West North Avenue, right next to Coppin State University, you guys are getting the first Black food hall, right? That is operated by the majority of Black vendors. And when I got this project, we decided that it would be people who had a direct connection to the west side of Baltimore, because from the west side of Baltimore's perspective, they are often left behind. And that was something that really resonated with me. How is it that the people that live in a certain section of Baltimore always feel left behind? So it became a no-brainer for me, go where no one else is going. And I encourage most of you all, or some of you all, to do the same thing. Go back into your neighborhoods and determine how you can build and how you can get greater impact, because there are opportunities there. You just gotta find it and then commit to it.
Thank you. Rambo?
Similarly, we didn't really grow our investment business in Baltimore. We are in 31 states. We've done deals in 31 states. We manage institutional capital across the United States. So it really is a tough question about why Baltimore. And it's not easy to drag investors to Baltimore who don't really understand what we're doing here. On our first sort of large transaction we wanted to do in Baltimore, which was a Yard 56 project across from Johns Hopkins Bayview, it was a battle to get Prudential, who eventually committed to the equity, to do a $250 million project in the city, because they look at the city and they just see the challenges, but they really didn't fully understand the opportunity. And that's our job. Our job is to paint the opportunity, to show them, to show outside investors, what's here, what's going to support these projects, how are these things going to work. That's one part of our job. But then the other part of our job is to convince ourselves, because a lot of people in Baltimore were often so negative about, oh, this will never happen, and you can't do something in this Black area, it won't work. And that's not just people from outside, that's people in our own neighborhoods who work against some of the things that we're trying to do. And that's why this is so important. And I'm so excited that BDC is doing this and that we're really focusing on this again, because there is a ton of opportunity. You ask why I invest in Baltimore? Listen, I want to make money. I'm not a nonprofit developer. I'm a for-profit developer. I invest in Baltimore because Baltimore is mispriced. Yeah. It's exactly what you were talking about in terms of location, location, location. I just said this at something I was talking at just a couple days ago. Everyone advises you when you're trying to flip a house that you should get the house that's in the worst condition on the best block. That's what Baltimore is, except the block is Washington, D.C. through New York. And our real estate's cheap, and quite frankly, I know that sounds like a negative thing, but our population is small. So the population sort of relative to the institutions we have creates an enormous opportunity. The only thing that's required to actually make it work is this, right? Which is us getting organized and getting focused on how we connect the massive level of opportunity we have, location, institutions, transport, all the things that we have, make sure that we're connecting them to the the folks in the neighborhoods that need access to those things in order to be able to rise. If we connect those dots, the trajectory for the city is amazing. That's why I'm investing, and that's why you all should invest.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So when I was mayor, I would get this one question that would annoy me incessantly, and that's why I'm going to ask you. If you had a magic wand, what one thing would you change or do to create a more vibrant and inclusive economic environment in Baltimore?
So I just want to begin by adding on what you said about the overall climate here. You really have to work in places like New York and DC to understand the slog and how impossible it is in a public-private partnership to achieve anything great. And this sense of just resisting change for the sense of resisting it. And I would say to you that here, it feels people don't want to be disappointed. People want to be included in a conversation. But fundamentally, there's a desire to lift up the city and make it better. And that is not commonplace. And it's really necessary to do something big and aspirational. So I just want to say your city is, every city has its challenges, but the perceptions of Baltimore, outside of Baltimore, in my view, are very different than what you feel when you actually come and spend time here. And so I would say that I certainly feel very committed to this idea of this is a place where one can create impact, positive impact, to the point that this city, a leader and a pioneer in being an intentional impact community. And to my core, I believe that because the fundamentals are there. So that is what I am going to toil away at. It's, my craft is building and making place. That's all I know. But finding this project here with this community to do that will be a great privilege, but it'll be a career high for me and my team to do that. And I think there's work yet to be done, but it feels like the groundwork is there, and I'm very excited about that. But the perception is very different than the reality.
So as far as your magic wand, would that be changing perception?
Yeah, I think, it's kind of trite to say the wire, but I can't tell you how many times you say Baltimore, you hear wire, and it just seems so, again, this for you is probably exhaustingly out of date and inappropriate, but it's crazy. So I think that tackling that misperception is something if you could wave a wand, but then again, maybe I wouldn't have gotten here and had this opportunity, so I'm being a pioneer in that sense. Not really, but it's created an opportunity for me in the company. But I do think that magic wand would go a long way toward just laying bare all of its incredible attributes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say words like energy, optimism, and resiliency. If we could all embrace words like that, which is what I tell my team every day, and just have a path forward, I think that would go a long way. Because 3.5 years in, I've heard the negatives, and I can't stand hearing the negatives anymore, so let's not use those anymore. And it's really just that optimism, but also having a thick skin and knowing that we're going to have some challenges. And it ain't going to be easy, but I think we will get there eventually if we can embrace those.
I think that if I could wave a magic wand, I'd really want two things, which I would focus on, which is I would want a massive focus on economic development that's focused on job creation. I think the problem with a lot of the things that we talk about is there are all kinds of issues, but so many of them we actually can't solve. The one thing we actually can do, because the jobs are already here, right? Like if you just take University of Maryland alone, it's sitting on 8,000 jobs. Most of them, a big chunk of them do not require a college degree, and they're automatic on-ramps into the middle class. The problem that we have, at least from my perception, is that we have just lots of people in West Baltimore and East Baltimore, primarily poor black people, who don't really have access to the jobs, and even if you gave them access to the jobs, they're not prepared for the jobs. I think if we just fix that and raise the lowest common denominator in terms of opportunity, people would be less afraid to do projects like Mary Ann's taking on and projects like April's are taking on. That's really all we need. And I think really that will, then the perception will take care of itself, because as soon as people start coming here and saying, oh wow, there's jobs here, this place is growing, there's economic opportunity, eventually the whole wire perception, which is a real thing and is still bad to this day, I think that would fade away.
So this may be a little controversial, but who cares? I think if I had a magic wand to wave across the city of Baltimore, I would want to see people, individuals, take personal accountability for their lives, right? And when I say personal accountability for their lives, I think that each of us have an innate responsibility to look at how we're showing up. It's in the small things that we do that help to carry the narrative of how our city is. Small things. Stop littering. I happen to see people roll down their windows and they'll toss something out of the windows and they're driving a Mercedes-Benz. Small things, like making sure that when we're talking to our children, we're teaching and we're not screaming, because it is what they hear is what they become. Small things about how we spend our money. Why is it that we have one of the highest spending powers, but yet our money doesn't go back into the city of Baltimore? Buy local, small things, right? Because in order to change the narrative, you got to start with the part that you're writing. We can no longer rely on our politicians because they're in office for 4, maybe 8 years, and we're here for a lifetime. So that means that in our neighborhoods, we have to be more accountable. What is it that we can do to be more accountable? When you see things that are being written about Baltimore, how about write back to these newspapers and write back to these stations and say, well, here's something great going on in my neighborhood. How would I know if your daughter didn't get straight A's at Spelman? That's news. Unfortunately, the news cycle continues to perpetuate that bad things are happening in Baltimore when they haven't knocked on any of your individual doors to say or learn what is happening that is great. So that means that we have to be self-accountable and tell our own stories. We have to speak the great things because great things are happening, and we have to gravitate toward that. And above all, Baltimore has to choose to be kind to people. We have to choose to be kind to ourselves, and that goes a long way, because when you're kind to yourself, it means that you have elevated your self-esteem, and your self-esteem is so elevated, it now means that you are requiring people to give you services that match just how great you are. But until we don't self-correct individually, we're not going to get far. So my one piece of advice to all of us is to take a look at our lives and figure out what is it that we can do differently, whether it's returning back to school to get a certification, whether it's acknowledging that we can do better in our own communities, whether it is whether we are the person that are littering, but it's the small things that start. It's not the massive things, because our politicians can set the stage, but it's really us. We are the drivers for everything. My 2 points.
Wow. I was like, thank God we're recording that, because I am, it wasn't controversial to me at all. I think all of us in our heart know that we have a role to play, and unless we're willing to do that, we can't hold anybody else accountable for getting what we want to see done. But there was a thread that I heard in what you were talking about that reminded me of the CEDS process from years and years ago, and it was about storytelling. And the power of storytelling, the power of telling Baltimore's story. And I asked the question then, which I think, whether, for good or for bad is still relevant. What if everyone who was responsible for telling Baltimore's story decided that they were going to tell the same story? So whether you have Hopkins that is trying to attract students and doctors, University of Maryland, Horseshoe, all of the developers, when you're trying to attract talent, when you're trying to get people to come, all of these institutions are spending ridiculous amounts of money to tell that story. What would happen? Because I know, from my own experience, we can't depend on the media to tell it. What if we did it? So does that resonate with you, that there's a possibility that we get together and tell our own story and that be the same thing?
I want to add to that. This time last year, my bakery, and some of you guys may have heard on television, Baked in Baltimore, we were burglarized, right? We're 2 years in the city. I chose to come into the city, and we get burglarized. And they ransacked everything. They broke our glasses. They came in. They broke our equipment 4 or 5 days before Thanksgiving this time last year. And we lost so much. We lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in inventory and hundreds of thousands of dollars of our time wasted. And when I saw what happened, my first response was a giggle. And they said, well, how is it that you laugh? I said, well, how is it that they think that that's going to stop us from operating in Baltimore City? It doesn't work like that. Because we chose to be here, we're going to be here. But what really, really made the difference, and this is storytelling, is that the day that my bakery was burglarized, and we learned at 6:30 in the morning, people from all over started knocking on our doors, coming in to help. They swept up the glass. They helped us bake. They helped us mix. They helped us put labels on. We had television news stations who came in without their cameras to help us put labels on product. Why? Because as Baltimore, I had no idea that people actually cared about us. I had no idea that people would actually show up for us. And the first woman to show up, she was in a wheelchair, and she knocked on the door and she said, my legs don't work, but my hands and my heart works. And she stayed with us for 3 weeks, doing any and everything that she could do to help us get back on our feet. So those are the stories that we are supposed to share, right? We are not going to keep sharing the story of the burglary. We share the story of exactly how Baltimoreans showed up. Because Baltimoreans said, we want you here, and we are going to show you that we want you here with our money, our hearts, and our hands. So I agree with you when it comes time to telling stories, that we have to start changing that narrative and find the great things that we can talk about, because they're there.
That was powerful. Thank you so much for sharing.
It's amazing. So we started telling a news story, Baltimore Peninsula, last week, and we chose Baltimore Peninsula because we're leveraging all of the assets of Baltimore, and it is a peninsula, so it's authentically a piece of land surrounded by water. But in doing that, we're really honoring the voices that have been there for far longer than we have. The Weller organization that has put $134 million of contracts to minority and women-owned businesses since the project began, to Good for Wood, Conscious Ventures, City of Refuge. These are people who've been on the peninsula, and they've been doing amazing things, creating impact. And we want to tell their story, and we want to tell it loud and clearly, and we want more stories to be created on the peninsula. But I think it is really about storytelling, because that's what we do. We tell the stories to the people we want to attract to Baltimore Peninsula, and we tell the stories to the investors whose money we need to build Baltimore Peninsula. And so it's very rich storytelling, but it has to be done, because without the story, there's no underpinning for the effort. And there's just some amazing stories in Baltimore.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that there's some great things going on here. We just need to say that better. But I think I was watching the speaker before talking about Indianapolis, I think it was, how there was a concerted effort, everyone coming together in this global group that, made intentional decisions. I think that's where, I'd love to see a little bit more of that in the city. I think we're all doing cool things, but we're all kind of doing it by ourselves. And I'm not so sure how what I'm doing at the Walk, how that plays a part. I know it does, but it's kind of one-offs, it seems like. So if we can be a little more coordinated, I'm not sure how, I think this is a great forum to do that. But just figuring those things out and how we each play our part in the overall path to success.
All right, Bramble, I'm trying to read your face.
Oh, no. I thought those were all very good comments. I think that what you said, I think, is actually critical. It is the piece that's missing is coordination. We do a lot of what I call sprinkling a little thing here, sprinkle a little thing there, and it really just all gets, it's great. They are cool stories in and of themselves, but to move the needle, considering how far behind we are, particularly in West Baltimore and East Baltimore. I mean, we are so far behind. If you visit any of these neighborhoods, they could be confused with, like what Beirut looked like in the 90s when it's terrible. And it's embarrassing because at the same time, we've got all this stuff that's so terrible. We have all of this opportunity. It's really frustrating. And I do think that the key is exactly what you said, is get the large stakeholders in a room and agree, these are the things we're going to do. This is the timeline we're going to do them on, and get everybody talking, singing from the same sheet of music. Now we have to be realistic. The whole city isn't going to be fixed with the magic wand, but you do need one big coordinated strategy. We're going to attack these things in this way and be intentional about it, and here's the timeline. And it's what's frustrating about it, but also exciting, is that it is totally 100% doable. And that's why, you look around the room, there's a lot of people who want to see that happen. And I think for the first time in my life, I've lived in Baltimore, forever, and first time in my life, I actually see people getting ready to do that. Like, I actually am getting called into a meeting, and there's, institutional representation saying, how do we plan this? And not just saying, how do we plan this, but hey, who else needs to be in the room so that we get it right? And I've never seen that before. I tell you, been doing this a long time, I have never seen this level of interest and coordinated effort before. And I think it's something we can all be excited about. And I think it's, I think we can make this happen. I feel pretty confident about it, and I think your investors probably do too, and I think April feels this, and I think you guys, I just sense that now's the time. And it's not, again, about waiting for political leadership. I think it's the business community and the local communities who are just saying, we're done. This is how we're gonna do it. You get on the train or you're getting left behind. So I think we're there.
Perfect. All right, so thank you. So as we are winding down, we all got the same invitation to be here. And I know that when I accepted, there was a reason why. It was because I remain optimistic about Baltimore's future, and I was looking forward to spending some time with people who are doing the work right now. So that was my why. So I will ask, was there a why to why you wanted to participate in this conversation? And what have you left on the table that you need to communicate to this group?
Well, I'll start if I may. So why am I here? Colin asked me like Friday night because someone else canceled, I think. I gotta be honest with you. But honestly, this conversation, I'm so happy that I'm actually here because, it's exactly what I hoped would come out of this, is just everyone kind of is talking the same way, feeling the same way. And if we can all get together and that coordination that Dave is talking about, that's exactly why it's so important to be here. And I agree, I really respect politicians. It's got to be a tough job, both here and in Annapolis, but it's led by the business community. We have to play our part and understand what our part is and then go after it. That's why I'm here.
April?
Sure. Why is because I knew that we would have a captive audience that was here to listen. Why? Because we knew that the people that signed up wanted to be in the room. And why is because the people that signed up that want to be in the room are people that will be instrumental with moving Baltimore forward. So I do hope that at least someone out there is listening and can take some of this information back to their organizations or at home and do something about it. But also, because I have made a commitment to develop in Baltimore and to grow Baltimore, I'm hoping that some of the secrets to unlocking the city, understanding where the finances are, understanding where the partners are, understanding where the hidden funds are for the other developers that have always been given, but not to me. I'm hoping that the people in this room will be able to help me, help Baltimore, help us.
I don't think it's a secret, right? We're making major investments in the city. And for those investments to be successful, and we're long-term players on our city investments, the city has to elevate itself. And that's not up to any magic sauce that's going to get sprinkled on us from above. It's up to us. And so I'm here hopefully to encourage everybody to have a sense of optimism, not purely out of a sense of hope. I mean, hope's great, but it's not a plan. I think we have a sense of optimism because we have all this opportunity here, and it's really ours to grab. So I want to stoke that as much as I possibly can, and I want people to buy into it, and I want people to understand, you know, maybe don't do it out of a sense of altruism, but you could certainly do it out of a sense of enlightened self-interest. And that's what we need to focus on.
Well, as a newbie, I'm here to learn. I'm a student of Baltimore, and I'm here to learn and to meet as many people as possible. That's the first reason. There are three reasons. The second reason is because we intend to show up, and I'm here to show up, and that's really important, and committed to showing up. And number three, Baltimore Peninsula is telling a story, and we want to invite the curious, the conscientious, and the passionate to come to Baltimore Peninsula and find something there for themselves. And that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. So they did not give me any instructions. So I'm assuming that we've left a minute or two for a question or two, or no? No?
People can submit questions.
Okay. It wasn't up to me.
Take one or two.
All right, one or two questions. Anyone?
Mic over there, right? There's a mic right there next to where you're standing, sir.
Yep, right there.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for your time. When we're talking about connecting Baltimore and Baltimore's future, could each of you speak to how you're purposely making it a part of your work to reach out to like local branding initiatives to connect with that entrepreneur who's on the ground, whether that's to help them develop into their first space, to be a part of the local branding of what products made here are, or provide economic opportunity to people who are already here doing great things.
Anyone want to jump at that?
I'll start. I mean, I think it's Caesars Entertainment, the Horseshoe. It's certainly one of our values is diversity and inclusion. And what do we mean by that? It's finding those opportunities. So every year, at least we do at least 2 different community outreaches to find vendors. I found a vendor today, by the way. We're going to buy pies from her, that's for sure. But it's part of an overall program we have within Caesars. We have some pretty robust diversity goals as far as our vendor spend, and we achieve those every year, and we're always looking for more opportunities. Part of that is education, how to do business with a casino, and it's somewhat difficult given the regulatory environment, but getting people pushed through that process to find those opportunities. Once you get in with one casino, by the way, all of Maryland casinos work together because we all want to have the same goals of trying to find diverse vendors. And then once you get in with the state of Maryland, if you're large enough, you can scale them nationally. So it's something we do every year, at least a couple times a year, to find those opportunities.
As for Baltimore Peninsula, I would say that the goals of hiring local minority and women-owned businesses have been far exceeded by the Weller Group, and that we will carry that on. But the number is high as 35% for minority organizations locally and 13% for women, which is that's an extraordinary number to have double-digit participation by women. And then Baltimore Peninsula has a $135 million community benefits agreement. I've seen a lot of CBAs. Rarely are they backed with that type of financial might. $21 million has already been deployed, and it's the real deal. And through that, we have an ongoing commitment to invest in local companies and to create job opportunities.
Thank you. So I'm going to give us an opportunity to get one more question in, and then I will turn it over. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you all. The only thing I've heard so far about education was about City and Western. I think Polly down there. Any Lake Clifton Lakers in the house? All right, Lake Clifton. Okay. The reason I'm mentioning that is because I heard a lot of great ideas, talked about a lot of great things, but we have not talked about the plan to educate our youth or our young residents to prepare them for this exciting change. and it feels like it's not really on the forefront, and I feel like it should be. Am I wrong in that? Should it be on the forefront? How do we address that issue?
So, a couple things. So, I like to work in a lane where I am an expert, right? So you would never hear me try and come up with a plan that would affect children when it comes to just a traditional type of education. But I agree with you that the education part of it has to be at the forefront. But when we talk about education, education spans, it's such an expansive word. For example, the food hall that we have, I develop an incubator program for women and the minorities that are entering into that program. So the educational part for them is learning the legal aspects of running their company, the accounting processes, the food costing processes. So education is embedded in to anything that I touch. And it may not be in the formal sense, because I don't think that formal sense of education works. I think that on the job, hands-on, and learning as people go is a more effective way to get education. And also on all of the projects that I touch, whether it's a legal project, whether it's a real estate development project, we have interns, and they are starting with us from start to end, because again, that is another creative way that you get to teach people, and not just in the standard way of teaching children or adults in an educational standing. So I agree with you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to dive into that? Nope. So I want to thank you all for, I think, enlightening and enriched my life to hear what you have to say about the future of Baltimore. I wish you all the best, and thank you for spending time sharing with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing job. Please, let's keep another round of applause, please. I'm proud of you. Amazing. Now, please do not leave, okay? We're going to switch the chairs. Amazing job. Thank you so much. We're going to switch the chairs, so no one part. First, can we just take a moment to show appreciation for honesty? Really appreciated your question. If we are not willing to ask the burning questions, if we're not willing to pull people to the side, then we're not going to get this great Baltimore that we know that we all deserve. It is not lost on me that when Colin gave me a call, it was actually, was anyone, in 2017, how many people were in this same theater when Southwest Magazine named Baltimore, the city that you don't want to miss? Anyone? So what's funny is, you were there, of course you were. To understand that one of the narratives that I've always been pushing is based on an African proverb. Until the lion learns to speak, every and all stories will glorify the hunter. Now, when we think about Baltimore, this is a city of lions, and we need to understand that there is no place for old narratives in a new day. So if we are not willing to put forth, and I loved how David put it, hope. I'm the most hopeful, positive person you will ever come in contact with. But hope without a plan is moot. And Baltimore deserves more. We're going to start this powerful conversation up next, because we now understand that if Baltimore doesn't succeed, Maryland doesn't succeed. If we are not willing to get that radical collaboration, then we're going to continue to sit in the silos that have kept us beyond the finishing line that Baltimore should have crossed a long time ago, but it's going to happen starting now. So to usher us into this next conversation, we're going to hear from Councilman Eric Costello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone today to kick off this next conversation. I want to start off by thanking Colin Tarbert, Kim Clark, the entire team at Baltimore Development Corporation for really digging in over the past couple of years as they transition the comprehensive economic development strategy for our city, Baltimore Together. This is the result of really doing a lot of hard work throughout the middle of a pandemic, a very robust process that was beyond inclusive to make sure that voices from all across our entire city were heard in this process as we think about how to move the city forward from an economic development perspective. So coming up next for this fireside chat, I think they're coming in a minute. First off is Colin Tarbert, who I think virtually everyone in this room knows, President and CEO of Baltimore Development Corporation, has just been doing a fantastic job at BDC and has spent a lot of his time recently, as I mentioned, over the past 2 years working on the SEDS and Baltimore Together plan. Also joining us today is Governor-elect Wes Moore. I cannot tell you how incredibly excited I am about the opportunity for Governor-elect Moore and his administration to work together with Colin and the team at BDC. The success of the city of Baltimore is intricately tied to the success of the state of Maryland and vice versa. And when we think about the campaign, frankly, the historic campaign that Governor-elect Moore and Lieutenant Governor-elect Aruna Miller just ran, one of the core tenets of that campaign was work, wages, and wealth, right? And work is about making sure that everyone has an opportunity to be able to work, an honest day's work, and be able to provide for their family, right? And the wages piece is to make sure that folks are compensated for that work in a way that respects the dignity of that work. And finally, wealth provides the opportunity to create wealth not only for you, but your family and for your community moving forward. So it's a really exciting time in Baltimore when we think about Governor-elect Moore and the mission and the vision that he's going to bring to the state of Maryland and the incredible work that Colin Tarbert and the entire team at BDC has been doing with our mayor and the administration in the city. So I think with that,
You're doing a fantastic job. There's a lot of people who want to talk to the governor-elect on the way down the
all right, I guess I'm on the fly here. I'm going to have to keep.
You know, let me double.
Thank you, Dion.
All right.
Thank you.
So, you know, come on, let's keep the seats warm.
Yeah.
Come on, you know.
All right.
Impromptu. So, Eric, you've heard the conversations that have been happening over the course of the day.
Yep.
If you had a magic wand that you could wave to address one thing that's pressing to you in Baltimore, what would that be?
Well, first, I think it's important to know everyone in this room knows Mayor Stephanie Rawlings-Blake, and it was great to have Mayor Rawlings-Blake here today because she talked about that optimism for Baltimore, and I think that's something that everyone in this room can relate to. Some of what David Bramble said really struck home, right, about the city stepping up and creating opportunity for everyone in all corners of the city, and I think that's something that we need to remain very focused on.
Are you hopeful as I am, about the new relationship, the new dynamic that will come as a result of our governor-elect? What do you see for that? What possibilities or opportunities would you expect from this administration and this new day for Baltimore?
I am incredibly optimistic, as I think most of us in this room are, when I think about that historic campaign and what the message really focused on, the need to leave no one behind in our state. And really for me, a lot of the work that I've focused on the past 8 years has been around economic development. And when I think about how we do that the right way, how we do that in an equitable way, where we're touching everyone across our city and across our state, I really do firmly believe and have since the beginning that the core tenets of that are work, wages, and wealth, and making sure that we're providing those opportunities to everyone.
I'm not sure if during the pandemic you stayed tuned for Eric Shalonda Stokes and Eric Costello did, what were they called? They were like every Tuesday, what were they called?
Downtown Download.
Downtown Download. Has anyone ever chimed in to listen to a Downtown Download? Okay. So what I wanted to ask you, based on that, it seemed as though we're using these words intention, doing things with purpose. What have you seen with different programs that have come as a result of the pandemic with this whole intention and doing things on purpose? Can you give examples of how that has come to play in Baltimore?
Well, first, let me say that every piece of applause we just received and everyone who raised their hand, that is because of my incredibly dynamic co-host and partner in this work, Shalonda Stokes, president of Downtown Partnership. I think that that programming really gave us an opportunity to dig deeper during the pandemic, during a very difficult time for everyone, and to think about all the incredible things that we have in our city, whether it's we had the Orioles on, we had the Ravens on, we had the hospitality industry, hoteliers, we had some of our incredible world-class arts and cultural institutions that we have in the city, and we were able to celebrate the work that they do, but also learn about the challenges that they were experiencing, especially in the middle of the pandemic, and how they were working together as a community to really overcome those challenges.
So I think people are pretty much done listening to us.
I think that's right.
I think so. So I'm going to step down and let you do the official bringing onto the stage.
All right. I think I already said everything I was supposed to say, but again, incredibly excited to be here today with Dion and all of you to introduce our next segment. It's going to be a fireside chat. CEO and President of Baltimore Development Corporation, Collins Harbert, and Governor-elect Wes Moore.
Look at this beautiful place. Hey, everybody.
Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you, Governor-elect
It's my joy.
Moore, for being here. We're so excited. I assume that standing ovation was for me, but maybe it was for us.
Yes.
A lot of anticipation for today's conversation. So first of all, congratulations to you.
I'm excited, and not only am I very grateful and humbled. Congratulations and thank you to all of you. Because it is not lost on me, nor will it be lost on me for the next 8 years, why I am in that seat. It is not lost on me. And it was, and if you see so much of what we talked about on the campaign trail, so much of the conversation we had with people for the, for really the past year and a half with the entire state of Maryland, is there can be and there will be a level setting of the relationship between Baltimore and the Baltimore region and the rest of the state. I am unapologetic about it and I'm clear about it. And so I'm very, very excited to be here with you all. And again, thank you for the vote of confidence. It means the world to me. It really does.
Great. Well, let's jump into a couple questions here. So you just talked about the relationship with Baltimore City. Can you tell us a little bit about your personal relationship with the city, and then talk about Baltimore's economy and how that's going to play into your success as governor and also the growth of Maryland?
Yeah. So the Baltimore story for me, it's a very personal one, because I like to say that I'm not a Baltimorean by birth. I'm a Baltimorean by choice. And it really started. I was born down in Tacoma Park, but we moved around a lot when I was young, and that was because of tragedy, where my father died in front of me when I was 3 years old, and my mother struggled with it, where instantaneously and unexpectedly, she then became an immigrant to this country who is now a widow with 3 children that she was going to raise on her own. And that was not the life that she prepared for or expected. She sought refuge from the place that she knew best to seek refuge from, which was her parents, my grandparents. My grandfather was a minister in the South Bronx in New York. My grandmother was a school teacher for close to 40 years in the South Bronx. Both of them immigrated. My grandmother immigrated from Cuba and Jamaica. My grandfather came over here when he was young. And the thing that I was always taken by that entire process was I never really understood a place called home until Baltimore, where, Baltimore was the first place that I felt actually helped to take us in, where my mother didn't get her first job that gave her benefits until I was 14 years old. She didn't get her first job that paid her where she could work one job instead of multiple jobs. That job was here at the Annie E. Casey Foundation. And it was at that moment that she didn't just find a measure of stability, our entire family did. And so from that point on, literally from that age, that's when I knew that I also found a place that actually accepted me for who I am. And so I have been a Baltimorean ever since. I'm very proud of the fact to be a Baltimorean, and I'm proud of the fact that we are going to have a Baltimorean heading to Annapolis. And but it's also deeper than that, because I also understand that Maryland cannot achieve what Maryland needs to achieve if Baltimore doesn't. And I don't just say that because I'm a homer. Right, I don't say that because, of course you say that, you're a Baltimorean, yeah, but also I'm very good at math. This is a math equation. And the reason that I'm so excited about where the state of Maryland is going to go over this next decade is because I am so hopeful and excited about what we are actually going to get done in partnership in Baltimore. Name a single state in this country that is clicking on all cylinders, right? But the state's largest city is not. The answer is there is none, right? And I know this because, again, I've done the research on this. I'm a very data-driven leader. I like the details of this stuff. There is not one. If you look at what's happened in Detroit over the last 12 years, and the measure of a relative economic renaissance that we've seen within Detroit, one of the things that's also really important to note is that the core beneficiary of that has been Michigan. Michigan has actually outpaced other states in terms of GDP growth and economic vitality during that same period. But if you disaggregate the numbers in Michigan, a core part of that is because Detroit has gone from where it was 12 years ago to where it is right now. You look at the same thing with Atlanta over the past 30 years, where Atlanta went from being a sleepy commuter town to now literally rivaling Hollywood as the entertainment capital of this country. Who's benefited most from that? Georgia. If you look at Pittsburgh and what Pittsburgh is doing right now, Pittsburgh is on fire right now. Google has moved its entire autonomous vehicle fleet to Pittsburgh because they're leveraging Carnegie Mellon, because they're leveraging Pitt. Who has been the core beneficiary of that? Pennsylvania. And so part of the thing that we have to do, and part of where I'm so excited about the idea of being able to build with Baltimore, it's not just because Baltimore is personal, but it's because if we want Maryland to do what Maryland can do, it means that Baltimore and the Baltimore region must help to lead the charge. And that takes partnership that I'm excited to be able to try to bring to Baltimore with this next phase.
So can you talk a little bit more about that? People have been asking you for the last year or 2 years, what are you going to do for them? I guess my question to you is, if Baltimore is critical to the success of the state, what can we do for the state? How can we move forward in a way that promotes success, not just here in Baltimore City, but for the region and the state?
Well, I think part of what also has to happen, there needs to be a change in psychology, where I think that Baltimore in many ways has just felt so beaten down and beaten on for so long. And I think what's also then happened is we've gotten to this measure of siloed thinking about how we are going to advance how we're going to advance as a community, how we're going to advance as a state, where it's like, well, what does the private sector do? What does philanthropy do? What does government agencies do? What is all this? And then so there needs to be that measure of collaboration that we haven't gotten right yet as a city, and we have not gotten right yet as a region. And when I think about how we have to think about all of our work and the collaboration of all of our work, I was telling the team earlier, I kind of look at this almost like it's 5-year-old soccer, right? There are no plays. Everyone just runs to the ball, right? We've got to make this place the ball. We've got to make this place the place that people know they're going to come and innovate and grow and thrive. And so there's certain things that we're going to have to do in partnership, and there's certain basic infrastructure measures that I know the state has to be a better partner on. And that includes some basics, things like we've got to make sure we're prioritizing public safety. We get that, we understand that, we know that, but we've got to take that seriously. And there's no higher priority for any chief executive than make sure that communities are safe. If people are not safe, they will not stay. If people do not feel safe, they will not come. And there are core things that the state can take a unique measurement of leadership and accountability on for ensuring that that does become real. That there are certain things that the state has a unique opportunity to invest in, things like transportation and infrastructure. You know, I still believe to this day, and this is not a political statement, the measure of disinvestment that is taking place in transportation infrastructure within Baltimore for so long has been absolutely, forget disheartening, it's been disqualifiable. It's been disqualifiable. Because you can't have economic mobility if there's no physical mobility. You can't be able to say, what are we doing to actually provide opportunities to people, move people to opportunities, when it can still take over an hour and a half for a person to get from Mondawmin to Fells Point, right? Where I can almost walk faster, right? So there are certain things that we have to come up with this measure of creative infrastructure and partnerships. But also, it does mean how are we thinking uniquely about how those partnerships actually work together? Where it is not just about how can, we have a tremendous philanthropic community in the city of Baltimore and in the Baltimore region. How much of that is actually coordinated? How much of it is actually synced? And one thing I know as a person who ran a very large anti-poverty organization, philanthropic organization, there is nothing that I looked for more or enjoyed more than leveraged capital. Let's create the leveraged capital opportunities for philanthropy to be able to get involved. I say the same thing for CSR and our corporate partners, where people want leveraged capital. But there needs to be a measure of leadership and focus and a direction and an azimuth in order for people to understand what does leveraged capital actually look like. And then how do we come up with the largest societal return on that investment? So the thing that I would just continue to ask of people is to say, as a state, we plan on moving differently. We plan on thinking differently. And the thing that I would ask is that for all of our partners, philanthropy, nonprofits, corporate partners, et cetera, I ask that you all do the same. And it's time for us to think about new partnerships, new ways, new syncs, new coordinations that can actually get us to a better place where we don't find ourselves just consistently marking time and wondering why.
So you talked about some of the issues that we face, public transportation being a key one, public safety. What do you think that we're doing right in Baltimore, and how do you think that might influence the state generally?
There is so much that we're doing right in Baltimore. And one thing I always say about Baltimore, I refuse to let the things that are not going well dim my optimism from the things that are going right already, right? And we need to tell that story too. We need to make sure that people understand, not just outside of Baltimore, I'm talking within Baltimore. People need to know the good things and the natural assets that we have going on. The first natural asset, let's be very clear, are our people. That the people of Baltimore that is our greatest natural asset. We are gritty, we are hard charging, we do not give up. And we take care of each other. There's a pride in folks have of being a Baltimorean. And I think that's something that we have to understand, that is going to be our greatest leverage point. But we also have to see the people who are willing to invest, that are already willing to invest and make good things happen. I mean, we're looking at Baltimore. We're talking about the home of the new Lexington Market, right? We're talking about the home of what we're going to do in terms of our build, in terms of the Howard Street Tunnel, what we're going to have in terms of the Port of Baltimore. The fact that we have not just top universities in the country here in the city of Baltimore, in the Baltimore region, we've got 2 of the top HBCUs in America here in Baltimore. So it's like, but if we aren't finding ways of being able to both tell that story and leverage those assets, then they're just individual assets that are doing individual things. And so, I think that when we talk about the greatness of Baltimore, we want to be unapologetic to the rest of the state, to the region, and to this country about where this is going to be the place that people want to come and grow and invest and build. I say that, I know that as I'm going around the state, I'm very clear, this is going to be Maryland's decade, period. This is going to be Maryland's decade. And part of that is going to be because this is going to be Baltimore's decade, where we're about to take this state on an 8-year roadshow. I'm selling this place everywhere. And I'm very clear, and I said, I want the other governors to like me, I guess. But I need them to know this, that every time I go to one of their states, I'm bringing 3 businesses back with me, unapologetically, because there's never a reason for this state, there's never a reason for this state, there's never a reason for this city not to become, there's no reason why this should not become the capital of cyber. Think about the natural assets that we have here and why we're not leveraging that. There's no reason for this state, this region, to not become the capital of life sciences. Or tech, right? Or manufacturing. Name a single industry that is a growth industry that we are seeing that we are not uniquely placed to be able to leverage and grow and win. But it takes intentionality. And that type of intentionality and the fact that we have these natural assets here is something that we want to push. Right now, we're asset rich and we're strategy poor. And that's something that we can be intentional about going about the process of fixing.
Now, when you bring those 3 businesses back, make sure they come to Baltimore City, okay?
That's right. That's right. And that we have the infrastructure to be prepared for them. Because that, and this goes back to, and I'm sorry it keeps on coming back to infrastructure, but this goes back to the point that we're making before, right? Where we're looking at the city of Baltimore. We're talking about a city that was upwards of 950,000 people. Now we're, just cusping under 600,000. The challenge is that, we can go through a process of being able to build, we can go through the process of being able to recruit and bring more people on board. I know I saw the former Mayor Rollins Blake here earlier, and that was a core part and a core focus of her administration, and she was right? That we have to be able to grow, and we have to make sure we have the infrastructure that's prepared for the growth. And that includes everything from how we're thinking about affordable housing. The fact is we have to address this issue of housing in the city of Baltimore. And again, I'm not just talking about the fact that we have affordability issues. It's also talking about the fact that we still have over 15,000 vacant homes. If you include brownfields, it's over 30,000. Right? It includes the fact that when we're talking about infrastructure and the basic infrastructure transportation needs that we need for people to be able to come and grow and thrive, and frankly, one of the first questions that CEOs ask when they're looking to relocate, we don't have either the public infrastructure, the public transit infrastructure, nor the basic things of like fixing the JFX, right? So there's things that we've got to start thinking really productively and coordinated about to make sure that we're prepared for the growth that we will expect in Baltimore over this next decade.
And a lot of the issues you're raising don't happen in a silo. They don't happen within the city's jurisdiction borders. Yeah. So one question that I have for you, and a request maybe to help us, is around regional collaboration. I think sometimes the city stays in its box, the counties kind of stay out of the city. But in order to fix the issues that you're going to fix at the state level, we have to work together. So how do you think that Baltimore City can play a role in that and the surrounding counties?
Yeah, I think that there's a few things that I know we have to think through and prioritize. One is some of the structures that we have. For example, the things like having a regional transportation authority, because take the Red Line for example, right? People talk about the Red Line like that's Baltimore City. It's not. If you look at some of the core beneficiaries of what's going to happen and where, not just in terms of where the line extends, but also who are the core beneficiaries of it, it's also a Baltimore County conversation as well. When we're talking about other transportation assets, whether you're talking about market expansion and making sure that we can both increase both accessibility, increase reliability, and increase speed, that's not just a Baltimore conversation. That's something that will involve everything from Anne Arundel County, it'll involve Montgomery County, it'll involve Washington, D.C. So there has to be that conversation about what is regional partnership. What does that mean? What does that look like? Now, there's a few things that I think are going to be important when it comes to having that conversation about regional cooperation. One, regional cooperation can and will be done on the local levels, so i.e. mayors, city council, all that kind of thing, county councils for other jurisdictions, county executives. But the state also can play a really important convener role in that. This cannot happen in isolation of the state. It needs to happen in cooperation with the state. Because it's not just about resources. There's a very specific and unique bully pulpit that I know we bring to this role that we plan on using when it comes to that level of regional cooperation. The second thing, though, is this, is that for so many of the infrastructures and some of the bills that we're talking about, it's not just going to be about local resources, and it's not even just about state resources. It's federal. It's private sector. It's nonprofit, it's philanthropy, and there is a unique place to be able to leverage all of those sectors. That's the state. And so as we're talking about these unique bills that need to take place when it comes to a regional cooperation, regional alliances, the state is going to have a unique power in that conversation that local jurisdictions, while important, they're not going to be the largest leverage point. That's the state. And so it is something that we have to got to be thoughtful about and make sure we're wielding that potency correctly.
In talking about the city's relationship with the state, the General Assembly is investing hundreds of millions of dollars in the city. We've got large projects, the Inner Harbor and Harbor Place, downtown, Pimlico, State Center. Yep. I know it's sort of one governor at a time, but what are your sort of thoughts on how your administration is going to show up in terms of those projects with the city?
Yeah. So I think there's a one thing that people will see very quickly is that when I talk about the directions and the instructions for our team, we don't do anything without cooperation. It's and it's not just because it sounds good, it's because I don't like doing things that don't work. Right? And the only way for this actually to work is going to be with that measurement of cooperation. Now we're going to be very clear. There are certain things that we're going to be able to get done where what I'm seeking is partnership, but I don't have to seek permission. Right? There are certain things that the power of the governor and the governor's office, where there are executive orders, there are things that you can just get done. And while you're going to do it in partnership with jurisdictions, our federal partners, the General Assembly, again, what you seek is partnership, but you don't have to seek permission. Now, there are certain things that we are going to have to get done where I need permission. Right? I need bills passed. I need to make sure that local jurisdictions are fully involved and fully engaged in it. I need to make sure that for basic alterations in certain capital allocations about this idea when we say we are going to make our state both more competitive and more equitable, and that's not a choice, we are going to do both. There are certain aspects of that you will have to be able to work. You're working in very close coordination with the state legislature on those things. And that process, I'm thankful to say, has already begun. Where we've made some of our first selections that we have, both in terms of the transition teams that we have, and I think I saw one of our co-chairs for the transition team, Shalana Stokes, who's sitting right here, one of the co-chairs of the Moore Miller transition team, and thank you for your leadership for saying yes. That we've already made. I think, when we say that we are going to build a state government that looks like the state of Maryland, and that we are going to, when people look up at our administration, from our cabinet secretaries to our agency heads, I want people to look at this administration and say, I see myself in that administration. And I think even in the first moves that we have made that have shown what that looks like, selecting Fagan Harris as the chief of staff for the Moore Miller administration. I know many people here are very familiar with Fagan. I'm incredibly excited to work with him. Selecting Tisha Edwards as our next appointment secretary. Being able to select Eric Lutke as our chief legislative officer. And the reason I bring that up is we have already begun the work. We've already begun that process, where literally we are already meeting with the Speaker of the House, with the Senate President, with committee heads, to say that we need to make sure that as we're going into Annapolis in January, we are going to have a very coordinated strategy, that we are going to have a strategy that we are going to move quickly, we're going to move fast, that we are going to change the relationship that we have with the legislature, where, again, just truthfully, we're going to come out of an era where the state legislature is putting together bills, not wondering if they have enough votes for passage, but wondering, do they have enough votes for veto overrides? Those days are coming to an end. because we've got to start moving in partnership with our legislature to ensure that we're actually creating mechanisms where we can go about doing the people's business and going about moving at a certain speed and a certain urgency that I think last Tuesday showed that folks are ready for.
It feels like a moment. We said that earlier. And I've said if we can't fix it in the next 4 years, maybe 8 years, we're not gonna fix it. And there's so much momentum and so much energy right now. I have to bring up the R word, recession. All of this energy, all of this funding, what happens if we have a recession? And as part of that, in terms of inclusivity, we know that the recession typically hits hardest Black and brown communities. Are you thinking about that as you become governor?
Very much so. And oftentimes you'll see that recessions and economic downturns hit Black and brown communities because Black and brown communities have often been hit, they don't get the same level of boom, but they get a disproportionate level of the bust, right? That's structures. And so we actually have to think about that going into about how are we actually changing structures so that does not have to repeatedly become the case. And you're absolutely right. I mean, there's a very real potential of some significant economic headwinds headed our way. I was just recently looking at a report that 90% of CEOs anticipate that we will have some form of recession within the first 3 quarters of next year. If not, 40% believe that we're actually already in one right now. There's just a tail indicator for an understanding of it. And so while it is something that we are thinking very heavily about, it's something that I've spent a lot of time on even before the decision to run for governor on these issues about how exactly can we have economic growth. The strategy about ways we're going to deal with that is still not going to change. We launched this campaign close to 2 years ago now on the idea that this was all about economics. It's about work, wages, and wealth. How are you creating pathways for work, wages, and wealth for all families and not just some? And so the way we are going to move forward with our economic philosophy and economic strategies is going to be exactly the same, even if we know that there could be a measure of economic pullback. So when we're talking about work, that means we have got to get people back into the workforce. That the best way of dealing with any type of recessionary pressure, the best way of dealing with any type of inflationary pressure that we continue to see is you've got to get people back into the workforce, and that includes things like investing in job retraining and job reskilling platforms. Where right now in the state of Maryland, we have 2 available jobs for every single person filing for unemployment. And people say, well, how does that make sense? It makes sense because we actually have a dynamic economy in the state of Maryland, and one that because of the assets that we're leveraging, as everyone said, the eds, the feds, and the meds, there's a measure of resilience that our economy has. The problem is we're not preparing people to participate in it. So we've got to make sure that we're focusing on things like the job retraining and the job reskilling, ensuring that we are going to invest in things like apprenticeship programs and trade programs, where in my opinion, we swung this pendulum far too swift in one direction when we started doing things like evaluating high schools exclusively based on 4-year college acceptance rates. That's not the path for every student. It wasn't my path. So how do we rethink our education system that's actually preparing people for the type of economy that's going to be durable and dynamic, especially when we know there could be economic pullback that we're going to see? That we are going to focus on things like wages. And again, we have done enough work, enough research on this. We have got to address the situation where we have people who are working jobs, in some cases multiple jobs, and still living at or below a poverty line. The ALICE population that we talk about, the people who are asset limited, income constrained, and employed. So that means we have to actually incentivize work by making sure that people are getting paid a fair wage for the work that they are doing, and knowing that even for our small businesses, that we'll be working in partnership with our small businesses to ensure that that can actually happen. And that we have to focus on an ownership society. One of the best ways that you can deal with increased pressure, recessionary pressure, inflationary pressure, costs for a lot of people is making sure that we're actually creating an ownership society. A society where people have a chance to own more than they owe. A society where people have a chance to pass off something to their children besides debt, right? This is macroeconomics. So if we can address those things, knowing that there's going to be measures of inflationary pressure, knowing that we have to be able to leverage the unique assets that Maryland has and the unique industries that Maryland has, many of the ones that I spoke about before, we'll be able to withstand that. But it means we've got to be intentional. It means we have to be able to focus on the things that make Maryland so unique in terms of our economic growth prospects. And it means we actually have to create an economy where there's a chance for participation in that economy and not leaving so many people out of that equation. To keep our economy going, we need more people actually participating in the economy.
Great. So the last question for you, we'll pivot a little bit. You talked a little bit about your own pathway. You've had lots of different roles in government, nonprofit, but you have never been an elected official. Yeah. So what excites you and maybe what scares you?
Nothing scares me. I think the thing that excites me is I've been working on these issues for my entire adult life. You know, I knew from a young age that I was going to devote the rest of my life to public service. And I knew I was going to devote the rest of my life to public service because, especially after the things that I saw and you know, so much of my life and so much of my childhood was watching how policies don't work for people, right? Where, again, I lost my father when I was young because he didn't get the health care he needed. His death was avoidable. You know, I had handcuffs on my wrist when I was 11 years old. 11. That my mother didn't get her first job that gave her benefits until I was 14. I've seen this. And as I explain to people, you know, I don't need a white paper to explain it. Right? And I knew from a young age I was going to devote the rest of my life to public service because I was going to devote the rest of my life for fighting for people like my mom. And for fighting for people like my dad. And I've been working on these issues, whether it is about educational supports in early childhood. One of the reasons why we are so bullish and we are so excited about the fact that we are going to, in the state of Maryland, invest in things like not just pre-K for every child in need, but also in community schools, because it's not just about adjusting curriculum. If we're not also addressing things like dental care and eye care and food insecurity, you're going to repeatedly miss the point as to why our children are not succeeding. Right? We've been working on these issues. Of criminal justice reform. And one of the reasons that we are going to be aggressive about the way we think about things like expungements is we cannot continue making every sentence a life sentence for people when they come back home. Right? That we need to create pathways for people to actually be able to come back and come back to an economy. The reason that we're going to focus on transportation assets is because, you know, I have seen, again, led one of the largest poverty fighting organizations in this country. You can invest in job reskilling and job retraining all you want. If a person can't get to the job, then what's the point? Right? So there is a measure of excitement on the fact that we actually have a chance to make systems work. And I remember when I was, debating, at that point it wasn't even fully even debating. It wasn't even a fully baked idea. But we were working on adjustments to the child tax credit, because we used to have a child tax credit, actually still do a child tax credit, that literally leaves millions of children in poverty because they are too deep into poverty, because there's an earn-in, a catch-in that takes place with the child tax credit. And so by making simple adjustments to the child tax credit, like making it fully refundable, by paying it out monthly instead of annually, you could have a significant impact on the child poverty rate. And I remember working with a former governor at this point, and talking about this issue. And we were trying to get them to put it in their state of the state. And literally wrote the line for them. This is how you can say it. This is how you can frame it. This is how you can make the adjustment. And eventually I got an advanced copy of the state of the state, and I saw it wasn't in there. And I'm a little upset. And so I call up one of my colleagues, the former head of policy, the organization I ran, and I'm spouting. And then he says to me, we've worked for 6 months to try to get them to include a sentence in the speech. But what if you could write the whole speech? That's the point. That's the point. Is that the thing that excites me most is I am so incredibly excited and bullish about the future of our communities. I've seen the promise of our communities with my own eyes. I've seen the fact that we have people who have been working every single day to make our communities better. I see the fact that we have the greatest natural assets. I wouldn't trade the assets of Baltimore and the assets of the state of Maryland with anybody in this country. But I know there are a whole lot of governors who would do the same and try to do it with us, right? I know what we can actually accomplish if we can actually find ways of coordinating and working together. And so I think, I think a new approach, a new collaborative effort, the fact that I didn't, as I said, I've been a public servant for much of my life. I haven't been a politician. But I know how to build teams, I know how to work coordinated, I know how to make big things happen by working in coordination with multiple entities to be able to make that so. And I'm thankful for the fact that last Tuesday, because of so many of you, the people of the state, they spoke pretty clearly. You know, we're looking at them yesterday. The numbers are still coming in, but we have not seen a win margin like this in close to 40 years in the state of Maryland. It looks like because of you, we will have a higher vote total than anyone else in the history of the state of Maryland, of a statewide elected race. That because of you, it wasn't just the fact that we won Baltimore City with 88% of the vote. It wasn't just the fact that we won Prince George's County with 89% of the vote. It was about the fact that we won Frederick County by double digits. It was about the fact that we won Anne Arundel County by 19 points. It was about the fact that we won Howard County by 44. The state spoke very clearly on Tuesday. And the state spoke very clearly when they said, it is time for us to move collaboratively. It is time for us to move together. It is time for us to stop caring about where the idea came from and is it a good idea is actually the better question. It's time for us to stop caring about what sector is playing which role in this conversation or frankly, which political party. It's time. And I'm excited because if Maryland takes that seriously, if we take that moment seriously, and if we don't miss this, this will be Maryland's decade. This will be our time. And a decade from now, when people talk about this Maryland miracle that's about to take place and this Baltimore story about we are going to set the pace for this entire country, it's going to happen because we were intentional, because we were deliberate, and because we did it together. And that's going to be our message.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being here. We're so grateful for your leadership and your partnership. And we could talk all day, but yeah. I know you're a busy man, so thank you so much.
This is great. Seriously, thank you, but also I say not just thank you for what happened last Tuesday, thank you for what we're going to get done together because I'm going to need each and every one of you. We are going to have to be able to collaborate and work together. And my pledge to you and my promise to you is that we are going to have a state government that is going to be responsive. We're going to have a state government that's going to be collaborative. And we're going to have a state government that understands that in order for all of us to grow, it means all of us must grow. And that has got to be the North Star. Leave no one behind. That is going to be our North Star. That is going to be our state's mission. But in order to do it, we're going to need each and every one of us in this boat and rowing in the same direction. So bless you guys. And again, thank you so much. Thank you.
Keep that going. Keep that going. Same energy. Thank you. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Maryland's miracle is Baltimore's promise. Come on. I love you, man. Come in, Coach. All right, guys, we're going to have lunch. Okay. So we are now about to enjoy a delicious lunch that will end at 1 p.m., and then we will have amazing panels that follow. Please, again, any questions, comments, look at that QR code. It was a lot of great information that came up. Did you hear the youth focus? Because I was leaning in. Oh, yeah, so now is the time. So with that, you're free to go and come back. All right.
goes on its way. Searching my phone, baby. If you look anywhere, 7 years is over. Things ain't fast. Need things that you don't understand yourself. For us to shine in the way. No, no, no.
I'm sorry, I took over your thing.
About to introduce me, I'm Mike.
I know you actually. Good to see you. All right, if there's anyone that can hear my voice that is not currently seating in the auditorium, you should really come into the theater because you're about to experience something powerful. All right. By a round of applause, how many of you enjoyed your lunch? Come on. Was that a plum or a nectarine? Like did you have a plum? I haven't had a plum in a minute. It was delicious. All right, so I'm going to ask everyone, because we're about to begin, to please open your hearts and your mind to give this woman your full attention. Anaya Taylor is Baltimore's Youth Poet Laureate. This 2021 graduate from Baltimore City College. Anybody familiar with that school? Anybody? Yes, that's her. She won first place in the 2021 Brave New Voices Individual Poetry Slam. This girl is bad. And in 2020, the Baltimore Sun editorial board named her a Maryland of the Year finalist for her social justice activism. Can you please put your hands together for Anaya Taylor?
Hi. Oh, sorry. How is everyone? That's good. We're taking care of ourselves, eating well, drinking water, eating plums and nectarines. That's good. That's good. I saw some people raise their hands when she was talking about City Forever. 10-peat win this year against the other school, so that's great. Always wonderful. So yeah, I'm gonna do some poetry for a little bit of your time. Before I get started, I want to teach you guys some poetry etiquette. Raise your hand if you've been to like an open mic of any kind. Ooh, we cultured. Yeah, nice. Okay, so cool. So at open mics, you guys typically know that when you hear a good poem, you snap. You guys know how to snap? Can we snap? All right, put your hands down and never do it again. So that's corny. This is 2022. We do things a little bit different. You know, we had a black president, and you know, we've grown from a lot of things, right? So instead of doing all that, there's this one thing we like to do. It's called the sweet chocolate noise. You take your mouth and you go, mmm. Can any of you guys go, mmm? That was like, that was a nice line. So then there's another one where you take she and you take Jesus and you combine them and you go, Jesus. Can I hear Jesus? That's like, Jesus. Maya Angelou must have wrote that line. Like, that can't be your work. Like, that's the word you say when you wish you wrote that, right? Right? And then there's the last one when y'all just really into it. Like, yes. Can I hear it? Yes. Those of you who did it with the hands, y'all are great. Y'all are my favorites today. So yeah, you got all of that. That's called poetry etiquette. So now I can get into some poems and hopefully you guys like them, right? Cool. So actually I'm gonna whip out the trusty dusty phone because this is typically, I haven't done this poem in a little while, but they were like, do something energetic and fun. And I was like, well, I don't really have a lot of energetic ones, but I have uplifting ones. I wanna write a funny poem, but I'm not that funny. So we'll get there eventually. But this is called, what is this called? This is called Matter. I am matter. Matter is everything, and everything matters, so I guess I am everything. I am the sun. On days when I don't want to shine, or when the light doesn't shine bright enough, I am a star. On days when I don't want to glisten, I eclipse my own glow and settle for the hollow nights. My family is a constellation of all the things I am most ashamed and proud of, and as hard as I try not to be, I am those things too. And just like the moon, I love them in phases. And like Pluto, they accept me conditionally. I am from deep space, maybe dust, or even a black hole or a big bang. Celestial bodies encompass my body. I spend endless amounts of time writing bodies of work. I forgot my body is a work of art. I'm from the past and the future. The future holds me in her hands, reminds me I'm nothing but a telescope. Here, take my eyes, and I'll show you all the things you are too. So that was Matter. Oh, that was Matter. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna just keep it going, if that's all right with y'all. Cool, yeah. That's okay. So this one is called Soul Design. We grow up thinking love and pain are synonyms. Grow up thinking it's so hard to be pretty when the standard is stick figure, just small and frail enough for a man to break you. My mother never lost weight, but her essence did. I watched it recoil into her body as her boyfriend recoiled his fist back, and I inherited evaporation from my mother. My soul speaks to me in love. When I try to talk back, I fumble over bad habits, always slip into another language, into hate speech, into insecurity, into anything but her. Maybe my body and spirit is tethered by a slipping rope. For every trauma I face, the rope is pulled tighter and my body is just left empty, and I'm just left with empty promises. How can I feed my soul when I can't even feed myself? My body has gotten so used to shrinking. My being became too big for it, and so I tried to feed my soul with similes. Pour love poems into it and hope she pours it back into me. Promote positivity, because karma is a cycle. What we pour into others just gets poured into us. Sit in our emotions instead of running from them, because love will always catch up with us. When the pain is persistent, try to find support, because it's so much easier to have a rock than to be stuck in between one. Maybe if I write enough love poems, I'll start to believe it. Maybe if I rehearse it enough, it'll become like a second language. Understanding that there's no truer emotion, there's no realer feeling than feeling, and know my soul is a place of my own design. So yeah, this is the last one, then I'll get out of your hair. I'm gonna try to do this memorized. Wish me luck. This is called Breathe Easy. In an alternate universe, all of the prisons are turned into poetry exhibits, with infinite open mics and slam competition, where no word goes unsaid, no feeling goes unfelt, and no piece is incomplete, because no true story is ever finished. In Baltimore, a poet's words are worth 1,000,000 pictures, which is said to be worth 1,000 words. You may not remember the picture of the smiling boy who was shot dead, but the memory of him is poetic. The metaphors, the similes, the connecting, synecdoches. Listen to the poem. Someone once told me that everything is a poem if you listen close enough. The metaphor laced in the music, the similes capturing the imagery, The synecdoches are the Jesus of home-hitting, everlasting memory of everything is a poem, and everyone is a poet. Then somewhere, there is a man in the Fells Point Chinese carryout, where the place is dirty, but you know the food is phenomenal. He stayed up until 1 a.m. to get it just right. A girl is in the back of her history class, and she is not paying attention to the lecture on the Nazis, but she is writing a poem about her friends who are not seeing good days. She may not pass the test on the Holocaust, but she will change lives with her poem. A boy is somewhere up until 3 a.m. because who needs sleep when you got slams to win? Listen to the poems. The city may not be rich and sound, but we are surely rich in sound. We didn't want to feel too much, didn't want to seem too weak, so we do more to feel less. Throw pins instead of punches. Instead of catching bodies, we write them, and we always kill it. Now tell me, can a picture do that? Can it make you feel everything at once and leave you wanting more, breathe life into you, and then take it all away? I used to think that I was a voice for the voiceless, and I was wrong. I am just one voice among many, hoping the words I say will be enough to make you want to change the world, or your worldview, or your vision, or maybe I just want to make it so that Baltimore is a place that you want to drive to and not through. Maybe I just want to show the world that Baltimore is the destination and not just a part of the journey. Thank you, guys.
That was beautiful, sis. That was beautiful. Can we please keep it going? Dad, I want to thank you so much for sharing. I think it was really powerful for you to actually go before we get into the panel discussions, because it proves a point. We're talking about the fact that for us to move forward, we're going to require a diversity of voice, right? You made me feel a certain kind of way. This is the way that Dion has been doing my thing all this time, but you let me know something different. We need more voices. We need our youth at the table, because you will be amazed at the way that they see Baltimore. Now, Baltimore is home to, as we've realized, many nonprofits, corporations, businesses, restaurants, you name it, we have it. But now I think we're making it clear that we're clear on our assets. It's about connecting those dots, and how do we work as a city and region to bring this together. This conversation, we're going to go deeper. Please put your hands together for Mike Kelly, Executive Director of the Baltimore Metropolitan Council.
Thank you very much. Can we get one more round of applause for Ania, please?
Yes.
I don't know where Colin is. I was a little concerned Colin was making our panel follow the governor-elect, and he found a way to make it much, much worse. So thank you, Colin and Nia. That was wonderful. We have a great group today. I'd like to introduce them, and then we can get into the conversation. First, Candace Dodson-Reed is the Chief of Staff at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. We also have with us Kathy Hollinger, the President and CEO of the Greater Washington Partnership. Ken Ullman, President and CEO of Margraves Strategies. And Brian Pinnock, the President and CEO of Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thank you very much. So at this panel, we're going to talk a little bit about regionalism and about what it means for partners in a lot of layers of the economic development framework of the region to cooperate together and to cooperate with a special light on Baltimore. And opening up, I'd love to ask everybody the same question. When you think about regionalism and you think about working together, very quickly from your perspective, what does that mean? And we can start with Brian and make our way down.
Sure. Thanks, Mike. Our poet laureate talked about a constellation and this city being a destination. And I thought to myself, no truer words in terms of what we're trying to accomplish, and I think how important it is to get it right along the way. From my perspective, I think this is a city, a region of incredible assets. A place that offers so much in terms of the strength of the people that are here, the strength of the assets that we have to leverage. Our opportunity is really to better coordinate. And when I think about this event and this convening that the Colin and team have pulled together, and I see so many familiar faces like Shalonda and others throughout this city, but also many different organizations standing in the same space together, affecting change, this is the momentum that we need to continue to generate. It's not an absence of will, it's not an absence of skill, it's not an absence of capital, it's not an absence of resources. It's the ability to work effectively together with a shared sense of purpose, a shared goal, and measurement and accountability of what we accomplish it and who we accomplish it for. And I think as we go forward, thinking about that as an equitable investment. This isn't just the business community for the business community. This isn't the local community for the local community. This is the community as one, working together to affect trajectory and change.
What a great answer. Man, I gotta follow, yeah, we talked about following Governor-elect Moore and now our poet laureate and now Brian. Colin, thank you very much for pulling this together, and I got to tell you, sitting here looking at this architecture is pretty amazing. So what a great spot. Regionalism, I have 2 minutes, 1 minute to talk about this. So I feel like regionalism has been certainly in my DNA as I've had a chance to have a career in public service in this area. As you may know, I had the opportunity to serve as county executive in Howard County for 2 terms, but my family's from Baltimore. In fact, if Ania was here, I'd tell her that I still have my grandfather's city castle on the hill ring, and my father went to city as well. We have to have an attitude that understands that we're all in this together, but I will say that it is important to know there's a fine line between collaboration and competition. And we'll talk a little bit more as we go through this, some of the things that I think we need to do to make sure that as the heart of the region, Baltimore City, we need to make sure that we're understanding that competition and collaboration are often, there's often a fine line in the way our neighboring jurisdictions see us here in Baltimore. So I look forward to continuing the conversation as we, the rest of this hour.
Hi, everyone. Now I get to follow the two of you. You know, I bring a different perspective because I am looking through a lens of regionalism representing Baltimore through Richmond. And I am, yes, CEO of the Greater Washington Partnership, currently 7 weeks in, 6 weeks in, but I am coming from leading an industry, the food service industry in the region, where we were regional and we were mostly small businesses and large businesses, but the ingredient in all of the jurisdictions that were represented, whether it was Washington, D.C., Richmond, Baltimore, Fairfax County, the idea was that, you know, we needed to have a good appreciation of what made up the fabric of those specific communities to be able to tell a bigger story that represented, at that time, a region that represented food service and restaurant owners and operators. And today, as I am assuming this role at the partnership, it's a similar formula. It's the idea that if Baltimore is winning, which it is, Washington, D.C. is winning, and Richmond is winning as we are pushing the region forward through initiatives that we may be doing within our organization with partners here, some of which are on the stage and in the audience, but also as we're working with other organizations who have interests and priorities that are aligned in terms of those key tenets that will move the region forward.
Thank you. So happy to be here. Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. My perspective is interesting because I have been able to serve in a number of different jurisdictions. I served in the Ullman administration and Howard County government. I was able to serve I was able to serve with the Greater Baltimore Committee in Baltimore City. Now I'm obviously at UMBC in Baltimore County, and then for the last 2 years had the perspective of traveling around the state with Comptroller-elect Brooke Learman. And so I've been able to see things from a state perspective, a regional perspective, and a city perspective. And there's two things that I've observed over the past 15, 20 years. And one is that the challenges and opportunities that we face across the state are not unique. Everyone cares about education, everyone cares about economic opportunities, everyone cares about, and even more recently care about health disparities. And so how are we looking to partner broadly with each other to solve some of the biggest challenges that we have in Maryland? And second, the thing that I've noticed and have had many conversations with folks about is, so goes Baltimore, so goes the state, right? Like, to have a healthy, thriving, wonderful, awesome Baltimore means we have a healthy, thriving, awesome, wonderful Maryland. And if we don't have that in Baltimore, we don't have that in Maryland. We cannot be a great Maryland without a great Baltimore. And I've heard that message consistently from all the positions that I've been fortunate to hold.
So, Candace, in addition to being lucky enough to work for former County Executive Ken Ullman, you've most recently, I'm sure, had the pleasure of working with Dr. Freeman Hrabowski.
Yes.
And if among the many things that put UMBC on the map is the commitment to the specific education of black engineers. And UMBC puts out more black PhDs in engineering than any school in the country.
Yeah.
What does What does Baltimore need to do to better leverage the strength of that economic output?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I am super proud to work at UMBC for many reasons, and that's one. For sure, we also we're the #1 producer of MD PhDs, black MD PhDs in the country, hands down. And so proud of that. I think what I would say to answer that question is, we have the mindset of inclusive excellence at UMBC, and inclusive excellence to us means that you can't be excellent if you're not inclusive, right? Like if you're not excellent if you're not inclusive is how we look at it. And so from Dr. Hrabowski's vision and on now to President Shears Ashby's vision, we believe that it doesn't matter what you look like or where you come from, you can achieve, and you can achieve at a high level. And I think that mindset, along with the cohort model that we use, everyone knows about the Meyerhoff program, but there's other cohort models at UMBC. So when you think about like cohorts and think about partnerships, what we're talking about today, like how do we all work together to move everyone ahead? And that is a fundamental belief at UMBC. And the words inclusive excellence are actually in our mission in our vision statement for the university. And that idea that we can all be great regardless of what you look like or where you come from is true. And I think if we carry that message beyond, and I know many of us do, but if we carry that message beyond into the region, into the state, and how we're thinking about these partnerships, then we'll all do better.
So, Ken, in my day job, I work for the mayor of Baltimore and the county executives on a host of regional issues. And one of the things that I think is important to note today is how connected economically the region is. We have a workforce of almost 1.5 million people, half of whom leave their home jurisdiction every day to go to work. And Howard County is uniquely situated where, with Howard County's commute shed, the people who leave the county every day, half come north to Baltimore and half go south to DC. And that number moving south has grown over the years. But can you talk a little more about, as a former Howard County executive and a business leader in that community, why is it important for Howard County to maintain its strong connections to Baltimore?
Sure, great question. And I enjoyed my time serving on your board and making sure that we reminded our colleagues that the region is important. I would say that Howard and maybe even Howard and Anne Arundel, because they're maybe one jurisdiction away from the Baltimore City, although Anne Arundel borders the city on the far east side. When I started, 20 years ago, the county council, and then it does feel like there's been more and more push from the south In fact, when people talk about where people go to work from Howard County when they leave Howard County, if they don't work in the county, I usually ask people, what's the number one jurisdiction they go to work at if they don't work in the county? Anybody want to take a guess? What is it? DC, no. Northern Virginia, no. Montgomery, no. What? Pennsylvania, no. Baltimore, no. Anne Arundel, no. Annapolis, no. Richmond, no. Well, let me just say, let's be glad that Angela Alsobrooks is not in this crowd right now, because the number one destination is Prince George's County, where people from Howard County go. And I didn't say that more as a gesture to Prince George's County, although most of my work is building the great college town at the University of Maryland, College Park. So I got to put that point in. But it points out that there's a lot happening in our region that we don't always understand those drivers, right? So NASA Goddard, huge employer of folks in Howard County, University of Maryland, College Park, and then a number of workplaces. So the fact is, people go to work dispersed throughout the region. We don't have the model we used to have where people go into the city center, whether it be DC or Baltimore, and then you have the metro sort of aligned for those, that hub and spoke. It is a much different place. And I would say there are much easier connections there are much more obvious connections when it comes to sort of workforce development. So you can look at the Red Line to Woodlawn, to Social Security and CMS. That has to happen. That's a really important, but that's one that's easy to see. Trade Point Atlantic, Baltimore City, residents getting to work at the new jobs being created at the new sort of reborn Sparrows Point. Those are easy. They're still hard. We haven't done them very well yet, or done them at all yet. Plug for Governor-elect Westmore, and that road ahead. But the broader challenges, when you see a place like Howard County and you realize that coming out of the pandemic, people are going to work, they're working in a different way. They don't have to go into the office. So what does that mean for Baltimore City? It means Baltimore City has to do its job and has to recognize that the counties have to be supporting the city, but I think the city also has to recognize that folks in the counties, their lifestyle may be different. So it may provide some different challenges and some different opportunities in the way we think about the core assets of this great city.
Thanks, Ken. So we've sort of talked about the role of higher education and government in creating this regionalism. I want to pivot to the private sector. And Kathy, the Greater Washington Partnership has developed and really been a frontward-thinking leader in an inclusive growth strategy. It was an intentional decision to be one of the first major publications put out by that organization. Can you talk about why GWP did this and what you're all hoping to get out of it?
I am when my mic works. Thanks, I'm going to swap with you. Yes, okay, thank you. That was definitely regionalism. Willingness on both parts, right? So yes, this was the Greater Washington Partnership put out a regional blueprint for inclusive growth. This was a 14-month process where 35 employers, over 200 organizations came together to really be able to direct the narrative and guiding light of what this region could look like and needs to look like, as we, as an organization, believe that the most inclusive region will be the most successful economically. And a lot of that work was actually done through the work that we did with Colin, and being able to lean in with some of those insights shared, again, which speaks to the importance of regionalism and collaboration. I think what is most important is that the people that need to be around the table are around the table, and thinking about who is invited to that table, to think through what the future of work needs to look like today, what transportation really needs to look like today to create the kind of connectivity that is needed to be able to move people around in this post-COVID world. I think that everything is looking through a lens. I'm coming from an industry that was traumatized, as many industries were, during COVID, but the one thing I will say that was a true opportunity was everything that came so out of the blue in terms of how to think about doing business, being business in a region, in a city, no matter where you are. There was one moment in that to think about resetting, and resetting in a way where people aren't being left behind, people are at the table, and we're growing in a way that does not leave people behind. And while that was done a little bit by an industry that had very little infrastructure, the Greater Washington Partnership, the benefit is that it's a civic alliance of top employers, Baltimore to Richmond, who have the wherewithal to partner with organizations to think about what it really means to be an inclusively growing region in this footprint. And so much of the work that was put into this blueprint are really going to hold all of us accountable over the next 10 years to really think about how we are moving forward as a region in ways that businesses, organizations, residents, small businesses have the support and wherewithal to be a part of what we really think this region will be in terms of excellence in the future.
Great, thank you, Kathy. Brian, this morning Bruce Katz was speaking to us, and he talked about the need for radical collaboration and the idea of rethinking the way that we come together to work on issues. And over the last year, 2 years, you've really played a central role in rethinking the approach that the Baltimore region's business community is going to take. By bringing together the Economic Alliance of Greater Baltimore and the Greater Baltimore Committee, and from the outside, what appears to be throwing out the old playbook and coming up with a new one. Can you give us a little insight as to what that new playbook is going to look like?
Yeah, and I love this conversation. I was driving down here today, Mike, and I was catching some feedback about the morning's presentations, and the words that I kept hearing were optimism and enthusiasm. And as I listen to this discussion, I'd love to connect some dots in answering that question. The convergence of inclusive excellence with economic excellence, these things coming together. This idea that as we go forward and we make investments, we're doing so with a much broader perspective than we have in the past. So goes Baltimore, so goes the state, so goes the region. These are all concepts that I would say not just I, but many others that were involved in the process of bringing these two organizations together. This was in the forefront, not in the backdrop of the conversation, but in the forefront of the discussion to say, if there is something positive that is come out of this pandemic, it is a better understanding and I think a higher expectation that we all leave that pandemic altered reality to move to this next reality, and a sense that we actually have a responsibility and obligation to do something better and more than we came in with. And I think there was a realization, Mike, that as we consider this rich asset base, and there's many, and I'm happy to talk to several of them, one of the greatest assets that we have is the rich diversity of our communities. That is one of the greatest assets we have, right? This convergence of inclusive excellence with economic excellence, doing the right thing, but also doing the smart thing in terms of business and business development. And thinking of these things as mutually inclusive as we go forward, and how do we unlock the true potential of markets, the true potential of labor, the true potential of our economic opportunity. And that was really the precipitating factor to say, well, how do you do those things? You have to be less fragmented than you've been before. You know, we have to stop standing on our small hills, right? Many of us standing on many small hills, and we need to identify the bigger opportunity that exists, converge in the space together, and do the real work necessary to affect change. And I think about this oftentimes as it's two sides to a coin. You know, opportunity and challenge are two sides of a coin, and I want to touch on a couple of things that were said earlier. So when you think about, well, why is this important? You know, why might transportation as an example, and I know we had the panel earlier today, and I think I saw John Lauria come in. Why is transportation important? What percentage of jobs in this region do you think are accessible by car in 1 hour? What percent? By car? 100%. What percent of jobs in this region do you think are accessible by public transportation in 1 hour? 9%. What's the opportunity there? Well, we have conversations with people where there is investment and prosperity and trajectory. And we have conversations with people where there's a want and a need and a desire to participate actively, fully in that trajectory. Can we connect A to B? Can we be honest with ourselves about where that breaks down? Can we bring that to the forefront and collaborate in the private sector and the public sector to say, we're going to do what's necessary to affect that kind of change? This is what we talked about in the days, weeks, months, year leading up to the merger of the Economic Alliance and the Greater Baltimore Committee. And I will say, and Mike mentioned it, it wasn't an easy lift. There's many people in this room that we partnered with to get this done. This was a work that happened, frankly, over about a decade that culminated over the course of the past 2 years. But the work is just beginning. The greater opportunity is still ahead of us as we think about where we want and need to go next. And we are an asset-rich region. It is our rich diversity. It's also our deep water port. It's our strategic location off of 95. It's our robust international ports through major airports, all within driving distance, many of which connected by public transportation, although not fully and adequately. We've got the second most educated population in the country. Recently, I went to an Upsurge event. We were talking about equitable growth in the venture capital space. $11 billion of available capital that just needs to be deployed for impact, better organized. The money's there, the assets there, the resources there. We just have to get better organized. And so that was really, Mike, the driving force from where we've been. And I would say as we go forward with the right leadership, with the right engagement, with participation of everybody in this room and beyond, I think we can continue down that path.
Great, thank you, Brian. Candace, thinking about the idea of leveraging our strength and making the most of the assets like our education level that Brian was talking about, UMBC does a wonderful job producing talent and does a wonderful job producing talent that is going to generate revenue. What do we need to be thinking about in the next 5 years to keep more of that talent local and to foster that growth? Because it's the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, but it's so close to Baltimore City. So what can the city, what can our regional partners do to help maximize the impact of what your university puts out every year?
Sure, thank you for that question. I'm going to answer that. I just wanted to make one point that I have noticed and was noticing when I read the report, and it wouldn't be me if I didn't say this. I think what was really important to acknowledge in the report, as well as we look at inclusive excellence, as we look at the opportunity that we have, is our history as well. And I really appreciated that the Baltimore Together report pointed out that we have a very complex history with systemic racism, not just in Maryland, but in the Baltimore region. And I think that piece of it, in order to move forward, in order to really take advantage of all the opportunities that we have to acknowledge our history. And so I really wanted to make sure I said that today and made sure that I acknowledged the Baltimore Together folks, for all of you for making that a point and making that point in the report. As far as how we keep the talent here, that's a great question. I mean, I think, and I will say the majority of the students that we graduate at UMBC stay in Maryland, not necessarily in Baltimore, as we're one of the #1 feeders to NSA and NASA and the other agencies down in DC. But I think the answer is what we've all been talking about, sort of this partnership idea. How are we coming together, not only to solve some of the challenges and look for the opportunities in the region, but also create a place, whether it be with transportation or education or economic opportunities, that's attractive to this next generation that's coming out of the institutions. I mean, if you look at the students who come out of UMBC, the students who come out of College Park, Hopkins, I mean, all of these really incredible assets that we have right here in Maryland, they're an interesting bunch. they want connectivity, they want interaction, they want dialogue like this about the challenges that we face, and they also want solutions. And so they're not just going to say, okay, the status quo is fine. They're going to say, let's talk about how we make things better for everyone. And they're very focused on that piece. And so I think as we continue to have conversations like this, as we continue to partner as a region and look at working on the challenges and really looking for the opportunities in innovative, creative ways, I think we'll be okay and retain those really bright minds that are coming out. I tell you, I get encouraged every day that I just like walk down the corridor at UMBC and hear what some of our students are talking about, how they care about the environment, how they care about access, how they care about affordability for college, how they care about the other big issues that we're all grappling with. And it's exciting, and I think it's on us. It's a responsibility that we have to work together to ensure that they stay here.
So, Ken and Kathy, Ken, your business at Margrave is largely focused on this concept of placemaking, of sort of building community where it didn't exist. And Kathy, you represent, your organization represents jurisdictions from Baltimore all the way down to Richmond. I'd like you both to give us one example of a place where inclusive growth has worked. This should not be a theoretical conversation. Talk a little bit about what it is and what the driving forces were that Baltimore can learn from. Kathy, if you want to go first.
Yeah, I think what I would like to touch on is just this area of, the partnership has 3 core initiatives and priorities, and they all tie into one another. And they all really are key ingredients as we think about growing inclusively as a region. But skills and talent, transportation, and regional mobility, and creating the right infrastructure there for connectivity and inclusive growth. But when I think about the skills and talent and future of work, one area where the Greater Washington Partnership has really leaned in with partners in Baltimore and across the region is through our Capital CoLab program. And that is really a convening of employers from Baltimore to Richmond, as well as 22 university partners, 5 K-12 partners, including Baltimore City Public Schools, Towson, UMBC, Bowie State, to really have the proper exchange directly from employers on how to create pathways for students, K-12, and university students, to think about how are we really creating this next generation of workforce, recognizing that skills look different, business looks different, community and life looks different, and how are we able to convene the thinking and the minds to be able to do the proper matching to really be able to think about this pipeline in a much more intentional way. The partnership has put a lot of focus there. It is a very fluid topic, as it needs to be. There has to be increased frequency around what is needed, both on the employer end, university end, K through 12 end, to make sure that we are timely, relevant, and speaking to what is really needed to think about, whether it's Baltimore City, whether it's Washington, D.C., but really, again, bringing a super regional lens to this conversation. How are we really positioning ourselves as a region to be the best place to live and work and grow or build a business? So a lot of that work is tied directly to thinking about how we are growing inclusively as a region, but thinking about the future of work and workforce, recognizing that there's a lot of resetting that needs to happen as we are in this day, coming out of thinking about where we were 2 years ago, but also what we want to be 10 years from now.
I'll just jump. All right. Following Kathy, Kathy's points are great, and from a sort of a big picture level is really, really important in the work that her organization is doing with all the major educational institutions and private sector. I'll throw out a couple of examples. Most of my work, so my friend Bill Cole, who many of you know, runs our Baltimore office, and so I'll give a couple examples of the work that I'm leading, which is mostly at the University of Maryland College Park and Bowie State University, where we do the real estate and economic development work, although I do know Shalanda's here, so we are honored to be working with Downtown Partnership on the sort of reemergence of the downtown neighborhood with the State Center relocation to downtown Baltimore. It's really important to us to play a role in a partnership there to see opportunities emerge and a real neighborhood come together, which is really important. A couple examples real quick, and also feeds into the dialogue that the answer that Candace gave about keeping students here. So a couple of things on inclusive growth and economic development. At Bowie State University, for example, Bowie State University partnered with the city of Bowie and launched the Bowie Innovation Center. And then we were able to collaborate on a new building at 197 and Jericho Road, bringing Bowie State University up in a very visible way, a building that we call the ELLC, the Entrepreneurship Living Learning Community, and on the first floor is the Bowie Innovation Center. So whether you're a student or an entrepreneur in the community who has an idea, that's where you can, almost like a WeWork model, you can rent a desk, you can get all the resources you need to start your business. That's something we're really proud of, and now we have the space to sort of celebrate the Bowie Innovation Center. At the University of Maryland College Park, there are a couple things going on. Under President Pines' leadership, we've been very focused that there's a culture of innovation entrepreneurship. There are students that have gone on to, whether it's Sergey Brin creating Google, whether it's Ethan Brown creating Beyond Meat, or Brendan Arib creating Oculus. We hope that they remember us and make a contribution to their alma mater, but frankly, they've all gone on to build their companies on the West Coast, right? So what would it have taken for those companies to be built here? And that's what we've been doing, and we've been having some success recently where a company like IonQ, which is the world's most important quantum computing company, is actually in a building that we emptied out. It was an old warehouse. The University of Maryland fitted it out, and now there are 170 people working in that building. Actually, I took Governor-elect Moore through the building the other day, and there were people wearing Berkeley, UCLA, and MIT shirts who had all been recruited to Maryland to come work at IonQ from other places in the country. So we were very proud. They've all been here a few months. And so we believe that together, and there's some great work happening at Johns Hopkins. If you think about it, when you say the research triangle, people know what you're talking about. Well, the University of Maryland College Park and Johns Hopkins are closer together geographically than the universities are at the Research Triangle. So there's another aspect of regionalism that is really important for us to really lean in and recognize that our geography is not that far apart. And the last thing I just want to mention, because inclusive growth needs to take place at all levels, we just launched something at the University of Maryland called Shop Made in Maryland. We were able to get our friends at Shop Made in DC that have 6 locations and open up Shop Made in Maryland. Will open up in January, the first of that company's Maryland store, and we've already been able to support 3 local businesses in College Park who are minority-owned businesses, and we're really focused on helping at all aspects of the business community. I feel that you ask people who like to talk and give them a mic. This is a real challenge.
I love the examples that we have, and I just want to put an emphasis on it. You had asked earlier about the EAGB and GBC work and other things we have going on. We've got great examples in the micro of what's working, and I think a lot of fabulous examples here locally in the city and in the region, and you've heard several of them today. As you study MSAs in metropolitan areas across the country, the answer to Mike's question is no one. That's who's figured this out. No one. Liz and Mike led us on a trip to Detroit this past year. Everyone's heard of the Great Detroit Renaissance. When you ask them the question, right, in the private setting, have you figured out inclusive economic growth? No, not yet. And so I look at this as the opportunity and the challenge. We have an opportunity here based on all of the things that we're doing in the micro that we can do better and more effectively together to actually write this story and actually deliver something that is sustainable, is durable, does change trajectory over time. Everything we need is here. And while there are things that we can reference in other parts of the country, other parts of the world to help us along the way, no one has figured this out fully. We get to decide whether or not we're going to participate in that.
Great, thank you, Brian, and thank you to the whole panel. Kath.
Mike, I wanted to just add something here. I do think that I love Shop Made in Maryland. I love that that is a great example of collaboration where something that worked and to be able to expand that. But one thing I do want to say as we speak to inclusive growth across the region is this notion of not only lifting people and small businesses to be a part of that equation as we are growing as a region, but it's figuring out a way to support them once you pull them in. So it's pulling them in, but thinking about the infrastructure that they don't have, think about the process and protocol that they don't have, and then of course thinking about the businesses that do have to be able to adjust to include what their hope is to be able to include it in their own growth and trajectory. And I know that so much thought has been given at the partnership, way before my time assuming this role, to think about supporting the formula to make sure we are creating more equity there, because it is not easy. It could be anything from invoicing to not invoicing. It could be anything from a process that a big company has to thinking about how do I need to rethink and reset to make sure they are at the table, but are at the table and included in a way that they're not only able to participate, but to be able to grow and thrive and succeed. And I think there's so much opportunity where we can do that together across lines, across jurisdictions. But as Governor-elect made mention earlier, there is a role that government plays, there is a role that business plays and organization plays, and then there's a way to think about the coordination of all to make sure that we are succeeding on all fronts.
Great. Well, thank you all very, very much. I hope this has been a good discussion for the audience. I know I appreciated it. And a round of applause for our panelists, please.
All right, let's keep that applause going. I'm looking for Colin. Colin? Okay, then I can get away with saying this. Okay, please, I'm assuming that you're going to the restroom and you'll be right back for our next panel, Invest in People and Places. All right, I'm about to say something here just to give context. What I've realized is that most of the folks that are sitting in this room today, this may be a preaching to the choir as far as understanding how empathy is needed, that it's going to take a certain level of work to really get inclusive. I'm looking at Nakia. We use these words, but there are some outside of these four walls that believe that, look, I have a business to run. I elected folks for them to take care of this. And now you're speaking to me about how I need to take a pause, to take a beat in order to ensure that there's equity and inclusion in my business. So I will ask that as you're getting this information, the charge to you is to actually spread this gospel beyond these four walls, because this is a 5-year plan. This is just a starting point. We're talking about 5 years. That means we're requiring a mind shift. What we're talking about is not as normal and natural to everyone. And I've realized that in sitting in this room and speaking to most of you throughout this summit, we're all talking the same language. So I'm like, wait. Well, if that were the case, we wouldn't have a problem. We need to talk to those beyond. So really explain to them, well, I understand you may not have a love or understanding of certain people or certain groups, but to understand that the plight of one affects the plight of all. So inclusivity is how you're going to get that in economic richness and wealth. So I just want to make sure that you take that charge on as you leave today. Okay, every Baltimore resident and business owner should have the opportunity to succeed. Wouldn't you agree? But many have been left out of the mainstream economy. To discuss the state of the workforce post-COVID and the current challenges faced both the employers and those job seekers, we're going to have our moderator, Alicia Wilson, Vice President for Economic Development, Johns Hopkins University, and Johns Hopkins Health Center.
Well, let me just say it is a pleasure and an honor to be here today. And I have enjoyed every panel thus far and our amazing host, Dion. So this is a joy panel. So if you have been saying, where is the joy? There's a lot of joy, and you've had it all day today. But there's going to be a little bit more joy today, because that's what we're talking about. I am so excited to introduce you to 3 dynamic leaders that I've had the pleasure of knowing for so long. So I'm going to invite them to come on stage with me, Stephanie Franklin, Jacob Su, as well as Deshea Player. I'm going to do not justice to their bios, but I'm going to try. But you're going to hear more about their journeys, because all of them are quite dynamic and come at this work from different places, but I think we are all, as my dad used to say, we are all in the same boat now. And so as you hear their stories and talk about their testimonies, I think what you will reflect upon is how certainly big things count, but small things mount. And so that's really the point of this. So let me first introduce you to Stephanie Franklin. She is the president and CEO at the Franklin Law Group. She is a business alchemist and impact strategist, beautifully said. And she is the CEO of 2 companies, Powerhouse Master Coaching, Inc., and the Franklin Law Group. Stephanie has been a CEO and attorney for a combined experience level of 30 plus years. Must have started at 2. The 2 companies she's founded have had global impact and have transformed lives. Stephanie uses her business as a vehicle to create social impact and teaches emerging and existing women business owners how to build impactful, mission-driven law firms and businesses by helping them build listen to this, their confidence, business infrastructure, and develop a plan to become a powerhouse. She's also a proud graduate of the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Business Program that is also sponsored by Bloomberg Philanthropies. Next, I would like to introduce you to Jake Su, CEO of Catalyte. Jacob is a man of 2 passions, his work and his family. A dedicated father of 4, he works to make the world a better place for all families. This begins with reawakening the American dream that anyone from any background can succeed. His time leading Catalyte is dedicated to making this a reality and making the company a catalyst for a lifelong journey of personal, community, and client improvement. Prior to joining Catalyte, Jacob was Chief Executive Officer at Symbio, a global IT service company, and was also Chief Executive Officer of Trigilio, that's a whole mouthful, and Chief Executive Officer of Epitome, and has worked on things across the country to modernize the United States' outdated labor market. Welcome Jacob to the panel as well. We'll call him Jake. That's what friends call him. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to introduce you to Deshea Shea Player. She is a post-bac liver transplant fellow with Johns Hopkins Medicine and a 2022 graduate of Dickinson College, where she graduated with the highest honors as a chemistry major and student senate president. While in high school and college, Shea completed intensive and very different internships, including one centering on surgery robotics and lab protocol at Johns Hopkins University. She's volunteered and learned about cultural history in Hawaii, served as class president and director of student life for Student Senate, and helped shape Dickinson's through all college committees. She is also plays club basketball, leads campus tours, and does so much more. And now she has received a post-bac with Johns Hopkins in liver transplant research, where alongside 2 abdominal transplant surgeons at Johns Hopkins Department of Surgery. And her research relates to intersections of public health, bioethics, and transplant recipients. She's a proud graduate of Poly. I know there was a lot of city love earlier. And she's also one of my dearest mentees, and has been for quite some time. So let's get started in this conversation, and I'd love to start with Stephanie. And Stephanie is one of my heroes in so many respects, because Stephanie has figured out how to leverage her business to do well and do good. And there are countless young people in this city that actually know what it means to be an advocate and a business owner because of Stephanie. And so Stephanie, I'd love for you to talk for a couple of minutes about how did you do that? How did you create a business that is a catalyst for good, but also doing well?
So, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. And I want to start off by thanking the host today for allowing me to participate on this panel. And it's a pleasure to be on this panel with you, facilitating Ms. Wilson. She asked a very loaded question for me. Everything I do is based on mission and purpose, period. That's my base, that's my foundation. I'm very clear about that. And I attribute that to my parents, who are now ancestors, and my brother, who is now an ancestor. My lineage is very important to me. I am a descendant of captive and enslaved Africans here in the U.S. My parents grew up in the Jim Crow South. My siblings and I are second generation college educated and beyond. And we come from a family rooted in civil rights, community, and uplifting and empowering our people. I never forget my lineage in anything that I do. So with that being said, the call to justice came to me as a very young person that was actually nurtured in the spirit. And so, you know, for those of you who may understand the passage of certain things in your DNA, I believe very strongly that this is what my family, my ancestors called for me to do. So having said that, there was, okay, I'm gonna be a lawyer, but I did not know, quite frankly, that I was gonna be an entrepreneur. I didn't. That's not what I set out to do. But what changed that for me is that I had a lot of ideas about how you can actually make an impact through not only the social lens, but the economic lens. How do you uplift, you know, a people that has endured a history, a very violent history, a very inhumane history. But then there are all of these treasures and strengths that have not been told, quite frankly, truthfully, right? So in the DNA of Black Decals people is freedom fighting, and I understood that. So I said, well, how do I work on uplifting and helping at the same time? And so for me, it was about not only working with populations that have specific challenges, but also being a mentor or a guide for them, and also showing how they can walk in their own purpose, their own mission, and be true to who they are while uplifting themselves, their families, their communities, and the nation, and quite frankly, the globe. So the how was the purpose. I never deviate from that. And I can be a very committed person that is very focused, very steadfast. So following those values, right? Following that mission, even when it's hard, and it gets hard. I'm going to tell you, it's hard, it's exhausting, but when you have a higher purpose or a higher call, other things don't deviate. So then I began to, because I can vision pretty well, looking at how I utilize the economics to undergird that to perform my mission.
That's very helpful, Stephanie. I know you've had college interns, high school interns in your employ, and I've seen just the impact that's had on them. I'd love for to shift to Jacob, and Jake can talk a bit about, you know, if Catalyte, you have lived out, like Stephanie, a business model that says inclusivity impacts the bottom line, impacts revenue, is good for business. Can you talk a bit about that and how you've built that and lived that out in the Catalyte model?
Absolutely, thank you. And I'll sort of start really first with, you know, even my purpose, because I think it actually ties into what we're trying to do here, right? So, you know, my career has really spanned across global IT, right? So all the companies I've led before have actually been very global in nature. And one of the things that has been picked up, for example, my previous company had 23,000 engineers around the world building products for companies like Apple and Microsoft and Google. And these teams that we've assembled all over the world were comprised of people who grew up without the pedigree that we'd expect, right? People who oftentimes grew up in one light bulb villages, right, in rural areas, who I saw in front of my eyes become incredible engineers, in some cases entrepreneurs, right? And so for myself, you know, what I've really focused on my entire life is how do you identify and unlock that human potential, right, in a general population. And so that's really what brought me here to Catalyte. I came to Baltimore because I saw this incredible potential here to be able to use technology to identify high aptitude, high grit people who have all the potential to succeed and who may not have been given the right opportunities in life, right? And we as a company, once we identify people who have those abilities, we invest in them, right? We underwrite their entire retraining, right? We pay them to learn. We pay them to go through a program, and then how we monetize, we regroup our investments on the back end when they're contracted into employers, and then ultimately when they're hired by the companies. So my company only works when the people that we hire succeed. Right. This isn't a model where I'm selling people a process that may or may not work. This is something where we put our investment, where we put our dollars and our investments on our people because we know they'll succeed. The great story, the great thing that I'll sort of share is that, you know, we are in a once-in-a-generation opportunity here to reset how companies, how employers think about talent. You know, we started, you know, we actually, ironically, we actually started to deploy our business model really in 2019, right before COVID. In fact, at the time, I think through the BDC and through GBC, the different groups, had launched this program called the Code 500, where we were looking to hire 500 people from Baltimore City that we could retrain to become software developers. Well, it's the funny thing is 3 years later, it's like we've blown through that number in a big way. And I'll show you, and what it comes down to. I think first was proving to employers that this made economic sense. I think Brian in the previous one said that, you know, we've got to make sure that this is that we have inclusive excellence, but also economic excellence. And so the first thing that we've done is that we've actually proven that from a pure hiring basis, this is a better economic decision for most companies. And funny enough, COVID actually accelerated that because the cost of finding talent was very high. Companies couldn't rely on going back to campus recruiting. So we were able to prove that the cost of bringing in talent this way actually was less than alternative methods. We're now, by the way, we're working for the state of Maryland, so I can give you one example because this is in the public sphere. Right? The state of Maryland actually, they have engineers where they contract engineers from different contractors. The average rates that they pay are about $130 an hour, right, for just, you know, application developers. We've actually deployed this model now where, and this is all public, you know, it's $55 an hour. So we're literally saving the state 60% hard dollars, right, from their budgets, and they're getting talent, right? The second thing that we've also been able to show during with this model was that, you know, what is one statistic today that most companies look at? Retention. Well, we've actually shown that that with this model, not only is your cost of bringing on talent cheaper, but also they stay with you 2.5 times longer, right? 2.5 times the retention, which also sort of opened their eyes. But what's great now is, you know, 3 years into this sort of this process, we are now honing in on really a set of talent analytics that starts to really prove the long-term value of talent. You know, you think about what unlocked the growth of technology, what unlocked the growth of startups. It's when there was all this sales and growth methodology like analytics around things like CAC, your cost of acquisition, right? Customer acquisition costs, or things like CLTV, your customer lifetime value. Well, we've proven that the TAC now, talent acquisition costs, actually makes you know, sense, right? It makes a lot of sense for companies. We are also now, after a few years, now starting to show that the long-term value of people, we were calling it PLTV, the person's long-term value to the organization, actually makes a ton of sense. And that's one of the reasons why we have companies now, massive companies like Microsoft or Koch Industries, you know, who are coming back and taking people every month out of this program because they're actually seeing that not only is it less expensive, the total cost of bringing on talent less expensive in this model, but actually now we've actually seen people are being promoted faster, they're getting faster salary progressions, they're staying longer, and they're ultimately producing more value, right? Higher quality, more productive, right? And that's where we're going to start tipping these dominoes down, right? And so over the next few years, I think you're going to see a whole world emerge around talent analytics, which is a key area that we're very, very focused on, right? That's going to start to prove the economic value. And the great news is, like, you know, we're talking about massive value, like 5 to 1, 5x the value compared to traditional means. And I think that's when you're going to start to see the dominoes start to knock over when it comes to hiring and talent.
No, I love what you just said, because I think that so many of us get to be close to it, Stephanie. You, Jake, get to be close to seeing the value of investing in talent early. And one of those, one person that I think really fulfills that is Shay. I met Shay, so Shay and I are not that far apart in age. I can only be her big sister, not her mother. But we were in the same internship program, just 18 years apart. And I met Shay because I always go back and speak to that internship program every year on their first day of work. And Shay was one of those young people that I met. And I always give every kid in the class my business card. And I say, you can use it, but you don't have to. But if you use it, I will be with you for the rest of your journey. Because that's what a woman did for me on my first day of my job in that same program. And Shay used the business card and has gone far beyond that day. So Shay, I'd love for you to talk a little bit about, and that was a legal internship, and now you're a post-bac in liver transplant surgery at Johns Hopkins. Give her a round of applause for that. It's a huge deal. You can literally count on your hand how many people in the country are in the position that Shay is in. But I'd love for you to talk a little bit about the investments that have been made in you as a young person and the value of that investment at those critical moments.
So I would say one of the first investments I think that was made in me was you, Miss Alicia. You were my first mentor. You were the first person. You were the first person who I met that looked like me but was doing something more professional than I had seen before, right? I had some, black teachers, and I mean, that was it. I had never met a black lawyer before. And so that was really inspiring for me. And so I completed the internship. And then I took some classes at Dickinson. I was a chemistry major, but I thought that I wanted to be a lawyer. And I wanted to major in political science, but Miss Alicia wouldn't let me. And so I completed the internship, went to Dickinson, majored in chemistry, and I took 2 classes that kind of shifted things for me, and they were biomedical ethics and environmental toxicology, which is, about chemicals being dumped and poisoning people and how they affect your body. And so I told Miss Alicia, I said, I think that I'm interested in medicine again because of these 2 classes. And she introduced me to Dr. Higgins, who was the chairman of surgery. And one of the most valuable things that I've learned from Dr. Higgins is he taught me the difference between a mentor and a sponsor. And I think that Miss Alicia's a sponsor. And he said, mentors are great and they do wonderful things and everyone can benefit from a mentor. But a sponsor is someone who leverages what they have to create opportunities for other people. And that's what Dr. Higgins did. That's what Miss Alicia did. That's what a lot of adults do for me in my life. And so I began shadowing Dr. Higgins around the entire, Department of Surgery, seeing pediatric cardiac surgery, heart transplants, liver transplants, and from there I, stayed connected and continued to reach out in my senior year, and that's how I ended up at Hopkins doing the liver transplant research, and there I get to work on a bunch of different projects, but the most recent one that I'm excited about that I think we'll have the opportunity to collaborate on has to do with access to transplants and trust in Hopkins as an institution and getting people to want to be referred there for their care and wanting to be, more involved and more willing to come to the hospital for care. And so that's something I'm really excited about.
So let me just say, Shay is impressive, as you can tell. She is a shining star. If I had a daughter, I would want her to be Shay. She's beautiful. But I think what is catalytic about that is that the interest in a young person could ultimately inure to the benefit of our entire community around transplants. Like, you have to let that sink in. 15, 30-minute, hour-long conversations with young people to inspire them could change our whole city. And so I'd love to go back to Stephanie and talk a little bit about some of the young people you've been able to intern. And I know that thanks to Bloomberg Philanthropies, I see my friend Nanette in the back, and Goldman Sachs, we've been able to have young people intern with small business owners here in Baltimore. And it has been transformative. I mean, not just for the young people, but for business owners. And so I'd love for you to talk a bit about that, Stephanie, what you've been doing in that regard.
So, you know,
the mic, look at you. You're in the kitchen in the cot.
Yeah. So I do want to recognize Joni and Nanette. I'm glad to see you both. So Joni runs Heart Smiles, an organization that works with young people on workforce development skills. And I had the opportunity, and I thought he was going to be on this panel with us, but I think he's away at school right now.
Be back on Wednesday.
Oh, he'll be, okay.
Yes.
A young man by the name of Shala Johnson, and he interned with me last year. And I specifically put him on a project that would teach him history, would teach him how to interview and to research. So my law firm is a family justice center, and we provide legal advocacy to abused and neglected children across the state. And we work in child welfare policy spaces nationally and internationally. And so there was a particular project that I put him on that took him back to the Jim Crow era. Because what I've recognized is that I felt that a lot of young people were very removed from what would be considered a very recent history and really did not know their bones in this country. So it was, for me, the vision and the combination of mentoring, of teaching, of solidifying cultural identity, while at the same time learning and nurturing a young person who was advocating and thinking about becoming a lawyer. So we worked on a major project. It was, and I'm sure many of you don't know about this particular school, but there was a school in Florida called the Arthur G. Dozier School for Boys. And it was opened in 1900, and it closed down. The state of Florida closed it down in 2011. And the state of Florida closed it down because they found body parts, dead children. This was a juvenile facility. They found dead bodies on the ground. And I was representing at the point a gentleman who was an older gentleman, he is an elder, who was there during the Jim Crow era. So this was a school for boys who, quote unquote, committed crimes, and they were separated, black boys, white boys, and it was in a town called Marianna, Florida, which is 70 miles west of Tallahassee, and I knew it well because that's where my mother's from, and I have roots there, I have family members there. So Shala had the opportunity to interview this gentleman that my firm represented, who was there doing Jim Crow for 4 years on a truancy charge. That was mind-blowing to him meaning Shala. he got to go into the Florida archives to learn a lot more about that era. And he began to ask me a lot of questions about that era. And he started seeing some of the similarities of what was happening to young black children, young black people at that time to what was happening today. And so for me, that was a real joy. That's part of my mission. That's part of my work to carry on that cultural legacy. But for him, it was an empowerment piece for him, right? It was a learning. It was a solidifying of his cultural identity. It was him learning very tangible skills, such as research, such as interviewing, connecting with people and things that are not so orderly and unclear. He got to learn how to process through that. He had to write reports to me about different research items that he's learned and how that would fit into a class action lawsuit I was looking at filing in this case, right? And so I hear today, and I want to thank you, Joni, for saying what you said to me before we walked in. Sometimes I don't even think that we as employers know the impact that we have on young people. Young people come in, they have the experience, and that's, they have the experience. But when you hear the feedback about how you've changed or shifted their mindset around something, or how they've learned certain things, or how they feel inspired by your work, that inspires me. Right? And it pushes me to keep going and walking very, very strongly in my mission to empower young people to walk into their own. And the one thing that I really want to say about that is that it's very, very, very important to recognize in young people their unique giftings, skills, and talents. They're not all the same. And I think sometimes we have this kind of cookie cutter vision on, okay, to be a lawyer, you must have this skill, that skill, and the other. Not necessarily. We can all approach things in a different kind of way. So for me, one of the things that's very, very important is nurturing those skills, those talents, those gifts, those desires, those wants that these young people have. I mean, really wrapping myself around them in a very firm way, because I can be pretty firm, but at the same time can be very loving. So it's honoring that young person before me, like you honored what you saw in Shay. You said, no political science. Maybe you need to look at X and look at her trajectory now, and look at how, as you indicated, she can uplift a community. So thank you for that, Joni. Thank you, Nanette. I just want to say that. That warmed me a lot.
Absolutely. And I love what you just said, because the young people do come through Heart Smiles. They are just tremendous young people with so much promise. And our city is full of young people with so much promise. And we also have a lot of adults with so much promise. And so, Jake, I'd love for you to talk about, because I've been able to see firsthand how the work that you're doing is creating wealth. And I'm not talking like paychecks. I'm talking about wealth. When you start talking about six figures for families that have never seen six figures before, this is a wealth move. So can you talk a little bit about some of the power of the investment?
Yeah, thank you, Alicia. Well, I'm going to build on something that Stephanie said, right, is really, how do you give people the pathways? And one of the things that's unique about Catalyte is that we don't care about your background. In fact, by design, the way we've structured our technology is anybody from all walks of life can apply. And everybody applies not by giving us a resume, but by taking an online, about a 2-hour online assessment. And that's what enables us to identify people who have these fundamental aptitudes and attitudes that predict for success. At a very basic level, we are able to find people who have, incredible problem-solving abilities and incredible grit, right, who can actually power through very difficult things. And the great thing about this model, first of all, I can share some things. Number one is that we have data that can back up that talent and ability is truly evenly distributed. So again, we don't target any particular population, but by design, because of the way that we source, today about 2/3 of our workforce, which are primarily engineers and digital media people, come from underrepresented communities in tech. I can tell you, as we've scaled this, and we're now aiming to do like 1,000 people a year, when you start looking at those numbers, what's fascinating is that now BIPOC is about 2/3 of our incoming groups as well. And so it's happening naturally without us putting any thumb on the scale. The second thing I think that is really fascinating is it does go to these things about skills, right? And one of the things that we are also starting to see is this idea of transferable life skills, which particularly in our adult learning groups, right? The average age of people coming into the program about 27 years old, right? And so when you start to see that, you start to see that there are people who have skills. We have people who are engineering directors now who began their lives as an EMT, right? Or people who start off in retail who are now supervising entire programmatic digital media groups, right? So you're starting to see that there are transferable skills that can start to connect and accelerate that learning. But the big aha moment, I think, and again, this is the once-in-a-generation opportunity that we have, is that all the jobs of the future, right? All the digital, at least the tech and digital jobs, all the knowledge work of the future is really well suited for this model of hire for potential, train for skills, right? Because the reality is skills are transitory. In the engineering world, software engineering world, I might teach you a programming language today. In 2 years, it's going to be obsolete. So the career is actually learning how to learn, right? The career itself is the professional skills you need to succeed is continuously acquiring those skills to stay relevant and to be able to be on top of these changes. And so one of the things that's really fascinating that we've also seen is that, generally speaking, every career pathway that we stand up, and we have almost a dozen now. A year ago we had one job, which is a full stack software developer. Today we've got about a dozen out there across a lot of different pathways. What's fascinating when you actually start seeing that is that, generally speaking, when people take our assessment, about between 5 to 8% of people will qualify for any particular career pathway. But what's really interesting is, as we activated more, that 5 to 8% is different for every pathway, implying that there is a secret recipe to unlock potential in each of these pathways. What's also interesting is that as you dig down deeper, and we actually have the longitudinal outcome data prove this, there are differences in employers, right? So a Microsoft will hire a different type of profile of talent than someone who goes to Google, right? And so what's really interesting, again, is as you get deeper into the analytics and you start to really understand people who are succeeding, right? Who are the people who are succeeding long term, you start to unlock these secret pathways, right? And again, today, like one of the things that's hurting the whole adoption of this model is most companies are still using HR and talent analytics from the 80s, 70s, 80s. It's still based in this industrial production world where every single person is a widget, right? And so you sort of assume that every person goes to the same program. When you actually start to be able to open up that richness, most employers are starting to realize that it's much better to hire people with this potential and then give them pathways within their organizations to grow. And we've also seen people now who've gone in and been, start off in engineering, who have now moved on into data science. We have people who've gone in as business analysts who are now software developers. The point really is that the pathways, the future of work is like a jungle gym, right? Once you're in a pathway in, then there's any number of pathways that a person can go, but it requires the employer to also understand that same dynamic.
Now, I love that you just talked about that dynamic, and I love you call it a jungle gym, right? You just go play on the slide, you can go on the jungle bars. I'm never good at that, but I think Shay, for you, you've really your trajectory and your journey has been a part about how exposure is so important for young people, and probably exposure that debunked a lot of misconceptions. So, talking to this audience, like, what are some misconceptions they have, people may hold about investing in young people, investing in their development, that they should be disabused of, and really be thinking about as they think about ways they can be engaged in this work?
I would say one of the things that I dealt with the most at Dickinson is that is being able to recognize different types of leadership. Like, you know, as an RA and as like, you know, being in student senate and that sort of thing, I would remember like that, you know, when faculty and staff and different administrators at the college, they would come and they would ask the same people and they would give opportunities to the same people, the people who were most outspoken and the people who were, you know, quote unquote, most visibly involved. But what I would encourage them to do all the time is to go and talk to other people who have different skill sets, who are not as outspoken, who are kind of, you know, hidden in the way that we see, you know, understand the word hidden to be. Because I think, you know, and the result was that more students who didn't normally have opportunities to sit on all college committees, students who didn't have the opportunity to interact with the board, you know, or to interact with, you know, the administration in the ways that I got to, and students who are more visible got to, it was, you know, life-changing for some of them. And so I think one of the things is like, you know, just because someone is, you know, quiet or, you know, not as outspoken doesn't mean that they're not capable, and you have to ask different kinds of questions of those individuals. I think also sometimes adults, well, I'm an adult, but like older adults, I guess, get the impression that people like around my age and younger, like that we don't care, or that we're just kind of like, I don't know, that we don't care and that we're not interested and we're not engaged. But I think that talking to them and asking questions and figuring out what's going on, I think is very important. Because there is just a lot of, like, people have a lot going on. There's a lot of trauma in the city. Everyone's dealing with, you know, just different things all the time. And I think, like, you know, I've learned so much from just engaging in conversations with people who seem to be quiet, who seem to be like kind of tucked off or reserved, or maybe seem like they don't care, or maybe have an attitude that you think, you know, like they don't care, but you talk to them and they care deeply. They may not have the skills to articulate that, but you don't know that until you talk to them and give them an opportunity. And you know, like you were saying earlier, that you know, skill and talent are evenly distributed, you know, but opportunity is not. And so I think that's something that, you know, could be worked on more.
Yeah. Can I actually add one thing to that? Because I think it's really relevant, because I do have some data on this. So what's interesting, again, is that we as a society tend to think that smart people will just figure it out. But the reality is, like, you know, we put too much emphasis on people saying, hey, what's your passion, or what do you want to do? Like when you're young, when you have never been exposed to these career pathways. So what's interesting is, like, you know, on average, about 85% of the people who come into Catalyte, come to our program, never thought about a career in tech. They never even considered, you know, I mean, look, when you're, you know, how would you even know there's something called a programmatic media planner, right? I mean, that's just like not something people aspire to, right, when they're younger. And so there's this idea, in our world, we think about this as in terms of nodes. They're almost like gateways that you go through, right? You go through one gate, and then the world starts opening up, and you better understand what comes next, right? You're more informed to make the right choices, and it progresses. And so one of the things that's really interesting, again, is like when people take our assessment, they're discovering something about themselves. Oftentimes, they didn't realize that they had this hidden potential. And that's something that we also see and hear a lot as people go through training. Oftentimes, especially some of the people who have come from some of the most underserved communities, they've told us, we're the first people ever who've actually believed that they can do something like this, right? And so much of that, again, is like we've become a society that's so focused on pedigree, right, that we've locked out people who didn't come up through that traditional path. So again, you know, what's interesting again is like we have to help people discover something about themselves. We also have to expose more young people into what we call the flow of the work, right? So much of professional jobs of the future is learning in the flow of the work, right? You can't simulate in a classroom. You can't simulate in a lecture, right? It's got to be done on the job. And so creating more of these pathways, you know, for people to be able to discover something about themselves and discover what they're really good at.
Absolutely. I want to ask this question before we turn it to the audience, because I think so many points have been made. We have the power players in the audience, decision makers, the folks who write the stories. I'd love for each of you to give 1 or 2 points. What is the thing that what we all should do to live out the title of this whole symposium, To Baltimore Together? What's the 1 or 2 things when you think about the investment in people and places that we must do to bring Baltimore together? And I'll start with you, Stephanie, and then end with Shay.
So I am going to be very clear about this because I'm recognizing, as we all have, and as Jake spoke to, there's a lot of investment in technology. I want people to invest in human services. We are at a deficit. We are really, really struggling with being able to serve populations that really are in need of our help. So for example, I think Goldman Sachs and Bloomberg both have great programs investing in youth. I'd like to see, personally from our end, when I think about lawyers and the work that we do, and when you talk about access to justice, we don't have enough lawyers that can do that work because the funding isn't there, right? There's inflation, everyone's becoming an entrepreneur. They want to work for themselves. We are struggling in the human services space in terms of serving those who are truly in need, who can't afford our services. I mean, this is just honest. I have been looking for a staff attorney. I have a staff of 7. I've been looking for a staff attorney since March. One of the things that they taught us very clearly in the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Businesses program, as the president and CEO of your company, you should not be working in the business, you should be working on the business. I work in the business every day because I don't have a choice. I cannot find lawyers that are committed to doing the work that we do. Why? This work is hard. Jake, you spoke about the trauma. Shay, you talked about the different opportunities, right? Depending on, whatever, your background was. I'm assuming, just based on what you said, young people are coming with trauma. We deal with those children in trauma every day. It's exhausting because you got to hold them from so many spaces, right? I think about the education arena. I think about the physical and mental health arena. I think about the juvenile delinquency arena or servicing our elders. People don't want to do that work. They're not getting paid enough money, and the work is hard. And contrary to popular opinion, we are not 9 to 5. People think because we work in the human services industry that we just knock off at 5 o'clock. I work 7 days a week. So do my attorneys, and I work long hours, longer than most people who work in large law firms. But the monies, the resources for that, they're not there. So like, for example, I'm gonna give something very concrete. Goldman Sachs, Bloomberg, they had their fellowship programs, and they invested in young people in high school. They invested in young people in undergraduate school. I would love for you to invest in professional schools, right? To have, and it's not saying don't invest in those other things. Right now, I need a barred attorney. I can bring on legal assistants. I can bring on young people. I need someone to be able to go into court in the state of Maryland, stand before a judge and argue. That's what I need. That's what many of us need. There is a crisis in our industry. So if you want to talk about investments, it's investments in the human services sector broadly. Look at the professional schools. Look at those who may be 2nd and 3rd year law students who are about to graduate but want to intern, want to work in the human services space, the human rights space, the social justice space. And I'm just using law as an example because that's what I do. It could be any human service industry because all of us are stretched. All of us are done. And this is the piece. In order for us to get to the Jake, there's this piece first. There's this development piece first because a lot of young people, a lot of people, adult people, there is a lot of trauma. And you work through that. I see that with some of the lawyers that work for me. And you got to hold that space for them as an employer. And you want to bring people into this industry that is going to be able to serve people who are in need. So my big plug and my loud plug is investment into the human services space.
Oh, appreciate that. Appreciate that, Stephanie, and appreciate that lift up. Jake, what would be your?
Stephanie said it best, right? In terms of sort of investing in human services, right? That's going to build the top of the funnel. I will say that, and I'll sort of move outside of workforce using it. It's like, when I think about where we're going as a society, I think that we are living in a world now which is actually resource rich, right? In fact, I would actually make the argument that Baltimore City, Maryland, is a talent-rich state, right? There's actually talent hidden in plain sight that actually can be, that actually is not just cheaper. It's actually the best workforce, right? It's the best opportunity for long-term growth. And obviously, I think there's work that needs to be done on quantifying those measures. But I think that when we start thinking about the economic development and how do we create place-based strategies in Baltimore City and in Maryland, is how do we actually start to use workforce? How do we actually use let's get rid of the old playbook of tax incentives and subsidies and those types of measures, right, to attract business to invest here. Let's actually use workforce. Let's use employment, right? Let's frankly, especially now we have a great opportunity with the governor-elect, right, around year of service and other apprenticeship programs and lots of other alternative pathways to success. Let's use those programs to incentivize companies and employers to come into our state to invest in Baltimore City. I can tell you the number one line item on every single employer, the most expensive cost that they have is workforce, right? And so we always use things like tax incentives, tax subsidies, or they'll give you some cheaper rent and things. Those don't move the needle for companies to want to invest in a place, right? The only thing that's really going to drive employment into a place is if they can actually tap into a more efficient, a more effective, more productive workforce.
Excellent. Great points. And Shay, what would be your one or two things that you would say, the big investments?
I would echo the sentiments of the other panelists. I would say to invest in young people and to like I spoke about earlier, just be mindful of the assumptions that you make. Not everyone has, be mindful of the assumptions that you make based on their appearance, based on the skills that they have. Not everyone, understands the importance and knows how to network. Not everyone knows how to communicate in different spaces. And so I think being able to recognize that and not give someone an opportunity based on that because it's teachable. And making sure that you're just reaching out, right? Because I think I have a personality where I don't mind reaching out. I enjoy networking. I enjoy talking to people, and that's how I've gotten a lot of opportunities for internships and that sort of thing. But not everyone has those skills. Not everyone understands the value of that. And so I think, especially young people who grew up like I did. And so I think, being willing to give opportunity to those who may not be in your phase and may not, present the way that you think they should be presenting.
No, I appreciate what you just said, Shay, and I'm going to become a part of the panel. Why not? The one or two things I would say is I think that I just see the world so clearly, and I think there are these critical moments. And I think they're all around us, and you know them from living life. And they meant a whole lot to who the person you are today. And I think that we have to capitalize on those moments. Many of them happen in the lives of young people. And like Shay said, they're not going to come in the package you want them to come. They're not going to come in wearing suits and ties and dresses that are beautiful, but they come with brilliance. And you have to capitalize on that moment. You know, older adults, they're not going to come in the package you want them to, but they come with brilliance in them. And I just think we have to really capitalize on that every day. Everyone that's going to work for the next 30 years, they're here. They're not coming in from any other place. And so if we don't take advantage of the opportunity, we don't set up that, I think we lose ourselves. Let me give we have 2 minutes for questions. Yes, my friend. Tell me about your business as you stand up. I don't even have a mic. Let me give you my mic. Get on my mic. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I have on thigh boots. All right, so one of the things that I heard from the three of you with like a resounding scream was the importance of building community. For me, I am a tech founder that comes from a non-traditional background. I have a mom that's been addicted to drugs since before I was born, but I also met someone who was able to start college at 15, and then I ended up at Morgan at 16. So Shay, yes.
You're all gonna want to invest, trust me.
Yes. But throughout my life, I can look back and think back to these pivotal moments where somebody invested in me. And even my path into tech was me going out on a limb and being vocal to reach out to an attorney on LinkedIn to learn what M&A was, to learn the process of buying a company and then wanting to build a company to sell. So if you all had one quick lightning 10-second tip for building a community of impact, what would that be? And I'll start with you, Stephanie.
Oh boy.
She's taking my job. Yes, you should.
Building a community of impact. What is the one thing? You have to be the beginning of that change.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I talk a lot about mission because I'm deeply driven spiritually. I'm very clear about what I'm supposed to do. So when you're very solidly in those types of places, right, where you're really honoring who you are, I think it's important that you begin to not only expose yourself, but have people be exposed to you. Mm-hmm. Because when people begin to hear your resonant message about the importance of tech pieces that you do, other people will begin to attract to you and you would build a community. So the first thing is honoring yourself and allowing yourself to be exposed to others, but more importantly, let them be exposed to you.
And thank you for talking about how exhausting and hard it can be.
It's hard.
We're never coached on that side of it.
No, it's hard.
For us, this is a core belief of our company, right? Everyone has a superpower. Everyone can be a superhero. Our job is to help them discover what that superpower is and then unlock it. And we believe that about everyone. Right, and so when it comes to community, that's why we want to be engaged with everyone. Right, it's every single person has the ability to do something extraordinary if given the right opportunity and given the right pathway.
Do I get to defer to them? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm a young person. I'm still building community, and I think that they said it very awesomely.
Okay, I will say this because you're down the moderator. I love this. I think that when you set a table, and we all set tables, especially as we get to different points in our career, I dare you to include someone that would never get the invitation. Think really hard. This table's being set, who would never get the invitation but needs to be at this table? And I promise if you think about that every time you're in a room, every time you get to set the table, every time you get to have a panel, every time you get to put a microphone in someone's hand, the result's going to be drastically different than if you didn't include that person. And so I think being just thoughtful about that every single moment is really, really important. Excellent. With that, I turn it back over to the amazing, and let me just thank my panel. This has been a wonderful, this has been joy for me. I hope it's been joy for you over the course of this time. But thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Shay.
All right, okay, so we're about to have our 15-minute coffee break. And let me tell you, Jeff Cherry and John Brothers are going to be very upset if you are not back here for our next panel. So again, 15 minutes. Look forward to seeing you back. Of my voice, if you wouldn't mind coming back into the theater, having a seat before we roll this powerful footage that you're going to want to see from the beginning. So again, do me a favor, if you're standing in the hallway, take that last selfie, take that last drink, I see you, and come on in and have a seat.
Equity is the center of my administration. It guides everything that we do, not just because it's a law that I passed, but because it's the right thing to do. And that's what makes me so excited about Baltimore Together, because it's literally bringing the whole community of our businesses and our regular community together to see how we can grow our economy to be the most equitable, best Baltimore economy we can find.
When I think about what a more equitable Baltimore would look like, I think that we need to pause and think about the demographic of this city. Baltimore has a population that is 62% African American. But when it comes to funding, when it comes to startups, when it comes to entrepreneurs in this city, that representation is not on the same metric. So we need to think about how we can reach everyone in this city, because everyone has something brilliant to bring to the table.
A more equitable Baltimore would look like any child walking out of their home having access to food, to shelter, to opportunity, and realizing that any single dream that they had was possible. It is something that can be achieved, but it's only achieved if all of us start to chip in and we start to play our role as parts of this greater ecosystem, this greater community.
We have created major issues for our country and our economy by excluding vast chunks of our population from being able to build businesses. The fact that Baltimore Together is grounded in equity first is the reason why I think it is going to succeed.
It is so important right now that we focus on equitable development. When you talk about some of the challenges that our city face, health disparities, crime, unemployment, most of those things are a result of unequal economics. We've been in a place in our city where the focus has been on let's continue to grow the businesses that are thriving. Let's make investments where investments work. When you have good credit, let's give you more. What happens when you do that is the chasm widens between have and have not. And so part of what happens with equitable development, figuring out a way that everybody is able to get to the table and enjoy the benefits of what our city, our state, and our region has to offer.
The importance of Baltimore Together is it's our vision, it's our roadmap, and it's a way to measure our success and also hold ourselves accountable. The idea behind Baltimore Together is that every day we're working to drive towards a more equitable and inclusive economy. And I don't think that that's happening now. And if we can get to a place where that's realized, I think we will be an amazing city where people want to come, where people want to stay, where people want to build businesses and raise families.
About this earlier, we really are, it feels like preaching to the choir here. You came into this room with empathy, you've checked your bias, you understand what it's going to take to move Baltimore forward. But for those businesses that say, look, as I said before, I'm running a business. I've got employees to take care of. I can't save the world. That's why I vote for others to take care of this. But in order for Baltimore to see the economic growth and wealth that we deserve, we are going to have to do this with intention and build from our strengths. I'm so happy about the panel that you're about to see because they lead by example. So if we could please have our moderator, Jeff Cherry from Conscious Ventures, who will lead us in this conversation.
Thank you. I didn't know, I'm going to sit on the mic. I didn't know I was going to be on stage with a bunch of movie stars. If you would have told me that first, I might have prepared better. How's everybody doing? I know it's getting late in the day. Are we the last panel? Second to last. All right, so I'm not the last thing between you and a cocktail. That's good because I hate being in that position. So, look, I think that a lot of times I get asked to speak and do these sorts of things because I'm an outsider. As most of you know, I'm from New York. I'm not from Baltimore, which, being from New York by definition means I hate every other city, not in the country, but every other city in the world. But I've chosen to do this work here in Baltimore, the work that we do. And I think one of the reasons I have chosen to do that is because it's such a unique startup ecosystem, and there's such potential and such the ability to make tremendous change here that always gets me excited. So I think the next step we have to take, as we've been talking about all day, is how do you make that, bring that potential to the fore, but also make it so that everyone has an opportunity to participate. So I'm gonna bring up the panel. You guys just come on up. Everyone just, yeah, that's it. I'm talking about y'all. Come on up. I'm gonna have the panel introduce themselves. You can see who they are. I'm not gonna try and, talk about all of the accomplishments here. So I want you guys to talk about, obviously, when we talk about building from strength, we have some of the most accomplished entrepreneurs, CEOs, professionals here that you guys all know doing amazing things in some of Baltimore's biggest and most important industries. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But to get started, I'm going to have you guys all introduce yourselves, and Elle, since you sat next to me, you get to go first. I'm glad you did, because if Ken would have gone first and he says something and people want to leave, so it's good to have you first. What I want you to do is just introduce yourselves, tell us about your company, and how do you think about the idea of building from strength here in Baltimore? What does strength mean to you? What are our strengths? What are the strengths in your industry? Take that wherever you want to go. But start, and I'm going to pass that same question down to everybody, okay?
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jeff. And it was wise to have me start, so thanks. Know your audience and your panel. So my name is Ellington West. I am the CEO and co-founder of Sonavi Labs. We are a medical device and software company that's really harnessing the power of artificial intelligence to transform the way we detect, diagnose, and manage respiratory diseases. Now, something that's so important when it comes to chronic respiratory diseases is that here in Baltimore, in our own backyard, African-American children are 3 times more likely to die from an asthma attack than any other patient population. So when I started this company, I was focused in emerging markets. I was working in Malawi, Peru, and Bangladesh, and we were actually focusing on infant mortality as it relates to pneumonia. And I had to pause and I had to ask myself, why am I doing so much global outreach when the real issues are in my own backyard, within my own community? And so we are an FDA-cleared device. We have raised over $6.5 million that I'm very proud of, because as an African-American woman, I think that we already know and understand what funding looks like for us. To be one of the first of 50 African-American women to raise over $1 million is not something to celebrate. It's something.
Can you all give us a round of applause for that? Because that something we're dealing with.
We do it, and it's real, and it's that we're successful in spite of that, right? And so growing my company here in Baltimore, we have this really unique competitive advantage for a few reasons. One is our prime location to some of the world's best universities, hospital systems, and national labs, but more importantly, we have the talent here, and it is something that has to be nurtured, something that we have to have more conversations around, because when I think about our talent pipeline, while it's prime, what are we doing for our students today to inspire them and get them excited about being in spaces like MedTech, or, frankly, any consumer product, but really specifically, I believe in this very biased way that investing in technology really is an investment in our future. And so I'm just so thrilled to be here with so many folks who are committed to looking at Baltimore a little bit differently and saying, how do we actually collaborate and be beyond just the notion of it, but where's the action? And I think that's what today is really about.
Awesome, thank you. Ken, same question. Introduce yourself, tell us about the business, and then, talk about what does it mean to you to build from strength?
Sure, so Ken Malone, Early Charm Ventures. We go into universities, we find really cool new science, we license it, we set up ventures around it, and we create commercial ventures and sell products, right? We've been doing this now for 11 years. We located in Baltimore specifically because we wanted to build this business here. And there's several reasons for that. One is the incredible strength of basic research that exists in the greater Baltimore area, right? So I believe it's the highest concentration of basic research anywhere in the world. And for people that license stuff out of universities, we're like kids in a candy shop, right? But even more importantly than that is, as you can imagine, we have to have a highly creative team. In fact, we say that we're unabashedly creative and cooperatively kinetic. And what we mean by that is not that we have individuals who are super creative. Because individuals that are really creative, they come up with ideas and they never really act on them. You know, they're not action-oriented. We have to actually solve our problems for our customers, right? We want teams of creative people. And there's a really basic formula to have a highly creative team. You maximize diversity on the team. Diversity in all of its aspects. The diversity of the education, of the culture, of the background, of everything. And you have to bring these highly creative teams together and make them feel included and want to work together. And the one thing that I think Baltimore has that just is hard to find in other places is that concept of diversity and the ability for people to accept each other and to say, look, it's a little gritty here, it's a little different, we like being a little bit sort of on the edge, right? Brings us together and lets us operate together as a team in a way that you just don't see in other places. So that's what I think of when I think of what means to build from strength in Baltimore is building from this amazing diversity that we have.
Awesome. Dee?
Beat that.
Yeah. Give me 2 minutes.
He's good. Make me look back.
My name is Delali Jarasa. I'm the CEO of Fearless. There's really 3 parts of our business. I tell people you may think of us as a tech company. We're transitioning to an impact company. And the first part of what we do is through the lens of technology. Our business is building a mission with delivering software with the soul, right? And we really envision a world where good software powers things that matter. And when I say that, it means all of this innovation that you talk about in the technical sphere is not often the same technology that powers things like healthcare or education or social justice or all of these really meaty things that we care so deeply about in the grand scheme of things. And so we built an entire business around that. And so if you were fortunate enough to receive some PPP money through SBA's front door and their lender gateway, we built that. So you use our technology. You didn't know it. So you're welcome to all of you good folks. If you have gotten your global entry, if you've done anything to prove if you're a federal contractor, you've used our technology. We run login.gov as well. And so the identity provider for the federal government, we provide those services. We also run and manage search.gov, so the federal government search engine. So all of their search technology across 2,000 to 3,000 search boxes is powered through all of our technology. And so we've got applications and projects that have very wide reach, but we really try to lean in projects that are mission focused. A recent deal we announced with the partnership with the NFL and Ice Cube's contract with Black America, we're helping them to think a little bit differently about equity from an equity perspective. And so there's all of this news around there's not enough women and minorities in GM and coaching positions. And so one of our projects we are building a LinkedIn Meets It highlight reel for diverse candidates. So when clubs come calling, here's your list of candidates that can do this job. And so that's how we think about technology. So that's our primary core business. We also run an incubator called Hutch, which is growing additional digital services companies, all either women-led or minority-led. We've got 20 companies within that portfolio. The federal government liked what we were doing. They said do more. And so now we have to do 45 of them before 25. So we got to double the program. Stephanie Chin will be speaking, I think, tomorrow. And so you'll hear a little bit more about that. And the third thing is I run a message company disguised as a clothing company. I'm saying that again. It's a message company disguised as a clothing company. Jake talked a little bit earlier about this idea that we all have a superpower. So we share that value and that core belief. And our thought is, how do we get people activated? And a reminder to go, do you use your superpower for good? So happy to be here.
Awesome, thank you. Jamila?
this was the wrong seat to sit in.
Right.
My name is Jamila Vanu. I run Oyen Handmade. We are a natural personal care products manufacturing company, and we've been doing this since 2003. So we are also bootstrapped. We self-manufacture in the beauty industry, which very, very few companies do. And we have experienced a very long, slow, and organic growth trajectory during which we've, again, self-funded, learned a lot of things, made a lot of mistakes, moved from state to state, and experienced what has become a very stable and comforting to us company. It's probably the smallest company on the stage. Inside, maybe I'm the diversity pick of this panel.
I'm going to ask you more about that in a minute, but keep going.
Yeah, please do. One of the things that I spoke about when we were preparing was that when we moved here in 2005, my partner and I were constantly asked like why we had come. And it was a question that we got with like incredulity and kind of like shock, like, but why? For us, the reason was because A, we liked it, and B, we saw a lot of opportunity here, and C, we could afford it. So again, we were moving from New York. So when we think about Baltimore and its strengths, some of the things that we think about are its accessibility, its welcomingness. It's not a word, but the way that it welcomes new people, the way that there's room for new ideas and new enterprises, the way that people support each other here, and the amount of, even without big size, there is still big support for big ideas.
So, Jamila, I want to keep going with you because I was happy that you were on this panel because I spent a lot of time with these three, and you and I have never met each other before, which is pretty unique, I think, certainly for the startup and the tech ecosystem, but not so much for where you come from. So when you think about this idea of Baltimore together, what does it mean to you? How could those of us who are here, how can we be more supportive for businesses like yours? What does it mean to you? Talk up a little bit about that, because I think it's a unique perspective.
I think so too, and it's interesting because when we began our company, it was I'm a nerd, and that's why I have a company, because I knew how to code in 1999 and 2001 when you had to code to build a website, and so I was able to scale my hobby into a business because I could build a website for it. So that is when then I became a manufacturing company and had to kind of stop doing that to run the actual business that I had started. But I do think it's interesting the ways in which we have received support have involved a lot of technical assistance, have involved a lot of education. I'm a lifelong learner, and you kind of have to be when you're an entrepreneur. And so involving myself in entrepreneurial education programs like the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Small Business Program, like the Innovation Work Social Impact Program, like multiple ways that my kind of guerrilla and grassroots company was able to access the information that was needed in order to scale and to grow. It didn't come in the form of funding. We didn't get funded until we were 10 years in, and it wasn't a funding, it was an SBA loan, you know what I mean? But it was possible because of other kinds of investment, technical assistance, education, outreach. When I think about building from strength in Baltimore in particular, I think about ways to support grassroots initiatives, in particular because, as Shalonda said on the video, there's been such a history of divestment in this city, so there are a lot more ideas than there are enterprises, and there is a gap between things like funding, things like large-scale opportunity, and the number of good ideas that there are here. And so the more diverse the kinds of programs and information there are that are available to people, the more opportunity we will see as companies like mine that are small are given the opportunities to grow and the education that are needed to grow.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Look, I want to take it a little bit different direction. I want to talk about, Ken, something that you said, but I want to start with Delali. You talked about, Ken, just the innovation or creativity that comes from diversity. But I want to get a little bit more specific. One of the things we want to do is let people know what you can do today in your business, right? So first of all, Delali, we'll start with you, but I'll ask everyone a similar question. What, diversity in your business, is it moralistic? Where does it come from? Is it just because it's the right thing to do? How do you think about diversity as a competitive advantage? If it is a competitive advantage, how do you execute upon that? I mean, one of the things, a note I wrote to myself was, how do we make more tech companies that look like Fearless? But why do we make more tech companies look like Fearless? Why do we need to do that? Talk about that a little bit from your perspective, I think.
Yeah, so starting off, my perspective on this has changed and evolved, right? I've always thought diversity was something that was important, something that was needed. Started the company a little over 13 years ago when I assumed, hey, I'm a black guy, this is gonna be easy. So the company's gonna be diverse as a result, I don't have to do anything. It kind of doesn't work that way. You've got to be intentional with anything that you want to do. And so a few years into the organization, we were trying to figure out, okay, why don't we look the way we need to look? And it wasn't just from a perspective of how we perceived and how we look, but it's also the ideas are not diverse enough, right? The products need to be better, right? We need more insight. We need to reach more folks. And so we instituted what we call our 50-50 goal. And that was part of our strategic plan, and that 50% of our company was going to be women, 50% was going to be racial minority before 2025. And so it was a thing that it was up there. We had 3 goals. It was one of the 3, right? And there's a number of reasons why we thought that this was important. And we track it. We track it very publicly on our website. So we're at 38, 39 minority and 49 women right now. We track it across the front office, back office, engineering, design, every department, right, is accountable towards this. And that is the reason why I think we have become the largest software developer in the region, right? That is the reason why we're closing and winning and growing at such a fast clip, because we value this. There's something to be said for folks that are smart and they're bright and they're brilliant and they come in the space and they've got to spend 80% of their time code switching and try to fit in, right? It's like, oh, I'm not allowed to say that. Oh, do I give you dap? Do I shake your hand? Do I say hi? What do I, it's like, how do you spend time and brain cycles doing that instead of just doing the job? And so this sense of one of our beliefs is like, just create belonging. How do you create a space where people can come and genuinely be themselves? And so what we found out in that, it wasn't just for people that are considered themselves women or minorities, it was everybody was faking, right? We're all walking around all day catfishing each other and pretending to be this person, right, that we're not. And we wear these masks all day. And so we tell people day one, like, check the mask, right? We don't care what you look like. We don't care what you wear. It doesn't matter. Big hair, short hair, tattoos, doesn't matter, right? Come and be productive. This is what we do. And that is the word that I get most from people when they join our organization. And we're starting to hear this from customers too. They say, oh, this is refreshing. I can come someplace and just be myself, right? And I think when you create cultures like that, inevitably people are in a position where they can do their best work because they just need to focus on the work and not who do I need to be in front of this person today. And so it's incredibly important, right? And that shows in our products, right? That shows with our customers. That empathy is baked in for all folks and all groups in which we service. And so it's absolutely vital to us, I think, as an organization. It is the key to our success.
Yeah, something you just said reminded me. I was thinking about this before, but I have a friend named Mike Brady. He used to run a thing called Grayson Bakery in Yonkers, New York. And if you haven't heard of Grayson, you should all check it out. They do something really interesting. It's called open hiring. So if you want a job at Grayson, you walk in the office, you put your name on the list, and the next job that comes open, it's your job. Doesn't matter where you came from, what you did before, why you want the job. Only thing that matters is you want to work. Brady always says, everyone spends millions of dollars trying to weed people out. We spend millions of dollars trying to create a culture where everyone belongs. And if you don't belong, you'll self-select out. But everyone who wants a job gets a job. They make brownies. It says we don't hire people to make brownies. We make brownies so we can hire people. So it's a really interesting model. I mean, it's the far end of this, but I think it's instructive for all of us. So with that in mind, Elle, you're, at the beginning of this journey in lots of ways. You've raised an incredible amount of money and done amazing things, but you're still sort of at the beginning of this journey. So how are you thinking about this and from your position, right, which is different from Delali's, maybe different from mine, but how are you thinking about diversity, on the face, and how and if and why it can be a competitive advantage for you?
Absolutely, yes. So while I only have 11 employees to Delali's 100, we are, or how many employees do you have now? Thousands?
I think you're off by.
Anyway, sorry.
The count changes every day now. I know, right?
So for me, it was really interesting. I mean, diversity is necessary for innovation, because if we are all coming from the same place trying to solve the same problem, we are not going to create any meaningful change at all. And that's at the crux of our values and what we do. But I mean, I had a very sobering moment just last month where I was sitting around the table with my executive team, and we had a board meeting, so our full board was there. And I looked around the room and I said, oh my God, my next diverse hire is a white male, because we don't have any. So for me, it's, we're kind of flipping things on its head, and we're saying to ourselves, how do we have these meaningful conversations and pull from everyone's experience? And I think it first comes from listening, right? How can I solve problems if I don't have those stakeholders at the table with me trying to create and generate those solutions? So for me, it is the beacon. It's our truest North Star that we focus on. And because of it, I think that we are incredibly competitive. And when we stack against companies that are in our space, even though we're smaller, we have to fight so much harder. And there are things that are in our toolbox that aren't in other folks because they've been afforded certain opportunities. So I think that the ability to run the marathon, you learn that along the way of your journey, but not everyone is equipped with that. And I think that that is the competitive advantage.
Yeah, look, I think one thing I wanted to make clear here, I don't think that anyone up here is saying that this is easy, right? That it's easy to figure out. Delali, really transparently, we've been in the same boat trying to figure out, okay, we got to do more outreach, we got to do more work around this. But it's the work, being intentional about it, that's really important. A lot of people know here, I used to run a hedge fund. And when I ran a hedge fund, it was all based on this idea of stakeholder capitalism. But we were always thinking about diversity in our portfolio and diversity in the companies. And we started doing a bunch of research once, and we ended up creating what we call the diversity portfolio, which is a separate business. And what we found out, and it goes to the competitive advantage. I'm an investor, so I'm always talking about this competitive advantage thing. But we found out that of all the companies we invested in over 5 or 6 years, if they were in our portfolio consistently 3 to 5 years, and they had more than 50% women on the board of directors or in leadership, they wildly outperform all the other businesses. And this is in public equities. So
maybe you shouldn't bother with the old white guy.
Yeah, right. So you might not want to bother with that. Well, as long as it doesn't stay above 50%, right? Yeah. So it's hard to do, but this all the stuff about innovation, it's real, right? It's real. Ken, I think that one of the things I wanted to get from you, because also want to make sure this is actionable. So you do some things specifically, right? I think in terms of hiring and how you do outreach. Talk a little bit about what you're doing, intentional, as Delali said, to make your company more diverse and inclusive.
Sure. And so I think like most companies, about 70 to 75% of the people we hire come to us from our network. So we may post a job, but Elle sees it and sends somebody over, or Delali says, somebody recommends somebody to me, right? So the first thing I realized is that I have to dramatically change our network if I want to change where we're hiring from, right? So we've done some things toward that. One is we said, well, first we're going to stop spending a lot of time at Hopkins and the University of Maryland, not because they don't have great people to hire there, but because, look, there's other really great places to hire from, Coppin State. So we started a program with Coppin State and their polymer science program there. We hire a lot of people in the material science area, right? We didn't just sort of go and knock on the door and say, hey, let's hire some people. We said, how about we do a joint research project? We'll give you a little bit of funding. We'll go get some more funding. We started a project together with them. In addition to that, we said, let's hire a couple of interns from there. Also, let's send some of our people to your master's program. And in addition to that, we changed our reimbursement policy for universities. If you want to go and get an advanced degree in the sciences, we will pay for it if you go to Coppin, but nowhere else, right? We're doing similar
How about
things.
that? That sounds pretty good, right?
And
That's intentional.
This is one example of that intentional, right? We're doing similar things with the University of Baltimore School of Business. Again, one of those that's really great programs, but they're underrepresented in terms of how we recruit and how people view these programs, right? And I guess the last thing I want to say, Jeff, is it takes something you said to us the other day, right? People so frequently hire for skill and fire for behavior. And we're really focusing on how do we hire for behavior. Because at the end of the day, as Jake pointed out earlier, right? Getting people skills is something that you can do, right? And the final piece of it is, look, there's a minimum knowledge that you have to do a job. Frequently, though, having more knowledge than that doesn't necessarily make you better at doing that job. Being a better team player and being somebody that wants to work with other people and be creative and innovative, that is more important than having a bigger, better degree, education, things like that.
Yeah, that whole idea of, it goes back to another thing that we've talked about, but you get certain CEOs, executives, entrepreneurs who say, we don't think about diversity. We just hire the best talent. We just hire the best people. And I always think, well, have you talked to everybody? How do you know, right? And the intentionality about it is, if you believe, as lots of people have said today, if you believe that talent is ubiquitous, then wherever you go, you'll find talent. And if you just go to Stanford or University of Maryland, you'll find talent there. And if you go to Morgan and Coppin, you'll find talent there. It'll just look different. And then the difference in that is one of the things that will create a competitive advantage, I think, in businesses. So I think that's really powerful. Jamila, I want to, when we talked a couple weeks ago, a lot of people, I've had this hashtag I've been using, Unwire Baltimore. It's about, how do we change the perception? Right? How do we get the word out about all the great things that are happening? I'll tell you a quick story. I was in Monterrey, Mexico 2 days ago for a startup conference that I spoke at, because we were going to start a Conscious Venture Lab in Mexico City. And there were 6,000 people at a startup conference. And one of the organizers said, "Not the Mexico you read about, huh?" And I said, "No, this is not the Mexico I read about." So, let's talk about, Jamila, how do we get people to understand that Baltimore is more than what they read about, right? What do you think about, how do we get the word out about all the great things that are happening here? What do we need to do? This might be collectively too, because we have a lot of storytellers in the audience, people who are in this, community. What are we not doing well in that, that people are asking you and I from New York, really? Baltimore?
Forgot this part. There's definitely a chance and an opportunity for a change in the perception of Baltimore, and not just externally of people who aren't here about what they think about it, but also internally, people who are here and what we think about it, the way we speak about it, and the way we perceive it. I've been here more than 15 years, and it's funny because probably 80% of the people who, when we first moved, were asking us why, are here now.
Yeah.
Because it's an awesome place. I definitely think we have an opportunity for changing the story. I love your hashtag about unwiring, and I think that the creative economy is a big opportunity for the change of that story. That there's a reason people consider The Wire to be the story of Baltimore, and it's because it was an excellent story. It was well told. It was well acted. It was impactful. And there is, these stories are also impactful, but they're not being told on the same stages and as The Wire. This panel is not on HBO right now, right? So
Yeah, but we should be.
maybe
We probably should be, yeah. I have to brush up on my jokes. Is that okay? So that's probably why
thoughts
we're
on that one,
not.
Jeff. I got some thoughts on that.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I think when we talk about Baltimore needs to tell, what kind of story do we need to tell? It's that we need more people to tell the story, right? And so you talked about HBO, you talked about The Wire, and they're very well resourced, right? So they can create this phenomenal production, right, that goes around the world, and that's the story that you hear. And whether it's the papers, right, they've got resources. So we're getting our news from certain outlets, and so you need more of the other voices in the room. Like if it's me, give Dion $1 million, right? She's a phenomenal storyteller, right? There's so many small businesses that are here that don't have the same amount of resources, but we need the top-down stories, but we also need the grassroots stories, right? And so folks that are authentically connected to the communities, all different types of communities, how do we give them some resource and support so they can also tell a story so you can get the whole picture of what's happening in Baltimore?
Ken, any more on that?
I have nothing to add, Jeff. Can you believe that?
That's actually amazing. I'm shocked.
He told me to say that at least once this time, so I did.
I didn't think you'd listen. So why is this concept of Baltimore together? Why do you, and I want everyone to sort of take a stab at this. Why is it important to Baltimore? Or more specifically, what does the city look like if we're successful? We're on the path now. We're clearly on the path. If we weren't, we wouldn't be here. The stage wouldn't look like it is. But when there's still a lot of work to do, right? There's only one Ellington who's raised $6 million here in Baltimore. There's still a lot of work to do, right? There's right now 2 minority-run venture capital funds here that are not very big. They need to be bigger. They need to be more. So there's still a lot of work to do. But if we're successful, what does the city look like? 3, 5, 10, whatever you think. What's the change so that the people can grab onto? Elle, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Huge question. For me, it's a couple things. I think that one, we're just looking at infrastructure in and of itself, right? That when we look at this city, there is so much opportunity block by block to make a difference and to make a change, that no one who is attending, elementary school should be living next to a vacant home and afraid to walk home and there not be lights on in the street. I mean, we have very basic infrastructure opportunities, and I think that we have to start there foundationally, because that's what builds everything else up. So I think that it comes down to infrastructure, education, and more importantly, just listening to each other and being reactive in a meaningful way. And I go back to the thought of, we can't solve problems that we don't understand. And until we pause and actually give the ear and the microphone to people who aren't on this stage, that's where we really see the difference. And so for me, I think that from at least a med tech lens, we are going to be just as competitive as Philadelphia, just as competitive as Boston, just as competitive as San Francisco. As someone who, requires fundraising to be successful, I raised 90% of my capital outside of the state of Maryland. And that's telling, right? And I think that though that shift is also happening in real time, that 4 years ago, I couldn't say that I knew an African-American VC in the city of Baltimore, right? And now I'm sitting next to someone who is committed to really making that change. And so I think that it comes down to funding. It's really also allowing the appropriate platforms for people who have otherwise been silenced. And that's what I see very differently in the thesis of Baltimore Together, is that we're focusing on small businesses. We're focusing on economic development in a way that, yes, it's important that we have Morgan Stanley coming. We're all excited about that. But how many companies do we have here that have to be equally amplified? And I think that goes to Delali's point, right, of that organic grassroots growth and voice, but also that top-down approach, so that we meet in the middle and we push the needle inch by inch, but we're actually honestly doing it together.
Yeah, awesome. Ken, same thing. What does the change look like?
So the big challenge is to see that equitable growth through entrepreneurship, right? And what that means is that it's not about a whole bunch of venture capital flying around with 0.01% of the people getting richer. Although it's fine for 0.01% of the people to get richer. I want to get richer. I'm planning on getting richer, and I'm intending fully to do it. But I don't think that's really what it's about, right? It's about how do we help people who have that business that's going to grow and bootstrap and grow and constantly move and get them the right type of financing. I want to do a shout out to Fulton Bank out there that's doing an amazing job of just having a total different way of approaching financing for a lot of companies that just would never get financed because they're growth finance companies. They are not the type of company that's attractive for venture capital, right? I also want a big shout out to Innovation Works that's doing a lot of things, Ignite Capital Fund that they're doing.
Yeah.
This is the type of thing, guys. This is what makes the big difference. It's focusing not on just the really sexy new therapeutic company. It's focused on just basic blocking and tackling good manufacturing companies, people that want to make things, right? You know, most of what we do is manufacturing. We make stuff. Those are great jobs. They have great pathways for wealth creation, and they're things that you can grow, and they're place-based, right? They don't flip and get sold and move out of town. They stay forever. That's what we need to have, and frankly, we're already doing it. We are on a pathway to a tremendous amount of success here in Baltimore, and I wish that a lot more people could see it, and I wish that the people who grew up here would see it more often, because it's mostly us transplants that actually are in the trenches seeing it. So come and join the party. It's here, it's happening.
So innovation on infrastructure, place-based, Delali, what's the change look like?
I think change looks like, right, if there's that any kid in the city of Baltimore, right, has the awareness that they can actually do anything they want to do, right, is number one. And the second thing is they've got the resources and a pathway in order to get there. And I'm really starting to hate this term, this tale of two Baltimores. There isn't two Baltimores, there's one Baltimore, right? In this sense of Baltimore together where it's East Side, yes, it's Sandtown, it's Midtown, it's Pigtown, it's all the towns, right? In the city, but like all that stuff has to come together in a way where the kids of the folks in the White L have to be responsible for the kids in the Black Butterfly and vice versa, right? When we start to think about our city differently, we can do this Baltimore together thing actually as a unit, right? And ensure that the pathways for everyone they're actually realized, because we all eat the consequence of that, right? We're reaping everything we've sowed for decades and centuries of time, and so if we want a new future, we got to do something differently. And so for me, it absolutely is this sense of we become truly one Baltimore, right, and not this tale of two Baltimores.
Jamila, my sister New Yorker, bring us home.
I would love to speak about infrastructure and the two Baltimore concepts and about public transportation. I think it is a huge and glaring gap in our city that it's so hard to get from one side of it to the other. That it's this small, but you still kind of need a car to get around. We shouldn't need to. And I think if we didn't, there would be a whole lot more mobility, transfer, and opportunity for a lot of people in our city where it currently does not exist. Additionally, and again, speaking to the idea of building from strength, our city has an incredible industrial legacy, an incredible manufacturing legacy, and an incredible amount of kind of building inventory that speaks to that legacy that is sitting there crumbling to dust. And we just moved this summer into a building that took 2+ years to build out. The Valeries of EVI did the build out of this previously, like city-owned crumbling building, specifically for light manufacturing. Prior to that, I spent 2.5 years visiting all these crumbling buildings, trying to find one that I could buy and fix, and I could either do one or the other, but no, it's impossible to find financing as an independent user occupant to both buy and then also rehabilitate some of these buildings because they're in such need. There's no way, like they don't appraise, the need for what needs to be done to them is way bigger than a single owner occupant can manage. So my hat is off to developers like Ernst and Dana Valerie for seeing that need and then speaking directly to develop for a manufacturing use, because the building we were previously in for 11 years, his dream was apartments and retail. Everyone's dream is apartments and retail. Everyone wants to just build condos. So, and that's fine if that is what you need, but that is not the only thing our city needs. We got a lot of apartments. We need places where people can make stuff and can work and can build things.
And amazingly, the stuff where people make things can be located where people actually live, so you don't actually have to have mass transportation. Have the jobs where the people are, right?
Well, don't talk down to mass transportation. We want more of that. But one Baltimore. Yeah, we can have both of those things. We have both of those things. One Baltimore. Y'all made my job easy. Everybody, give these guys a big round of applause. Thank you. It's great to be with you.
All right, we're going to keep this party going, So great ending to this panel. One more round of applause. Ow! So nice meeting you guys. Okay. All right, so let's follow on that same conversation. What does it look like? Well, today's youth are our future's workforce, so this will be a great time to discuss how are we going to lean in. And we will have John Brothers, who is the president of the T. Rowe Price Foundation, to lead us in this discussion. Come on, John.
This is my jam. I think it's very vital to rock around. All right, I'm going to call up all my panelists. We got extra mic. Everybody got a mic? Great, good. Thank you, ma'am. We are the last panel before we party, right? So I'm going to try to find every way for you to forget that so that you can enjoy this here. How is everybody? Good. Look at that cat call. I love it. All right. So my name is John Brothers. I'll do a little bit of setting the stage, and then I'll have my panelists, who met all of them need no introduction, but I will have them introduce themselves, and then we'll launch into some questions. And if we have time, we'd love to open it up to you. So my name is John Brothers, and I am fortunate to lead the philanthropy efforts for T. Rowe Price, which around 85 years ago was a small company. And over the years, it has grown here in Baltimore. As I was looking at this session, one of the things that because this is focused on young people and the promise of young people and what that means to the development of a city. Recently, I was at an effort in London where I was sitting next to the head economic development officer for Medellin, Colombia. And I have to be honest, I knew a little bit about Medellin and their transformation, but in large part, I only knew about Medellin, Colombia from what I'd seen in movies. And so we're sitting there, and he's like, the only thing I've seen of Baltimore is The Wire. I was like, yeah, The Wire. And he's like, you have nothing on us. Every movie that's ever made about drugs is about us, right? And but began to talk about, if you've never, after I read everything I could on Medellin, Colombia, but if you don't know about their transformation, largely their transformation was centered around the power of their young people. And so, and what he said to us is that he doesn't like the words revitalization, right? What he liked is maybe transformation, but mostly realization of Medellin. And so he talked a little bit about their population, and I looked at Baltimore's population. 1/4 of our population here in Baltimore is under 19 years old. 1/3 of our population is under 24 years old, and 1/2 of our population is under 34 years old. That is a young city. So he named youth, and how he put it, the future of the population was an important factor in their transformation. The second one is the potential of their industries. And in Baltimore, per capita, we have as many colleges as anywhere in the United States, but we have 120,000 college students in Baltimore right now, sitting in our city. Then he said favorable politics. And so when I look at our politics in terms of the frame of youth, I think our mayor is pretty young. I think our governor, by governor standards, is pretty young. I think our comptroller is pretty young. I think our state Senate president is pretty young. All young leaders who love Baltimore. If we can't figure out politically how to advantage Baltimore beyond where we've been, that's a real challenge. And culturally, I saw Jeannie in the room, Baltimore is pushing culture all over the world as much as any place you could name. And that is largely done by our young people and largely by young black youth in this city. And so if you look at those four factors, for me at least, it gives great promise in terms of what our young people can do and where they should be involved, in that they need to be front and center. Oftentimes when we talk about young people, it's like, come and sit in those three. And the two efforts that I've been involved with in Baltimore City as it related to young people that I'm most proud of is, one, I was co-chair of the development of the Baltimore City Youth Fund. And from a policy perspective, that is the way that was created and where that sits in the city is one of the most successful efforts that I've seen in terms of using public dollars in a collaborative way led by young people. And then the second one, which I had the good fortune of just delivering the plan. I don't want to say the work is done. The work is co-leading the Squeegee Collaborative, which anyone that saw that process up close would also see that young people were front and center to the way in which that plan was developed. And I would say the power in both of those is Baltimore. That other cities would have struggled where Baltimore would not and did not. And so I wanted to just kind of lay the foundation for our discussion today. I'll start with Jason, and then we'll go down the line here and have our good panelists kind of give a nickel tour introduction of themselves, and then we'll get into some questions. Jason.
Great. Thanks, John. Good afternoon, everybody. Last panel. So glad to be here. So my name is Jason Perkins Cohen. I am the director of the Mayor's Office of Employment Development. That's a mouthful. It's also MOED. We're the city's workforce agency, but we're focused exclusively on promoting economic justice. And we'll talk about more of that when we go through. Just on a personal level, I'm from Baltimore. My dad is from Baltimore. He bounced around from the east and the west side, so we claim a little bit of both. He, myself, and my two sons all went to City College, City forever. And my wife works for the school system. So my kids are 19 and 22. We are young people talking about youth issues all day, every day. Great to be here.
Great.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Harrison. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Harrison. I'm the police commissioner for the Baltimore Police Department, and I have been for the past 4 years. Well, February will make 4 years for me. I am not from Baltimore. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, where I was born and raised and grew up and spent 28 years in that police department. And I was the chief of police for 4.5 years there before accepting the opportunity to come to Baltimore to be the police commissioner. Involved in a number of things and have been working with these two gentlemen on a number of issues, and happy to be here to talk about this issue. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jada Johnson. I'm 21 years old. I'm born and raised in Baltimore City, Maryland. I bounced from west to east, west, south, all of them. And I'm a Dove. That's it. That love in the building.
Right.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Joni Hollifield. I'm from Baltimore. Shout out West Baltimore, 21217.
Thank you.
I unfortunately have the story of too many young people where been brought up in poverty and just really growing up in stress, growing up depressed, and not really understanding that the world is bigger than Baltimore. I stopped going to school in the 9th grade. I didn't understand the value of education and how education could be a tool to lift you out of poverty. But I'm here today. I've founded Heart Smiles, a strong youth organization in Baltimore, helping young people to realize and to tap into their talent, to tap into their purpose, so that they can realize their own version of success.
So Joni and Jada, I'm going to start with you both on this first question, but I won't start with you, Jada. Now I got a little background on Jada. You were super impressive, but to Heart Smiles, Jada is called a heartbeat. So as you talk about a heartbeat, love to learn more about that. But Joni, I'll start with you, and then you can pass it to Jada, and we'll come down this way. What role do you think young people will have in shaping the future of Baltimore? And why is it important to focus our attention on young people, this demographic specifically?
Yeah, so the first thing I think that young people was going to help us do is to refocus on what's important first. And that is the things that we don't always think about, which is the support that they need just as a whole, to be a person first, to be seen first. And let's just be real, the city school education is failing our children every single day. And I think that young people will be an important part in helping to reimagine and just rethink, how do we get young people excited about education, and how do we get them as a real participant in the education system so that they aren't just required or expected to just sit there and just receive information, but without actually participating in the learning process. And young people, they are our now and they are our future. So we will have missed the boat and failed our city tremendously if we continue to ignore them and leave them out of the process.
I actually agree 100%. Like you were saying, being youth, the word you is in youth, so you have to see yourself in us in order to believe in us. And I feel like a lot of adults don't see themselves in us. They just dismiss us. Oh, that's just a young person. Like, yo, we all go through the same stuff, just at different ages, at different times, in a different time frame, a different space zone, a different mindset. And like, y'all will quickly, adults, not y'all, will quickly dismiss us. Don't beat me up. But they will quickly dismiss us because it's like, oh, they're a young person, but weren't you just, should we not? All right, just keep going. That's how it be. The young people, they be just like, all right, well, if the adults not going to help, we just go keep it going, you know, keep it rolling, keep rolling with the punches and keep taking it in, but we also not going to stand for it. And I feel like a lot of adults be like, oh, them young people, they just know-it-alls. Then y'all, all right, we not going to get into that neither. Go ahead. It just be like, go ahead. And I feel like a lot of adults allow young people to just do what they want because they're scared to say, don't do that. Or they're scared, the approach is wrong. Like, your mail carrier don't come and just throw your mail through your front door and let it fall on the floor. Like, no, they got somewhere to put it for a reason. I feel like a lot of adults, their delivery be wrong. They just throw it in your face and be like, oh, well, take it. What?
Good point.
Be serious. Like, I understand we have, like, respect for our parents, respect for our elders, but even still, as an adult, as a person, as a human who requires some sort of decency, the decency isn't being reciprocated. And it's like, oh, well, respect is a two-way street. But then adults forget that you have to set the tone. How long have you been here? How many people then reminded you how to respect your elders? And then y'all turn around to 6, 7, 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds and be like, y'all have no respect. Look at my grandmother cussing that lady out. My grandmother did not say thank you to that girl who just handed her bag. Did she? And y'all wonder why kids don't say thank you, but older people set the tone for us. But y'all also depend on us because who's going to take care of y'all? Who's going to make sure y'all Social Security correct? Half the kids that y'all look at on the squeegee block kids, they can't even do math, so y'all Social Security check going to be off. Y'all better talk to God about it because I can't. And then, like, the youth is what's going to carry us to the next generation, and then we forget that. We forget that it's somebody behind us in line. Like, we wasn't just in line, at the back of the line in kindergarten, knowing nothing. We forget too often, and I feel like once we start to remember where we came from, remember who we were, remember, you know, how did we grow up, where did we come from, or what we trying to achieve, those things snap us back into reality and help us refocus. So until we can remember our why, our what, our who, the people coming up behind us, we're going to continue to forget what we want in the future.
Jada is the bomb, right? Go ahead, Commissioner Harrison. You want to respond? You want to follow that? That's hard, I know.
That's hard to follow.
It is.
Sorry.
Well, look, they both make great points. The youth are our right now. There comes a point when we will turn the keys to the city and to the state and to the country over to you. And so it is our job to prepare our youth to be able to receive it and to handle it. And it starts with good modeling. We should be modeling for you what we want you to do, how you should be thinking about things. Showing you the good, and then showing you how to avoid the pitfalls and how to avoid the mistakes that we have made. And it is my job to make sure that we deliver a police department to you that not just understands how you think, because we tend to forget, we used to be young. And it's almost like we put on this uniform and we forget. But it's my job to deliver a police department, transform it, and then deliver it back to you that treats everybody with dignity and respect, but values you and values your opinion. And when we understand how you think and what you need, we then can show you a side of us that you don't often see. You often just see the enforcement side. We're here to enforce the law. But we want to show you the human side of us, so that when we turn the keys over to you, some of you can take on the role of public safety. Because if someone doesn't do it, then we know what will happen. And so we have to model for you what a good police department should be, what good police officers should look like, should sound like, what good adults should look and sound like, and what we should be doing, so that you can grow into that. But it's on us, and that is the role of the police chief, the police commissioner, to have and to lead a department like that, and if it's not like that, to turn it into that kind of police department.
Yeah, I agree with my fellow panelists, and I just want to sort of reflect a little bit on Jada's comments, which I think were right on. And I think, first of all, the youth voice and everything that we're doing in terms of programming. I mean, I think, John, your question was something like, what will be? And I think I would just say what needs to be. Like, it needs to be what youth tell us they need and want, and how programs and initiatives need to be structured, because they know better than anyone my age, right? So that's the one. And then the second part is about the modeling, which I totally agree with, and I appreciate Commissioner Harrison's comments. Obviously coming from an employment aspect, we're all employers, right? We're all supervisors, and we have to model, right? If we're not modeling, Jada, you were talking about the grandma who was cussing out whoever. As employers, as supervisors, if we're not modeling how we work with our employees, with young people, and that we're listening to their voice, we're respecting their visions, then we're setting the completely wrong course.
Yeah. So the next one, Jason, I'll stay with you, is the trend, relates to trends. Now, first, the trend is being influenced by me, I'm going to joke a little bit, is I'm trying to get my Park Heights strut to work. It's not working, right? So that's one trend that's not working for me. But what I want to know from my panelists, away from the Park Heights strut, is what trends are you seeing amongst young people that you work with? How do younger generations differ now than other generations that you've been working with?
Right. And I would just, obviously it's from my perspective of who we're working with, not as a young person, of course. I think what's really encouraging is that young people are even more determined to make their voice heard, right? They know they have answers, they know what they want, and they're coming forward and saying, listen to me. And then again, it's on us as less young people to make that authentic commitment to them that we're really listening. And then I think there's all kinds of things, and again, I'm going to come from the workforce world, around young people being way more open than I was as a young person, than peers when I was young, around things like being your own boss, around non-traditional paths, the gig economy, entrepreneurship. Young people, from what we're seeing, are hungry for that, for this much more creative opportunity that they're looking for, and we as have to respond to that, and again, not try and route them through traditional paths that isn't necessarily what everyone wants to do.
Well, I think your question, how are they different?
Yep.
When I was, so I won't say how old I am now, but when I was your age, we needed and we wanted money to do some of the things we wanted to do. We didn't need money to take care of ourselves.
That part.
I just needed money, my friends, and we needed money to go skating. We wanted money to go to the ballpark. We needed money to go to a dance. I'm finding more and more young people, and younger are needing money to take care of themselves, to raise themselves. to help raise the other family members. And it's a unfair burden that we, society, we have put on young people, and it's happening at younger and younger ages. I'm just in a position I get to see the full spectrum, the good and the bad. And young people have an unfair burden sometimes now, and really in this city, to not just be the young person, but to be the parent, to be the guardian, to be the caretaker. And sometimes when there are not legitimate means readily available, some people may decide to stop going to school to work. Some may take on illegal activity because it becomes a necessity. Money and the need to survive is a necessity. And necessity will drive people to do a number of things. And that's why it's our job to educate police officers on why people do what they do. Because you'll begin, when you know that, you'll begin to understand and treat people very differently. There's a very big difference between stealing to feed my starving habit or stealing to feed my starving family. It's a big, both are wrong, but there's a human side that causes people to do things, and we should not be treating people in a disparaging way when we see them do things that they do out of necessity. And I just think, John, I'm seeing more and more young people put in a position that they are being asked to be an adult far earlier than it was asked of me or you or any of us. And so we're seeing people, young people, do things that just seems unimaginable that a person that age would be doing that, whether it's just taking care of themselves or whether it's something more nefarious to survive.
Yep. We're going to hold on that too when we come back to the next question. But Jada, back to you. What are some trends that you're seeing amongst your fellow young people?
Okay, so there are two trends. The first one is to build off the commissioners. I see a lot of young people growing up way too fast from trauma or unexplained problems in their city that have nothing to do with them. Like no 6-year-old should have to stand in front of a board of people and say, please stop the school shootings at my school. I want to go home and watch a lullaby show at home. Like that don't make sense at all. But that also goes to who makes the laws, how do they see people? Do they believe people are humane, inhumane? Like what views and what retrospects do they have on people in general? The second trend I would say that I see is that we always think we got a code switch. Like we don't. Sometimes a young person needs a raw, uncut version of something bad happened in my life as an adult and I'm stressed out. A lot of young people don't know how to deal with stress. I didn't even know what stress was in high school. I'm just like, I'm tired. I didn't even know what I was tired from. Whole time it's stress. Had an adult said to me, oh, well, I'm stressed out because like you could be transparent with young people and not have to sugarcoat everything because that's not how we learn. Had somebody at my young age said, oh yeah, when you apply for BG&E, you need a credit score. Y'all would have saved me a couple $300-400 of a security deposit that I just came out of pocket for to supply lights in the house that I need to live in. Like, nobody says, oh, my BG&E this, my rent this, my water that. All people say is, I got bills. What does that mean? What does that mean? You got bills. I got bills. I got T-Mobile. I got BG&E. I got rent. Like, nobody goes into what this is and how it stresses me out or how it causes stress. And y'all skip over how to maintain it. I ain't had a self-care day yet. I find myself cleaning more than I sleep, and I'm scared as an adult. I don't even know how to maintain, like, what y'all clean on certain days of the week. I need to know. Why y'all laughing on certain? Listen, I spent the whole weekend cleaning, but it's just the small stuff that if adults was more transparent about, instead of it being, I need to be an adult this day, I need to be a worker this day, I need to be a parent that. No, mix it all up, hand it out to me, like how y'all mix y'all Thanksgiving plates. I know it's gonna be low vibrational. I know y'all plates gonna be low vibrational. I know y'all mix y'all mac and cheese and sweet potatoes. Anyway, mix them up how y'all do them plates and give it back to us and teach it to us. Instead of it being, this is this, that is that. Y'all don't go to school and they don't be like 3 and 2 is 5, that's it, and walk out the door. Like, y'all tell me what a fact family is, how many numbers equal up to 10, how to get 100, how to divide. Like, give us all the steps you would give us in school, in real life, because I still ain't got no checkbook.
It's good that you like to clean, though.
I don't.
That's good.
I don't. Cleaning products is a part.
Joni.
So I'm with young people every single day of my life, and the two things that like is just like right there every single day is, number one, they don't want to be put in the box. Like, young people are very keenly aware that they're supposed to be in the driver's seat. And if you try to sneak in the driver's seat, they're going to very politely let you know that you're supposed to be the passenger or a back seat. So that one. And then number two is mental health is not going to be silenced anymore. They are determined to put mental health in the forefront of everything and force us to deal with it. Like, it's been so many generations that we've gone through without having those conversations and just kind of slipping it under the rug, not paying it any mind. Young people aren't having that today. No, we're going to talk about mental health. We're going to deal with it now, and they're going to lead with mental health in a way that I don't think the world has seen yet.
That's great. So, Commissioner Harrison, I'm going to have you answer this question first, and then we'll go to Jada and come down the line and come back to Jason. So, in the recent Squeegee Collaborative process, we had the really good fortune of having the a dozen or more young people come around the table. Now, the first thing I noticed in relation to the trends I saw is that young people are uberly more collaborative at Jump Street than older people. They jump to collaborative models really, really quickly. And they do it by their phone. They get to consensus or they get opinion really quickly. And that was one of the things that we saw, or I saw at least in this process. But in this process, when they did come together to inform over 150 leaders in the city about the challenges, they really talked about the gaps and the barriers that existed for young people in the city and the reasons why they were squeegeeing were largely related to those gaps. And so what I'd love for you to start is, like, from your vantage point, what are the gaps and barriers that do exist for young people in the city of Baltimore? And what are the ways to close those gaps? What are the tools that Baltimore has to help close those gaps? How do we kind of hear what those gaps are and kind of meet them and surpass them?
Great question. And I was a part of that from the very beginning, just like you and so many others. And I think some of the gaps were, and we heard stories much like yours. Many of them said they had to stop going to school because it got so difficult because they weren't really prepared for high school out of middle school. So some stopped going because school just became too difficult and they couldn't keep up. Some had a need to move into the earning stage of their life to help take care of themselves, others in the family, sometimes the entire family. And so they begin to grow in this system. Well, they got to a point where what they really want is to earn money. What they really want and still want is to have resources available to them and recreation available to them. But they outgrew the recreation system. So there was a point where many of them are too old to go to a rec center, and there's nothing to provide to them between that age of 18 and 21 or 22. Some of them need to earn money but are not of age to get a legitimate job of 16, so they're under that age, but they bear the responsibility of having to earn money for the household. There's so many others and so many other gaps, but those are just a few. And so how we are working now to figure out how to fill those gaps, how to provide for the entire family for a 12-year-old who's standing out there thinking he or she needs to earn money. But they really need to be in school. But they're out there because the family can't supply the need. But there's so many issues with the family, why the family can't do it, that we have to address all of those issues just to fill the gaps for that one young person. Then there are others who want recreation, they want money, but they want it in a way that is very different than many of us. And many of us, maybe we're able to wait 2 weeks for a paycheck. It is impossible for many of them, if not all of them, to live that way. And so there is a daily earning potential and a daily earning need that they have that we have to meet. So there are some of the gaps like that we have to fill financially, with education, with resources, with recreation, with family support, because many of them are not old enough to get work. Those that are old enough to get work are too old to do things. And then many of them grew, aged to a point that they are too old to be in a traditional classroom setting with high school students. It's now inappropriate. So now we have to deliver a system to educate them in a way that they need it and can digest it. Give them earning in a way that they can earn that meets the daily need, not the weekly or biweekly need. All the other resources for the kids that aren't of age to work but need money nonetheless and have the responsibility nonetheless. And so those are just a few, and there's so many more, but the city has taken it on, and we're working now to fill those gaps.
Oh, yes, of course. I would say the biggest gap is the gap between a stable mental health, like space, versus the one that we're at. And that starts with generations, like way beyond us. Do you know that from the time you're born, from the time you are conceived, the disadvantages start to pile up? If you're not from a two-parent household, that's 2. If you're black, that's 3. If you're female, that's 6. Like, it just keeps going. Do you know that the amount of vacants that that a child walk past on their way to school determines how well they'll be in life? But don't nobody think about the fact that taxes, the property tax that y'all barely charge in certain communities versus the ones outside of those said communities is higher or lower, and that's why our schools is low. Like in funding, in academic support, in emotional support. That's a gap. And then to the commissioner's point, I know somebody who was a squeegee kid at 15. His youngest sibling probably has fetal alcohol syndrome now because his mother's an alcoholic for who knows what reason. And the lady just had that baby in November. And his 3-year-old brother is nonverbal, but nobody diagnosed him at 1. So my brother, not even my real brother, somebody I call a family member who slept on the same deflated air mattress as me, is outside 6 o'clock in the morning waiting for CVS to open so he can rent a cooler from an older lady so he can fill it with ice and sell waters because being on the squeegee block is too dangerous. Or do you know that being on the squeegee block, they all put into a pot? So if one of us, all 3, let's say 4 of us, all 4 of us on the squeegee block, only me and Miss Joni make money, we put $600 into the pot, we split it between all 4 of us because our homeboys can't go home hungry. Or they rent sticks from each other. Like, economics is too low. Do y'all know it's you're supposed to make $33 an hour to even be on livable wage? But we still get paid 18, 15, 16. The biggest reason that young people at that age don't even really want a job is because we're being worked like slaves to be paid $18 an hour in a $33 living space. And there's no resources. No resources that we know about that's been shared inclusively, exclusively. It's like it's a secret. Who got the money? We playing Where's Waldo? With the resources, and that don't make sense because as a nonprofit, you're funded by the government to help the people, but you're not helping the people. So where the money going? But we're not gonna call it fraud. We're just gonna say, oh, selected people needed help. And none of them come from a low impoverished income home. They didn't share that with their homeboys who be on the squeegee block. That's just a few things. It's other barriers as well as food security. I'm pretty sure y'all know about being hangry. But when kids don't eat and then they having a bad day at school, it's, oh, they just bad. Who labeled them? Who labeled you as the label maker? Like, those are the small barriers, but I think the overall one is not having an understanding. That's like if you at a light and you turn and then somebody hits you, but you ain't use no turn signal. Now you mad your car totaled, but you didn't use no turn signal for them to know that you was about to turn and now you got hit. That's the same way with people. If I don't tell you that it's a boundary, it's not a boundary. That's the thing. Go ahead.
Joni.
So when I think about this, sorry, y'all, it's just.
It's all right.
I know. It is. It really is a lot. Hang on, because I wanted to make sure that I said something very intentional to y'all. I had made this one little, no, I did. I made this one little line. It's okay if I give it to y'all?
Please do.
And my bad, Jada, because you had me just all wrapped up in what you were saying.
Take your time.
Here's my line I made for y'all that I wanted to say specifically about this. There are so many opportunities in Baltimore, but they are the best kept secrets, and we can't afford for that to be the case. And when I wrote that little line for you guys, I was just thinking about how the owners of these opportunities aren't doing enough to truly meet young people where they are. It's like we say it because it's a nice phrase to say, but I'm always so surprised when I hear about all these great things that are happening in the city, and I'm like, well, I'm boots on the ground every single day, and that's kind of part of my problem too. As a founder, I got that founder syndrome, but I'm like, if I haven't heard about it, and if I have young people who are literally dying, I mean, almost to the point where I feel like I'm going to more funerals than graduations, how can you afford to be the best kept secret? And how can you afford to have this opportunity and not be in the places where young people need it the most? Because we are bleeding young people. And it's just so tragic to think that the people who could be doing more aren't, because simply put, they too comfortable. And if it was your child, and if it was your family, the whole damn city would be on fire until we got it right.
Jason.
Yeah, I agree with everything that my fellow panelists said, and I would just boil it down. Joni talked about it as opportunity, right? Not just a job, not just a job that pays you minimum wage or whatever. Young people can see through that and know that it's dead end. So why am I gonna get up at the crack of dawn and work my backside off for a job that's going nowhere? So we have to commit to providing real, meaningful opportunities, pathways that lead to good family supporting wages, and that the structure of which is supportive as well. Because if it's not the environment that's supportive, none of us can thrive, whether we're young or old, but especially if you're young and you don't have that experience. So I just would ask everyone to commit, right? Because we've had a whole day of talking about this, right? Not just on this panel. If you're not creating an opportunity for a young person, please do it today. If you want to come to our agency, terrific. We'll make sure to attach you to a young person. If you want to go straight to Heart Smiles, I know Joni's got heartbeats that are ready to work.
Always.
So please, let's make this something meaningful and do it today, because there are thousands of young people all around us who need to work and real opportunity.
Can I, but before y'all go out and make an opportunity, don't make no opportunity that don't ask nobody. That's like bringing bad mac and cheese to a Thanksgiving dinner. Don't go out there and make no opportunity that you did not ask no young people about. And don't put nobody in the space that don't have no growth mindset. We always say opportunities, but we got the wrong people in the seats. I love having you as my commissioner, I do. But he's from New Orleans. What do you know about Baltimore? Where the Baltimore commissioner at? Better yet, where the young people who should be sitting in these seats who had school today? Why they don't know about this panel? I know some of y'all got kids. You could bring them. That's it. Sorry.
Jada, thank you for that. A couple of things I would say. Well, let's give Jada and the rest of the panelists a round of applause. The only thing I would offer up in closing, and again using the recent Squeegee Collaborative as a really good example of kind of what I learned from young people, is one, what I heard from them pretty profoundly was, number one, if I'm not involved in designing the systems, then they're probably not for me. And so, second is, as part of the collaborative, we created these roles called navigators, which I think are really important in the idea that you can't create systems, number one, that aren't built by young people, but also don't have trusted people to help them navigate them through those systems, then it won't work as well. And so I just want to thank my panelists. I want to thank BDC and everyone that put this wonderful panel this day together. And I think I'm the last word before reception, so I'll give it back to our good friends over here. Thank you all so much.
Oh my goodness. One more round of applause, please. Come here, my Dove love.
Yes, that's so love.
Here, come here, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was honest, authentic, and things that we can apply yesterday. Would you not agree? Okay. So now we're about to start. This is our last conversation. We'll be sitting down with President and CEO of Baltimore Development Corporation, and I see him walking through the back door. Our, how do you say this? Chief of Staff of Governor-elect Wes Moore. That works. All right, Fagan Harris. I love you so much. Oh, I know you already. Okay.
So we are at the end of the day here. I know many of you are still sitting here who were with us earlier, so thank you for hanging in. One public announcement, I found these keys. They were in the front row, so if anybody lost their keys.
This is the Oprah part.
You have to.
Giving everyone keys. So, surprise.
You won whoever's car this is now. So they're here and you have to stay the whole time.
Okay, all right.
I'm giving them to Cassie.
Okay, so there were questions. We had the QR code up throughout the day where people submitted questions, and then at the end of this, we're asking everyone, please, to take the survey, and not forgetting those, understanding this is being streamed live, and I've gotten text messages from plenty of folks that are watching this. So again, we expect your questions as well. All right, so I am Oprah in this situation, and I'm going to pose some questions to you both. What do you want everyone here today and watching online to do to help us achieve Baltimore together?
Start. Oh, throwing it to me, huh? So look, I mean, today was a lot, and if you watch the whole kind of progression, I think we started off with a lot of wonderful things that are happening in Baltimore. We kind of ended with some of the tougher things, right? And a more serious conversation. And so the goal of today is really to get people involved in this effort. And so if there's one thing that comes out of this, it's basically building a coalition of folks that have the same passion and want to make the contribution to Baltimore.
Understood.
You know, Colin and I were speaking. Colin and I were speaking this morning, and he has said it a few times, and he's right. There's a lot of pressure in it, but I think it's worth saying out loud. If we can't make big things happen in the next 4 years, like, shame on us. Like, the stars have aligned here at every level of government. There's been a lot of groundwork laid in this city for a long time, particularly if you look back at important moments where I think we've had introspection and inspection, whether that's Freddie Gray or COVID. Like, we have done a lot of work to get in a position to move the needle on the things that matter most to the future of the city. And so I think this is a jumping off point to an active, ongoing collaboration across sectors, across levels of government, across constituencies, in a way that's like radical and I think different than the way we've operated previously. Like the provincialism and maybe the reticence or the hesitancy to kind of lean in, we can't afford it. And more importantly, we'll squander a window that I think, you know, we can't afford to squander. And so that's the biggest thing. To me, it's a mindset and it's a commitment that we've all got to look inward and we've got to make together and we've got to decide this time it has to be different. And yes, there will be obstacles, and yes, there will be challenges, and yes, there will be frustrations, but the era of kind of making excuses or putting aside that imperative in the name of something else, like we just can't afford it. We can't do it. We have to lean in and we have to get it done. And so if we don't know the way, we better make a way. If we don't have the solution, we better find the solution. If we don't like that person, we better learn to love them. Like, I'm just being real. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, there's just this is kind of it. Like, it's do or die. Like, we got to get it done.
Very honest. So today, the panels have been consistent with the 4 key strategies that you can find in Baltimore Together. My question, or a question from the audience is, For those organizations, companies, businesses, residents that feel like, well, I've been doing this, I'm good. How do we ensure this collaboration? How do we make people understand that it's together or nothing? What would be your response to those types of statements?
I would say, I'll shout out Colin and the BDC. They have done a lot of remarkable work in this city over the last several years, and I think there's incredible momentum. And I've had the privilege of getting to know Colin and working closely with Colin for a long time. And something I've observed that I can say that maybe Colin can't say is we love to beat up on the city government when things aren't going well, but then we always forget to loop them in as a partner when things are, or where they can have an opportunity to collaborate and participate. And so again, I'm gonna keep returning to this idea of shifting the mindset, is if you're doing the work locally, Colin and his team are incredibly responsive, and that goes for a lot of leaders in city government. And maybe try reaching out to them and involving them what they're doing and asking how they can accelerate or how they can amplify. And I think you'll be surprised by the response. And I say surprised because I think there's a perception that doesn't actually line up with the reality if you really lean in. So that's where I would start on that. Is we've got to practice working together and being together, and that starts by doing some things that may not feel natural or come intuitively to us. And maybe calling Colin isn't the thing that springs to mind when you're planning that event or you making that big push, but I'm telling you it should be.
I'd also say we don't have all the answers, so it's the kind of the flip side of that. And Augie mentioned kind of when I came on board at BDC and I had worked in city government and I had participated in the CEDS plans before. They were great documents, but they never really kind of drove everyday action. And so, my charge was well, how are we going to do this differently? And we really didn't know. We were talking a little earlier about equity, and frankly, me not really knowing how to have that conversation, but we knew we had to have it. And so we started and we did the best that we could. And I think each stage, we were learning. And so kind of this is the mark of another phase where we're really reaching out and trying to invite everyone to one place to have these conversations, because we don't have all the answers. We know we need collaboration. We know we need it at a level that we've never had before. And so I think one of the questions is sort of, what do we need? We need your help in telling us, how do we get to the next phase? How do we continue a lot of the conversations that start today over the next year, over the next several years, over the next 4 years to get us to where we want to get to? And frankly, I have ideas, but I don't have the answer. And so that's something that we're really looking for your feedback on in the survey, or by email, or however you want to get it to us, however you're comfortable, is, how can we keep this going, I think is a big question mark in people's minds. But we have to, and that was my commitment from the beginning, and that was our board's commitment, that was the commitment from all the folks that participated in putting together the document, was how do we make it actionable? And now we're kind of at that point, but we need everyone to participate and help us drive it forward.
And I'll just build on that real quick. You may not have all the answers, but you do have a platform. Yeah. And you do see a lot of what's happening, and the thing we hear all the time is we never know what's happening, or how do we connect, or how do we work together? And I've done work before accepting kind of this new thing that's about to happen. I've done a lot of work in our communities for a very long time, a lot. And the number one thing I've heard from entrepreneurs around this city, particularly social entrepreneurs in West and East Baltimore, is they're how do I get my idea funded? How do I get people to pay attention to this? We're doing this really great work in this one neighborhood and no one's paying attention and no one cares. And so it's a big deal if you got a city administration that's we really want to be responsive, we really want to platform where the ideas are coming from the community, we want to lift up, we want to help connect the dots. This is a big missing piece in how things have gone down historically. And so I don't think you're expected to have all the ideas. In fact, it's better that you don't. Our neighborhoods and our communities do, and they can't do it alone.
So in looking at the crowd again, and I'm happy that you did a plug for the survey, because everything that you're saying is we have to put skin in the game. It was raised from the last panel. I have 3 children. My oldest is 11. My twin boys are 9. This is their Baltimore. So it's not just you giving the feedback, it's you passing it on to that friend or CEO that you hear complain the most. Like this is the time now to go to the ones that have been grumbling, that have been angry, that have been frustrated. Okay, great. What should we do? There is a blueprint. I love the roadmap. But a roadmap doesn't work if you're not willing to follow along with it. Let's figure this thing out. What was one thing today that was most inspiring to you, or you would like to bring up to ensure that people don't leave here having missed that moment?
There were two quotes that I loved, and Fagan knows this because me being on stage and the spotlights is totally not my thing. He's coaxed me to do more of this. But the one that Bruce said was great. Let's build an ecosystem, not an ecosystem. That
was fine.
I thought that was excellent.
Amen.
And then Governor-elect Moore's comment about we don't need permission. And we don't need permission. Let's just move forward and stop waiting. Those are two of my kind of takeaways.
Love it. What were you hearing, Fagan?
I would echo that. I appreciated the emphasis in Governor-elect Moore's comments, but also throughout the day of the plans have been planned, the strategies have been strategized. Like, we have thought about it to a fare thee well, and it's really getting down to just like, it's time to do it. It's time to punch it through. It's time to get it done. Like, I think we're all frustrated, and I think we're all we're sick and tired of being sick and tired, right? To quote the late, great Fannie Lou Hamer. So I think it's time to act, and I think it's time to act together. And I think this community, our city, like, we have the capacity, and I think the reservoir is to do it. And so, amen.
I'm going to have to, just let me get one off. The youth engagement. I'm a softie, so everything for me comes from the heart and from the community center. But when you're understanding we're talking about economic wealth, economic growth, and you're talking about what does the workforce look like, it looks like our youth right now today that we walk past with the bias that some hold in their hearts. So one thing that I would challenge, and I take a practice of this, meetings that I have, conferences that I'm involved in, find a cousin. There's enough youth organizations that you can ask, would you mind taking part in this meeting? Because you would be surprised. Like I said, I have a 9-year-old twins. And in the beginning, I would do everything. Mommy, I can do it. No, I can figure it out. No, Mommy, I can do it. No, I'm gonna do it. And then I stopped and handed it over to my 9-year-old, and he figured it out. Or he gave me the right answer, and I realized, wait a minute, the only difference between you and I is that I've been here a little bit. But inspiration comes from the heart. Our youth are open vessels. Use them. So I just need to put that out there. All right, so go ahead.
I said I love it.
It's our choose. Okay, so how does the service sector play into the Baltimore Together planning? Many women and Black and Latino businesses are in the service sector, health and wellness. How do we help build human infrastructure?
As long as today has been, and as much as we've covered, we didn't cover everything. And so I think that there's a range of topics, including workforce and the sectors, service sector, and others that we need to touch on. We didn't get to talk about creative industries, but that's why we're here at the Parkway. So I think to not answer the question exactly, but I think that the idea of Baltimore Together, that it's open to all these topics, and as we move forward, we want to lift that up. So one of the goals of the summit, I think I started with, was, what do we want to accomplish moving forward and in the near term? And again, that's the feedback that we need so that we can start to touch on these subjects.
Oh, so it looks like really the homework is on you guys, okay? So that was the it for the Q&A, but I do think that we need to do another plug, because I don't know how many meetings you have taken part in where we're asked to do a survey or fill something out, and let me let you know, I head right to the door. I'm tired, it's been a long day, I get it. But today is a new day, and it begins with your voice and insight. So if you have not spoken up, if you have not given one piece of details, you cannot point the finger. We gotta start pulling the thumb. It's on us now, okay? Well, I like that. Stop pointing the finger, pull the thumb. I'm sorry, I'm flowing up here. So thank you. So with that being said, I'm going to hand it over to, you are the master of ceremonies here, to break us into food and wine.
I just want to thank everyone for coming, and I want to thank the whole team. There's too many people to thank that helped put today on. And we're going to continue some of these conversations tomorrow in smaller groups. But thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to the team that's put this on. And please join us in the lobby. We're going to have some refreshments, food and drink. And the important part is getting all of you together to connect. So thank you all.